Okay, so the title is obviously not bullshit. If you have not already seen, if you have not seen the second channel video, it is pinned in the chat of this stream recording. And even if you're watching this as a video later on, hopefully the pin is still there. I think it still shows. At least the very first message should have it. And I'm going to include it in the description as well. Basically, my main, regular WoW account that I've had since 2005 was wrongly banned just a few days ago, about 4 days ago in particular. I'm obviously completely innocent. It is for unauthorized cheat programs, which I've literally never used, but I'm really not trying to convince you guys. I'm trying to convince Blizzard to just take a fucking look at it, because as it stands, it has been 4 days, and I've received one generic bot response and nothing else. And obviously, because I know I'm innocent, the moment I get an actual pair of eyes on it, it should be able to be cleared up really quickly. But with Blizzard customer support, who knows how long that's going to take, and in the meantime, there is valuable testing that I need to get done. And while I can kind of do workarounds like this, which is kind of the point of the stream, this is partially to raise awareness about this, another part because a lot of people have wanted to see a fresh account leveling run for a while, and I haven't really had enough time to justify it, but well, now I kind of do. And also because this is in some ways still a test of my leveling route. Gotta do it somehow, right? But while we can kind of do workaround testing to make sure that the guides still get done on time, one thing that I can't do, and really is my biggest concern right now, is my friends in my classic raiding guild. Because I am one of the tanks, and we are about to start Nefarian progression, and I really don't want to fuck them over. I've already told my guild leader, of course, who's a friend of mine, and, you know, obviously he knows it sucks, and he said, he's willing to cover for me in the meantime, right? But obviously I can't just hold them back for weeks if this drags on that long. And, of course, War Within in a month from now is another major concern. The only saving grace there is my retail guild is taking a break until the new expansion, so the fact that I can't play my main character is not really that big of a downside there, and obviously, in a nightmare scenario, I could always level another character and gear it up in a new expansion because everything resets there anyway, but it would still kind of screw me over, and, well, I don't really just want to give up on my main account that I've been playing since 2005 because Blizzard screwed up, right? Why the fuck should I be punished because they can't get their customer support correctly? That's bullshit. And I'll be completely honest with you guys, in my responses, or in my posts and stuff, both the post on YouTube and the post on the second channel, the video, I tried to give a very level analysis of it. I read the facts, I'm like, hey, it's crap. I know that I didn't do this, but I don't even think I said it's crap. I think I just said I know I'm innocent, right? Because I don't want to come off as aggressive or anything. I think, I just want to state my case and let a Blizzard employee take a look at it and decide. But the fact of the matter is, I'm kind of fucking pissed. I think I have a right to be pissed. And, streams, I'm just gonna fucking state my thoughts. So, yeah, it's been a rough couple days. I've been really mad at the whole situation, because it's one of those things where, I've always known that Blizzard's customer support has been bad. I've had a lot of people come to me over the years saying that they experienced stuff like this, and having never really run into this myself, for clarity, I have never received a single action on my account ever. I think I got one silence for a day back in Legion because some dude was harassing my friends. I told him to go fuck himself, and he and some of his buddies reported me, and I got silenced. That was it. It was a silence. And I stand by that, right? That dude was harassing people who I was friends with. That's the only time I've had literally any action on my account ever. And I've never had a suspension, never had a ban or anything. So the fact that I get falsely banned for this, and it immediately goes to a permaban with no realistic, appeal response process is just kind of fucking bullshit. And I'm really pissed off about this. And the thing is, the bigger thing about this, right, is if it can happen to me, it can happen to fucking anybody. So the big eye-opener here is that a lot of times when I get people messaging me saying, hey, my account got fucked, and, they seem like an earnest person, right? They're just reaching out, desperately. And I always tell them, like, look, there's really not much I can do. And while I believe you, really all you can do is go through the appeals process. I have no direct line to Blizzard, right? Which is why I'm kind of screwed in this situation. But you always do have this level of, like, you don't really know whether to believe them or not, which is why I completely understand if a lot of people don't necessarily believe me immediately. As I said, a lot of times it is just guilty until proven innocent. It sucks, but that's just how it goes a lot of times. But now I'm realizing, like, shit, were all of those people who reached out to me over the years actually all falsely banned in a similar situation like this? And those are the people who went out of the way to contact me, a random YouTuber, about it. How many other people have gone through similar shit like this and had their account wrongly closed because Blizzard can't get their shit together and is firing their entire fucking customer support staff? It is ridiculous. This shit is unacceptable for a billion-dollar company like Blizzard. I mean, I don't fucking know exactly how big they are. They're a fucking big company, all right? They can afford fucking customer support staff. It is insane. You know, they're not a fucking small indie company. I know people use that as a meme, obviously, but this shit is just ridiculous. So I am like 99% confident that I'm going to get my account back unless there is some like crazy bullshit where I don't know, like they just refuse to do it for some reason because they don't like me because I am a bit outspoken, right? But I know I've done nothing actually wrong, so I should get my account back, right? But that's not going to stop me from being mad about this entire experience. Not just for me, but for all the other fucking people who this is happening to, because, as I said, if it can happen to me, it can happen to any one of you, and it fucking sucks. So, anyways, wanted to get that out there. Salafraz donated 10 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sorry I didn't read that when it immediately popped up. I just wanted to finish my rant, but I do really, really appreciate the donation. Yeah, support like that right now is very much appreciated. Peter Ross said, hope your account will get unbanned soon. Thank you so much. Endorphin said, here's the support you, man. They fired all the QA and customer service. This kind of thing is way too common. Yeah, absolutely. Why did my account get banned? It's a false ban. I don't know why it got banned, right? They say it's external cheat programs, which I've never used, so I'm not going to sit here and speculate on exactly why I got falsely banned. All I know is it's bullshit, right? And they're going to overturn it when they finally take a look at my ticket. Who knows how long that's going to take, though. But yeah. Cyrex said, here's to support you in the efforts, Team Harldan. Thank you. Is this what happens when someone gets reported by multiple people? Yeah. So, for the record, I don't think it is like people intentionally. A few people have floated the idea. Two quick things I will discount, right? Some people have said it's probably people griefing streamers. I don't know if they have that much pull. I do think that there is probably some element of I got reported by other people. I'll kind of touch upon that in a second. But I don't think this is like a deliberate griefing effort by somebody to like sabotage me. I think that's like a little bit too tinfoil hatty. I don't think it's that far. I've also, this one I definitely want to clear up. I've had a lot of people saying, and I expected this, unfortunately, it's the main reason why I was hesitant to make this public in the first place. People are like, oh, well, it's because of all the mop remix stuff you did. All that like escaping Pandaria nonsense, that's why you got banned. No, it's not. Let's just settle that one real quick. Anything that I did in mop, what you're looking at right now, I have 4 accounts that I actively play. So another thing, one other thing similar is people have said, is there potentially some program on your computer that Warden flags and it like counts as a cheat program? This is still one of the World of Warcraft accounts. This is the sub 30-minute world record account that I played actively a ton for the last few months. This one's not banned. That was an alt account. I have 2 other accounts in addition to this one and my main account that I play actively, and I have been playing actively over the last few months. So if it was something that was on my computer, as some people have thrown out there, that triggered Warden, Blizzard's thing, all of these accounts would be banned, because I used all of them on this computer. None of them have been touched. It is literally just my main account. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say what it could be, but I know it's not that, because obviously, right? That's just common sense. And the other thing is, in that similar vein, it is definitely not because of any of the mop remix stuff, because you can bet your ass that any of the stuff that I did on my main account, I did on the world record account, the one with the sub 30-minute run character. So if this character is still sitting here completely untouched, there's no fucking shot that it had anything to do with mop remix, right? Yeah, and as Musical Surgeon said, tons of other people, like 15 people helped me with that sub 30-minute run. All of them did all of the same tricks that you saw in that run, in all of the videos I covered, none of them have had anything happen to their account. I have not received any reports from people in my Discord that following my guides and stuff led to them getting banned. It has absolutely nothing to do with any of that. And the main reason why I want to just squash that theory right now is because I don't want people fear-mongering and being like, oh, if you follow Harldan's guides, you'll get banned. And that's the unfortunate thing. I'm sure there's going to be an element of that happening from now on, and it sucks. That's just how it works with the internet and the rumor mill. But no, absolutely fucking not. That has nothing to do with it. Yeah, Aksara is not banned. He was one of the people who helped me in the sub 30 run. Yeah. Absolutely nothing to do with any of that. Hello, Zach. Good to see you. And yeah, I'm just, basically, I have comments open on my second channel on my phone over here so that I can read that while streaming. And I'll read the rest of the comments. The last thing that I do want to say, and this is the only tiny bit of speculation that I will do, because it is the only thing that I can even potentially think got me falsely banned. Obviously, in preparation for the sub 30 mop remix run, I did a lot of farming. My Demon Hunter on my main account has 600,000 threads or something crazy like that. I did a ton of farming. There were a few times where while I was farming a spot, I had some people come up, basically say, fuck off, I'm trying to farm here. And I said, tough shit, right? Get your own farming spot, phase to a different spot. And a few of them would whisper shit like, oh, I'm going to report you on my 5 accounts, blah, 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 blah. Now, I have no idea if that is what caused it, but it is when I think to what could possibly have led to a false ban, that is it. Now, 99% of the time, like I've experienced that many times over the years, you just assume it's bullshit. It is possible that's what it is. No, my account did not get unbanned. This is the second account. This is the second account. So when I say this is a fresh account, to be clear, I have played this account for Mop Remix, and I have one boosted character. I've never leveled an actual character on this account, only the free boosts that I got, and this is what I used for the Remix speedrun. Yeah, no, I only just made the ban videos like an hour or two ago, so I don't expect anything to happen until tomorrow. I'd imagine most Blizzard people are out of the office anyway, so. Yeah. Blizzard has been known to false ban based on report counts since forever. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's why, you know, a lot of people will say whenever you get a ban like this, because obviously I've done a shit ton of research on this, and there are countless examples of people saying, well, they only give out unauthorized cheat program bans if you actually had something detected on your computer. No, they fucking don't, because there's also many accounts of people getting bans like this and having it overturned because they were completely innocent. It is well documented that Blizzard will just hand out bans for botting if enough people report you. They don't do any checking whatsoever. So that is obviously the only thing that I can think of, especially given the fact that, you know, by the fact that all my other accounts are still here, it narrows it down to really just that. Because if it's nothing that I actually did that falsely triggered it, it can really only be player reports. But again, I don't know for sure, and I do not want to continue speculating on that. I just wanted to at least give that one small anecdote, because that is something that happens, you know, is what it is. Now, you would hope that people who do that, when it gets overturned, their accounts get banned for falsely reporting. As far as I know, that doesn't happen, so, you know, it's just going to continue being a problem until Blizzard gets its act together, is what it is. Yeah, hold on. Okay, so I ranted about that for a little bit. Let me scroll up and just quickly read through everything. How do they expect to sell millions of copies of The War Within and have 1 million subs? Well, let's just say The War Within is in trouble. Anyways, the irony about all of this is the funniest part about all of this, the ban happening right now, is, it is funny timing, because right now, leveling is so fundamentally broken on all versions of the game, both like beta, PTR, and retail, that I actually can barely get testing done anyways, even if my account wasn't banned. So, like, The War Within is... We're looking at a pretty dire situation for this upcoming expansion. To give you an idea of how bad things are, 70 to 80 testing has basically been impossible for the last month because the campaign has been so completely bugged. And for the last 6 days, the leveling servers haven't even been online. They put a one-line note in the blue posts for their beta fixes saying the leveling servers have been taken down, and then they just didn't say anything about it. And Narissa, one of the Wowhead authors, made a post on the beta forums asking, hey, are the leveling servers going to come back up at any point? And Blizzard deleted Narissa's post about it. They deleted a post from a Wowhead writer just asking when the servers would be back up. I do not fucking know what's going on over there, but it is a fucking disaster. Absolute train wreck. This expansion is going to flop hard unless they delay it. It is looking really fucking bad. Basically, nobody's been able to do any concrete leveling testing. Rating is maybe the one thing that looks fine. Mythic Plus, it really depends on your opinion. The pre-raid gearing situation, I have a whole video about that on my third channel. I ranted about it on a Twitch stream, and I put the clip over there. Pre-raid gearing's going to be a fucking mess. I'm basically going to need to create 5 different monks to even have a chance at getting good gear heading into the first raid. Every single thing about this expansion, for the most part, looks like total fucking dog shit. And it's just not ready. Now, they have a chance to salvage it if they just delay it, but knowing Blizzard, they never delay shit. They just go full steam ahead and just let the train wreck unfold, and then they apologize and put out whatever PR bullshit after the fact to try and make up for it. That's just their MO for the past however many years. It's just how it fucking goes. So, I fully expect this expansion to flop pretty hard at launch, and we're going to get a decent amount of backlash. They're going to be like, blah, 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 blah. We'll fix this later on. Multiple hero talent trees are still basically fucking placeholders. Yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty terrible way to launch their new big trilogy, but I mean, hey, I don't know what to do with Blizzard at this point. Like, it's just L after L with them. What's the name of my third channel? There you go. Harldan Stream Archive. Basically, that is where I post any miscellaneous clips, or, as the name implies, any Twitch streams I will put on there. So, yeah, there's the latest video on there should be a clip from my Twitch stream. By clip, I mean it's an hour and a half, but I go through all of the issues with Dragonflight War Within pre-raid gearing, and how it's going to be significantly worse than previous expansions. We've done pretty much 0 War Within leveling testing. Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't even do testing. Obviously, right now, the servers aren't even up, so I can't even test 70 to 80 leveling if I wanted to. But even before that, every single week, somebody would tell me, oh, just so you know, the campaign is bricked again. You can't do testing. Like, okay, fun, cool. That's awesome. Let's see. Sorry to hear about your account. Thank you, Oxara. I appreciate it. It's fucking huge. They wall-to-wall unions up. Yeah, the union is actually a really good thing, because obviously the employees at Blizzard, like, to be clear, I don't hate any of the employees individually at Blizzard. This is not like an employee issue. This is obviously just a big corporation issue, and the leadership is just rotted to the fucking core. That's the issue here. So, yeah, that news about them making a union is actually fantastic, because hopefully now all the disgusting shit that's happened at Blizzard will happen a little bit less. I don't necessarily think it's just going to stop overnight, but now they can actually take a stand against it a little bit easier. You frequently hear people saying the only way they ever get support is by making a public post that gets noticed. Yeah. I mean, on Reddit is kind of hit or miss. Reddit, they will either, like, beg for people to pay attention to you, or they will dogpile you and call you a cheater. I have not made a post on Reddit, and I don't really want to, because I just don't really want to be dogpiled right now by people who are just screaming at me saying that I botted, blah, blah, blah. Because that's just kind of how ban appeals go on Reddit, usually. But, you know, figure this hopefully will be enough. I have a few people in my guild who are, like, friends with Blizzard employees and potentially can reach out to them and make them aware of this. I don't know if that's going to pan out. I'm hoping it does. There's a kind of messed up way to make sure a real person reads your appeal. Just open a ticket under the payment category. Yeah, I mean, for stuff like this, I don't necessarily know if it's going to work. For miscellaneous issues, possibly, but I don't really think for ban appeals, at least not right now, that's my best way to go about it. Nothing I did for remixes against TOS, exactly. The external cheat program is playing the game at any level of efficiency. People just think anything going fast. Yeah, exactly. Griefers would make sense, but Blizzard saying it was an unauthorized program, well, the thing is, it doesn't need to actually be the thing that they state. They will just throw out bans if enough people report you. That is a well-known thing. Not able to tune in for the full stream, but just want to drop in and get my support. Your videos brought you back to retail. Awesome. I appreciate the support. Hopefully it's resolved soon. I hope so too. You got a few people saying you multi-box reported because they saw your second tune following your main. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people think that the act of multi-boxing is bannable, when in reality it is input forwarding, which is a completely separate thing. Just having 2 accounts open is 100% allowed within the terms of service, and I do it all the time. It's if you echo your inputs from your main account to your alt account, that is not allowed. And obviously, I've never done that. If I remote access, no. No, I do not. I don't know what that is, but no, I've never done that. Blizzard has been known to false ban. Yep. Your buddy got permabanned and all he did was farm Nax for the T3 tokens. He's just getting bot responses and can't talk to an actual person. Yep, that's unfortunately how it goes a lot of times. You would say maybe it's better to future-proof yourself from this bullshit by setting up account specifically for streams, but the amount of work I had to put into my main, well, I mean, I don't think it is people griefing me on stream. I don't think it's that, so that wouldn't be a solution. Like I said, if I think it's anything, I'm pretty sure it's like offline or off-stream mop remix farming I did in preparation for the level 30 run that, you know, got salty people reporting me because I was in their farming spot, right? That's the only thing I can think of, and that has nothing to do with streaming, so that wouldn't really solve the problem. Corey Austin said, silver lining is that it happened now when everything is broken. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much exactly what I just said. Pretty much, yeah. Blizzard support is a joke. Yep. Can't think of any other explanation. Are they trying out AI customer service? Oh, they have been for a while. Yeah, half of their customer service is AI at this point. It's a mess. Hello, Cloaky. Good to see you. Rui Fernandez said, I hope you get your account back. Keep up the good content. Thank you so much. Even if you had some unauthorized program, Warden could only detect if it was running rather than just being idle. As far as I know, that's actually not true. Based on everything that I've read, if you have any sort of like unauthorized program on your computer, it will get detected and you will get banned for it. Which, you know, as I said, if that was the case for me, all of my accounts would have gotten banned because I play them all very actively. So, yeah, it has nothing to do with that. The war within is warring within itself. Yeah, entropy, exactly. And then you look at Dawntrail's launch. Dawntrail had some controversy, but by all that I've heard, it was mostly well received. Unless they unban Harldan, then maybe the expansion is saved. Well, I wish that was the case, but unfortunately, even if I do get unbanned, War Within is in deep shit at this point. They ruined monks. See, I actually disagree with that. Honestly, I'm quite happy with the current state of monks. I can't speak for Mistweaver, but I am pretty happy with Windwalker and Brewmaster right now. So, that's just me, though. It's a grim look when patches in the beta and pre-patch break so many fundamental things of the game. Yeah. They've had a lot of chances to salvage a lot of things. They tend to avoid that at all costs. Yeah. Reddit is hit or miss because it's a toxic stew of trolls and not the Sandalari type. Yes. It all depends on who finds your post first. Reddit is such a dumpster fire most of the time. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. You left a comment on my video, but maybe network with YouTuber Erosium. I did hear about that. Look, all I'll say is that if people want to reach out to me like Erosium, you know, they can. How do I put this? I am really not a super trusting person in general, and I don't really like to rely on other people. This is kind of one of the rare exceptions where I have no other choice but to ask for help. But at the same time, I'm still hesitant about that. Not really going to go into details. I have nothing against Erosium personally, but basically, a lot of the interactions that I've had with other YouTubers has not necessarily been great. You know, anybody who was around for when I was a very, very, very small YouTuber probably remembers those stories. But I had a few larger YouTubers kind of bully me when I was first starting out, and it's just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. So I'd rather not reach out unless other people want to make the first step on that. But, you know, it's not a bad idea. Just want to give context on that. Do you know if people who were doing remix dungeon speedruns also got banned? They did not, no. As in, I know for a fact that they did not get banned, yes. There's a ton of them posting on my Discord, right? I have many friends who have been doing that actively. I'm not gonna, like, I'm not going to call out one friend in particular, but I have a friend who I actually know did do some kind of sketchy stuff, and even he didn't get fucking banned. So it has nothing to do with Remix. It has nothing to, or at least nothing to do with stuff done in Remix. It might be people reporting me in Remix, but it definitely has nothing to do with stuff in Remix. Yeah, definitely not. You wanted to buy the 1-year sub, but can't because I was wrongly banned. Could you look into that? That's a funny idea. Just drinking water real quick. Blizzard is all about laying off QA and customer support division personnel, yeah. Kojiko CY said, I hope you get the account back soon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ard said, they started doing file checks back in BFA when multi-boxing got banned, so if it's on your PC at all, it can ban you. Yeah, exactly. That would ban all accounts. Dawn Trail is bland at best, but you're still playing it. Yeah, I've heard mixed things, but overall, like, positive, I would say. I think a lot of people say Dawn Trail starts off slow, but then it gets really good towards the end, is what most people are telling me. Why is the War Within in deep shit? Long story. Hello, Skeleton. Rutro. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just hope this gets resolved. You know, either way, there's time, but I guess it's a good thing we're not raiding next week, right? Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Purple Ocarina said, hi, Harldan. I hope you got your account back. You got wrongfully locked out of your account for 3 days once. Well, yeah, you know, it's been more than 3 days, so I'm definitely starting to sweat a little bit, but it definitely sucks either way. Are warband banks fixed? As far as I know, absolutely nothing from the pre-patch has been fixed yet. Basically, everything that was broken on Tuesday is still broken. So, yeah, it's great. Monk just has a lot of bugs, yeah. Side note, you get a Legion or Ally, you don't have to multi-box. Not that multi-boxing caused this, but you found it more convenient when doing the Trink run. Yeah. Simple one-button push to follow, exactly. You have a theory that bots are reporting people when they run across other people at instances or farms? Yeah. Honestly, that's probably my leading theory as to what happened, but I don't know for sure. You can agree with that. The ending is a lot better than the start. Yep. A Guild of Your Mind got banned this week as well. Super sucks. He only has one account. He's at it for years. Not a streamer. No multi-boxing. Yeah, it's really fucked. At least the bot army didn't tactically ban you days before release. Well, I'm pretty sure, because, like, honestly, I've barely been playing my actual account over the last, like, 2-3 weeks. So, there's, like, literally nothing that I've done over the last 2 or 3 weeks that could even remotely trigger anything. Basically, I've raid logged on retail, and then we stopped raiding in retail. So, if anything, it is like a delayed reaction from people reporting me during Mop Remix when I was preparing for the sub 30-minute run. And I assume that it's just an automated ban wave. It all goes out at the same time. So, yeah. It is very scary to think that they don't review this stuff before it goes out, though. When they finally restore your account, make sure they refund all the game time that you spent unjustly banned. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want to, like, put that in my, you know, argument of, like, you know, restore my account that you fucked up, and also give me, like, free money for fucking it up. Like, at this point, I'll just take them fixing their mistake. But yeah, it would kind of be nice if I got some compensation for basically having my entire week kind of ruined. You know, I don't want to be, like, melodramatic, but it has caused, like, a lot of stress and anxiety, etc. It's been a rough fucking week. Again, I don't want to really get into the weeds on that, but mental health has been a struggle. Just in general, effectively. So, you know, this isn't doing me any favors. In addition to just the general stress of worrying, like, am I going to be able to get all my videos done, right? So yeah, it would be nice to have them give me a fucking refund fully for all the time that they screwed me over for. If they don't do that, you know what? At this point, I'll take what I can get with Blizzard's customer support. Blizzard just bans people and decides to tell you that you're cheating? Yep, exactly. Exactly. You'd be impressed if they do anything like that, paying for their mistakes? Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, if they do refund people when they fuck up like this, that would be awesome, but again, I'm not holding out hope. I just want to get my fucking account back because it's fucking bullshit. You've been enjoying watching my Kata raids. Presume that is at a halt too. Yeah, so that is actually my biggest concern at the moment, because like all of my other stuff that I'm doing right now, my retail guild is taking a break until the War Within. I can do leveling testing on my alt accounts, even though I do kind of need to jump through a few more hoops to get it set up. So I can kind of work around it in most cases, even if it is a little bit difficult. The only thing that there is just no workaround for is my Cataclysm raiding guild. And no, I have no backup tunes, Pixelina. They're fucked, basically. Like, they're not completely fucked, right? They can have somebody back up as a tank, but, like, you can't just replace your main tank Blood DK when you're about to start Nefarian Prog. It doesn't work like that, right? They don't have anybody else who's just immediately ready to jump in on Blood DK, and then, of course, they need to have another DPS fill that spot. So the people who are effectively being punished by this the most is my Cataclysm raiding guild, and that really sucks. And that is the main reason why I cannot just sit and let this like go through the official channels and just stagnate there, because the longer that this runs on, my Cataclysm guild gets fucked, and I do not want to let my friends down. So I'm going to do everything I can to hopefully be there tomorrow, because we raid Tuesday or Monday, Tuesday. So I really want to be able to show up for our Monday raid night where we're about to start Nefarian. But, you know, look, it's day one prog of Nefarian. That at the very least, if they just need somebody to sub in to, you know, see the mechanics once or twice, I don't think that would be the end of the world. But if I'm not there for Tuesday, that would really screw them over. And yeah, that would suck. The other thing is, of course, I'm at level 69 on my Cataclysm Prot Warrior that I was doing leveling streams for. That character's on my main account, so that series, I can't finish it until the thing is fixed, right? That character's just still sitting at level 69. I have the last part to record where I level through Wrath of the Lich King, and I can't do that, right? I can't just get another character up to level 69 and then finish the run. It doesn't work that way, so... and the unfortunate thing is, because leveling was so broken this week, I could have potentially streamed the rest of that on Twitch and finished up that run, but I can't. So that kind of sucks. That is basically the one major downside of all of this happening right now. Otherwise, the timing is honestly a little bit beneficial, but yeah. Maybe it was on Cata Classic. You've experienced a lot of warnings. I doubt it. I mean, I really haven't done a lot in Cata Classic too. As I kind of just said, the two things I've done is leveling up that Prot Warrior, which, I mean, you could watch the entire recordings of me leveling those characters, or that character. I mean, I just did regular leveling, I did dungeons and stuff, so there's absolutely nothing there that could potentially warrant a flag or whatever. And otherwise, I raided in my Cata guilds, and all that footage is also on my third channel. So, yeah, I don't know, there's literally nothing that I've done in Cata as well. That, I can't think of anything possible. They're printing money already from all the microtransactions. It's sad, but there's no incentive to care unless they're actually feeling it monetarily. Yeah, exactly. What are my thoughts on tank classes? You didn't play Dragonflight. You're considering coming back. Is it looking like a good expansion? Looking like a good expansion? No. It's currently looking like Shadowlands 2.0. As for tank classes, I am actually quite happy with a lot of the design. Right now, I really like Blood DK Brewmaster and Prot Warrior the most, probably. I was really excited about Guardian Druid, and then they've just been gutting Guardian Druid like hotfix after hotfix in the beta. So yeah, they're kind of in a ditch at the moment, which is unfortunate. But yeah, War Within is definitely just careening towards the edge of a cliff at the moment, unfortunately. Classic players are generally higher on the game knowledge end, and the malicious ones are more familiar with how to abuse the report system. Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on that. Can't get a refund on that for sure. Yeah, exactly. You miss opening a ticket and actually getting whispered by a GM in-game. Exactly, yeah. Their customer support used to be really good. I remember it when I was a kid. I got a lot of good responses from GMs back then. I like Blood DK and War Within. Yeah, the War Within changes for Blood DK are, like, pretty good across the board. Like, really good across the board. So, I mean, like, I think Dragonflight already fixed a lot of my biggest issues with Blood DK from, like, Shadowlands and BFA. But it still wasn't my favorite tank spec. In fact, it was probably my least favorite tank spec. But I really like a lot of the War Within changes. It looks really good. No, War Within is probably fine for tanks, honestly. I think for the most part, a lot of those changes that people are freaking out about, like, they suck, sure, but they're not the end of the world. War Within just doesn't look like a really great expansion in general. They're going to have time to turn it around, of course, but I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. This is very much looking like a skip the launch and just come back for like the first major patch. If they don't delay it, right? If they don't delay it, it's going to be a shit show at launch. Especially if you don't buy early access, right? That's just the unfortunate reality of it. It's a shit show, and that's not even accounting for early access. I think it has a solid foundation, right? There's a lot of core ideas there that are good. But then there's also a lot of things that are just really broken at the moment, and if it launches in this current state, it's just going to be a mess. They've got in some nice changes, kind of surprised after hearing you complain about it for a while, yeah. You missed that so much. Little baby, you got scared by one of the scammers, and you opened a ticket, and the GM was so nice and helpful, yeah. Blizzard should delay the expansion. They had no problem with prior Activision taking over. Hope you got your main account back soon. Thank you. I appreciate that, D-Stall. Real quick, before we start, I'm going to read through some comments on my second channel. If Blizzard banned my account without reason and then have a real human look at the appeal, the last thing I would ever do is give them more money. It would just be rip wow. That's honestly a fair comment. I've done this dance a few times. I've received a false permaban twice, one appealed and one not. Their ticket responses are usually weak, with many of the preliminary ones being a bot answer. You're going to be honest, if the first GM you get doesn't acknowledge falsehood in the ban and refers you to the hack team, you're usually shit out of luck because the subsequent moderators will just see the previous GM's response and shrug and say, we will not overturn this ban. Your other BNet account was permanently banned for leveling a bunch of characters in rapid succession, and you never got that account back after a dozen tickets. Your main account got permabanned, but overturned for the same reasons. Just the lottery you play with subpar Blizzard services. Yep. That is... yeah, somebody said, wasn't your channel Harldan? This is my second channel. Sorry to hear. Updates and comments in the hopes that this gets recommended more. Best of luck. Thank you to that person. Alright, yeah. I've been trying to respond to all of the comments on, this channel and the second channel. I appreciate all the support for everybody. I don't know if I'll be able to directly respond to every single comment, but either way, I do appreciate all of the support. Yeah, the ban was permanent, just for the record, yeah. It was not just a wrongful ban, it was a wrongful permanent ban. So, yeah, kind of a big deal. Just saw my video. I hope I get my account back. Thank you. But yeah, it still is. All right. Anyways, I wanted to definitely take a good amount of time at the start of the stream to answer questions, because I know a ton of people are going to have them. But the main purpose of this stream is fresh account leveling. So as I said, this is the account that I've used for a lot of the Mop Remix videos. So I have a lot of Mop Remix characters on here and some like boost characters and stuff. But I've never actually leveled a character. And I mean, the most important thing about this is that we are simulating a brand new starting experience. I'm not mailing anything, no gold, no consumables, no heirlooms, anything like that. So I made a brand new monk. I should also note that I'm using the human starting zone. We're actually not doing Exile's Reach, because I have a theory that certain level 1 starting zones are actually faster than Exile's Reach if done properly. I believe human will end up being one of them. We'll see. I think it's going to be a little bit challenging to get an exact idea in this run, because obviously in a fresh account run where I don't have gun shoes, gliders, all that fun stuff early on, it's going to be a little bit hard to gauge, because obviously at very low levels, that stuff is significantly more impactful than when you get like dragon riding. But I still think this will be a nice fun test to see just how fun, or just how efficient stuff like the human starting zone and Elwyn Forest is. You love Elwyn? Yeah, I think Elwyn Forest is honestly a really good leveling zone, and I've actually included it in a few of my routes. So being able to do that at level 5, and then jump straight into Burning Crusade dungeons at level 10, I think that could be really good. How do I like Remix? I mean, I've covered Remix a lot. I'm not really a big fan of it, which I know may seem insane to say, considering I have the fastest runtime on it. But, like, I did all of my remix testing because people were interested in it. Because it's something that a lot of people wanted me to cover, and so I did. And admittedly, it is a really good way to level up alt characters, but it is... Really, I haven't enjoyed the vast majority of my time actually playing Remix, if we're being completely honest. I was pretty clear on that when I first started playing it, and My opinion on that really hasn't changed. In fact, I've just gotten even more and more burnt out on playing Remix ever since day one. So, yeah, I think the fundamental idea of remixed expansions isn't bad, but I think if they do it again, it needs a lot of changes to actually make it, like, fun, because it just felt really boring and repetitive from, like, the second character onwards for me. And I leveled, like, I don't even know how many characters, so you can imagine how burnt out I felt by, like, character 40. But I did it because people wanted guides on it, so, you know, and we set up the really fast speedrun. But honestly, it was the speedrun itself, I had some fun prepping. That was less so the fact that it was Mop Remix, and more just because it was a really novel concept, and all of the prep work and coordination and stuff that went into it was really fun to do. But yeah. Permaban shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, it's, I mean, I think that the existence of a permaban is fine, but, like, permabans on a first offense, just no matter what, is insane. But the fact that they can permaban people and then just not even read the appeal is crazy. That definitely should not be a thing. Like, if you have gotten suspended multiple times and it's like your third or fourth ban and it goes straight to perma, okay, like, I can kind of get that, but fucking hell. This is just a little bit ridiculous. It just goes to show how little control they actually have over their automated system. Why is anything perma-bannable? A month is fine, then they can be aggressive, and now nobody would care that much, yeah. You're sorry about the ban. Thank you, Matthew Riley. My Shadowlands videos really helped you. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Insane to catch a perma like that when you do so much for the leveling community. The thing is, it's not targeted at me, of course, right? That's the thing. It is just an automated system thing, which unfortunately doesn't discriminate, right? Or I guess, unfortunately or fortunately, you know, obviously it shouldn't discriminate based on the person, like, that you are, account, you know, like how long your account has existed or who you are, right? But you would hope that once the, like, flag or something by the system goes up, an actual human checks it before a permaban goes out to be like, hey, is this legit? But apparently that doesn't happen. That's the crazy part. You leveled 58 characters on Remix? Jesus. You could have lived with them giving you a false ban for a while, but the false ban sweep across all of your accounts is unacceptable? Yeah. Did I say I made 40 remix characters? I mean, I'm spitballing here. If that's how many I made, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised. I leveled a lot of remix characters. And I deleted a lot of them. Because a lot of them were, like, PTR test runs that, you know, I just did to test something out and then didn't finish it. When prepping for the sub 30-minute run, a lot of characters were leveled up to test out our theories. You know, we did a shit ton of work before the actual speedrun. And a lot of those did get deleted after the fact. I mean, just scrolling down the list here, just on this account, I have a level 70 mage, this is the world record character, level 70 druid, another level 70 druid, level 70 druid, level 70 druid, level 70 warlock, level 70 monk, level 70 druid, level 70 druid, level 70 warlock, and then some other, like, low-level dungeon things. All of these characters just on this one account were test runs that we did to practice for the sub 30-minute run. These were all just generic test runs on live servers, which is why, you know, I kept them, because why not? I have a bunch of characters on my other alt accounts, because as I've said, I have 3 in addition to my main account. And then I did a bunch on PTR, so. Yeah, I've leveled a shit ton of remix characters. You just like to hit for big numbers and bad guys die fast? Yeah. I teach their own. It was really fun. You had about 10% to do with remix and 90% to do with the community. Exactly, yeah. Once you nailed Mop Remix leveling, it lost its draw. You're almost to 20 Mop Remix 70s. You're only motivated now by trying to put a 70 in each of your friends' realms. Nice. Yeah, too many druids now, exactly. Permaban should not be automated. It could be soul-crushing seeing all that time go to waste. Absolutely, yeah. Stuff this serious cannot be left to automation. It is ridiculous. From 19 years of subs just to stick you with an AI response? Yep. Yeah, exactly. I've had this account since 2005, and I have this account too, or not literally this account. The account that got banned I had since 2005, and obviously I've had my other 3 accounts for about a year now, and yeah. Really sucks. Still don't get it. You record all your gameplay and upload vids. You're clearly not cheating. I mean, I appreciate you saying that. Of course, I don't upload all of my footage literally every single second I'm playing this game, but of course, yeah, I would like to hope that all of the stuff that I have posted, and you can see all of the actual testing and work that goes into this stuff, a lot of it is just grunt work grinding. And, yeah. Somebody else said, I'm currently going through the same thing. You've had your account for 17 years, never botted, hacked, cheated, or had any other instances of reports. It's heartbreaking to lose it all when you've done nothing wrong. I've tried putting in tickets and get a very generic response of it's in line with terms of service. You're at your wit's end. Yep. Yeah, and the sucky thing is I get comments like this, and yeah, obviously I'm in the same position, and there's really nothing I can do unless somebody at Blizzard pays attention. And I at least have the advantage of potentially being able to signal boost myself like this and make videos and get attention. As I said, some of my friends are reaching out to people they potentially know at Blizzard, right? But, you know, I'm lucky that I even have that. TBD on if it works or not, but I at least have that. Other people have nothing. They are just completely at the mercy of Blizzard's automated customer service, and that fucking sucks. Is it worth doing Remix if you've not done anything on that? I'd say at this point, it's still worth playing. You still got 21 days, right, to mess around, get all your cosmetics and stuff. Well, I don't necessarily love the gameplay loop of Remix. There are a lot of really good things cosmetic-wise, like collectibles, etc., that you can get by playing it, and it's not really too difficult to actually earn that stuff. So, you know, even if it's not necessarily the most fun thing on the planet, it's probably still worth playing, you know, once or twice. You would think tenure would come into play. Well, you know, that's why I'm kind of hoping that, yeah, a Blizzard employee decides to take a look at this, because obviously it's fucked up. But that's the entire thing. It is not like somebody, at least I would hope not. I'm pretty sure it was just automated. I really hope that there wasn't a Blizzard employee like, Mwahaha, I am going to ban Harldan's account because he made me look bad and said bad things about the war within. Eat shit. Like, I don't think that's how it went down. I'm pretty sure it's just an automated system. So I don't think it is anybody directly going out of their way to maliciously ban me. You know, but it does suck that stuff like this doesn't get reviewed. I don't use Twitter, so I have not tried tweeting at Blizzard. If some of you guys want to tweet at Blizzard and, you know, signal boost my situation, that would be much appreciated, but I do not have a Twitter account. So, yeah. Why did I get banned? It was a false ban. I don't fucking know. When will the updated guide be available? No, I am not going to... None of my guides ever will cost money. All of my guides will always be free, right? I do not want anybody to ever have to pay for that stuff. I subsist entirely off YouTube ad revenue and donations. So, yeah, I will never ever charge for those guides. Completely agree, Troy. Warding automation is fine, but permabanned should go through a person. Yeah, exactly. When you were testing Heart of Fear boss resets, you had a ton of level 70s deleted because you didn't want to think of names, so the test characters were all called Eliminadito, literally called deleted. Nice. Yeah, I remember seeing those characters when you were doing the testing. Get your ass to work, ain't paying you to stand around. Yeah, hey, look, a lot of people have questions. I want to make sure that these get answered before I start. We will start very shortly, though. Just wanted to make sure I thoroughly responded to everything. If you wanted to get back into WoW and you're going to level a new tune, I would say try both, but maybe Remix is a good first one, just to, like, get farming all, or get working on all this farming stuff before the 21 days are up. But definitely, if you want to get prepared for the next expansion, it's probably good to make an actual character so you can get pre-leveling gear stuff from the event. You just hit the random button, and that's how Knick Knack Koala was born. Yes. Good old Knick Knack Koala. You've heard content creators from different platforms had to use Twitter to reach any real person at these companies. Yeah. I mean, stuff like this might push me to actually make and use a Twitter account. I technically have an account that I've, like, almost never posted on. I think I replied to one Blizzard... There was one time a Blizzard dev posted a really condescending response about why they were forced to close down my Season of Discovery server. Basically calling the players on their whiners and being like, oh, you guys just don't understand how hard it is for us developers doing these population balances. We had to close your servers. Shut up. And that was the only time when I left a response on a tweet, basically being like, respectfully, That's kind of bullshit. There were a million better ways you could have handled this. The way that you did this server closure effectively completely destroyed my guild, so no. Giving snarky replies to people on Twitter is maybe not a good look as a developer in that situation. That's like the only time I've ever used my Twitter account, but usually I don't actually post anything. Twitter is such a garbage site. That is, yeah, kind of my opinion on it. Siri X became a member for 1 month. On a bright note, Harldan, member 1 month now. Awesome. I appreciate it. What happened to heirlooms with enchants? You can't trade them anymore? Yeah, so that's a known bug that I brought to Blizzard's attention. Unfortunately, they didn't find out about it until like the day before the pre-patch, so they said it'll be fixed in a future update. At the very least, they did say that they will be fixing it, so it is a rare situation where Blizzard actually listened to my feedback and said they would fix it. Almost never happens, but it can happen sometimes, so that's nice. You can understand automated permabans simply for the use on army of goddamn bots, but there should be enough flags. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Sinclair TV. Yeah, you can pull them from your collections tab. The point was about mailing enchanted heirlooms, which is broken at the moment. I miss the old days when you could actually talk to somebody on the phone. Exactly. Yeah. The support has gone down the tubes now. It is pretty unfortunate considering as they have grown as a company, their customer support has gotten worse. And, you know, there are countless explanations online as to why that happens with so many companies, and it's just unfortunate, but it is what it is. Weird fix, switch from portrait landscape to portrait again, and you got your chat back. Oh, yeah, that's interesting that it got bricked. Sometimes YouTube's new UI thing can get a little bit funky. Okay, I finally caught up on chat, so let's hop in and start the run. And early on, I'm going to try to focus on like getting the run on its feet and stuff, getting everything sorted. Let's just skip the cutscene. And we'll start the timer. I think I have Leatrix Plus and whatnot set up. And yeah, so at the start here, you just have one quest, and that is to kill shit. Okay, edit mode, fix my band, please. And we're just killing Blackrock wargs, which I'm guessing are over here. Is this person watching the stream? I find it a little bit coincidental. If so, thank you. You know, well, I do appreciate the help. You don't need to help me because, like, kind of the entire point about this is, like, fresh account runs without help. But, you know, it is appreciated regardless. Here. Did I get banned in SOD for cheating? Well, the ban is for my entire account. So, it applies to SOD too, but obviously I didn't cheat in any version of WoW, be it retail or SOD. Let's see. I think that's most of my stuff fixed there. Valve has the same problem. Their customer support is worse than Blizz. Yeah. I haven't really experienced anything with Valve, like just not really interactions that I've had. Never had to like submit a ticket or anything, but I definitely believe that. A lot of companies have those issues these days. Man, there are like barely any Blackrock spies here. Which is surprising, especially if I'm supposed to find 8 of them. There's suspiciously a lot of people leveling human monks right now. You tweeted that medieval quartering should be brought back and applied to child molesters. It got banned by Twitter. Never went back to it since it happened 2 years ago. That's a... I don't really think that's an unpopular opinion. I'm surprised that got banned. Well, I mean, hyperbolically, I could understand some people not being, like, completely on board with it, but, you know. The sentiment is pretty straightforward. Let's see. Alright, Blackrock spies over there. Permanent should not be done via an automated system. Yep. Completely agree. Not much to be done about it. Well, at least not right now, unless Blizzard decides to take a look. In the meantime, is what it is. Let's see. I should also note, one of the main reasons, this is something that nobody has asked yet. I actually kind of figured somebody would ask, not that I really mind, because I'll just explain it now. But the reason why I chose to make the band video on my second channel instead of my main one is I want to keep stuff on the main channel, like, guide-focused, you know, speedruns, guides, etc., informative stuff. Partially because that just makes it easier to, like, sort everything, but also because the algorithm can get really funky sometimes if you start, like, making different types of videos, and I don't want a ban video like that where I'm, like, asking for help to actually fuck over my YouTube channel in the process. That would just kind of double dip on making my problems worse. So by putting it on the second channel, it doesn't matter if, you know, it's up there and it, like, interferes with some of those videos, because it's like, those are kind of the bonus videos anyways. And the idea of, like, doing this type of stream is, obviously right now, one of the main ideas is to get more awareness on the fact that my account is banned, right? But then later on, this will simply serve as a regular leveling run where I'm playing on a fresh account, and I can keep this video up on my channel without it being, like, you know, a whole big thing, right? There's still going to be, like, rewatch value on it as a video later down the track, which is why I went through that method. It's just a whole, like, algorithm thingy. But drama sells. You know, I was nervous about all this, and a bunch of my friends basically said that. They were like, dude, go for it. You know, drama like this, oh, that's gonna get clicks. But, like, I'm not, like, a big fan of having to do that, which is why I waited 4 days to even make a video about this, because I basically agonized over the fact of, like, should I cover this? But at this point, like I said before, the pretty much main reason why I am trying to get this fixed as soon as possible is because of my friends in my Cataclysm Raiding Guild. Because, like, I am willing to try and avoid drama if possible, if Blizzard addresses it, like, you know, normally through official channels, but that's not going to fix the fact that my Cata Guild raids Monday, Tuesday, and if this isn't fixed soon, they're going to be missing one of their tanks, and that'll fuck them over. So, really, I'm doing all of this more so for them than myself, but yeah, drama sometimes does actually work out in your favor. But, you know. Alright, I'll do probably these quests, and then I think after these, I don't know how many more there are, but I can head to Goldshire relatively soon. I should also be using Roll pretty actively. It sells if you're in the market to sell drama. Asmongold could sell the drama for you, though. Look, if Asmongold wants a talking point, he can go for it, yeah. But, you know. That's what I told him earlier, and he didn't believe me. Yes, Musical Surgeon is one of those aforementioned friends who is telling me drama good. Look, you know, that may end up being the case, but I'm still just very nervous about stuff like this either way. If it works out in my favor, cool. Well, then at least I don't get fucked over by getting banned by Blizzard doubly so. But, like, honestly, no matter how the drama pans out, good or bad, the reality is I have so much work that I already need to do with, like, making guides for War Within. This is just one more fucking thing on my plate that I just didn't want to have to worry about. I don't want to have to deal with this shit right now, man. I just want to do my testing, I want to get my guides done, and I just want to play the fucking game. Having to deal with this bullshit, drama or not, even if it is, like, good publicity, good, you know, clickbait shit, I just don't have the fucking time for that right now. Well, I mean, I don't have a choice, right? I have to have the time for that because it's literally getting in the way of my career, because this is my job now. YouTube is literally my job. So if I can't play my main account, it really fucks me over. But yeah, I don't want to have to do this. I'm doing it because I have to. Now, if I'm going to do this, mind you, I'm going to clickbait the shit out of it, as I have done, right? Because I'm not going to half-ass it, right? But it's either all or nothing, right? I either just try to let Blizzard sort it out on their own. That's what I've done these past few days. Or I go all out and just try to get as many eyes in this as possible because I can't wait any longer, basically. Let's see. If they fix most of the current issues with the game, what would you be most looking forward to in the War Within? Rating, as always. I mean, I play this game for rating. If Mythic rating is ever in a bad spot, I'm done with retail. That's about it. At the very least, the Rhubarb Palace, for the most part, other than like one or two exceptions, looks like a relatively good raid. But, you know, who knows? There have been times when I think a raid looks really good and it ends up being really shit, so it's never easy to say with any absolute certainty. Your friends got banned for botting cheating wrongfully in SOD 4 months ago. To your friends banned, same. You had full video proof because of the stream, but they didn't care. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear about that. Had you been at your computer, this would have been a great opportunity to start a character and level up in tandem on one of your realms. I mean, you know, the nice thing about it starting at level 1 is you can always create an allied race if you really want to do that. Just reading a comment real quick. I also need to remember, I should be fine for the most part at low levels, but without heirlooms, I am very much mortal, so I won't be able to do like some of the ridiculous pulls that I normally do in my leveling runs. That being said, I did play a monk, so the last time that I did a fresh account leveling run, which was like 2 years ago or so, I did it on a rogue, which that was painful because that wasn't just the fact that it was a fresh account and I didn't have heirlooms. Outlaw Rogue is already like the worst leveling spec in the entire game. So that was fresh account on the worst spec in the game. That was extra brutal. And even then it took me like, what, 12 hours or something? So this is a fresh account run, but on pretty much the best leveling spec in the game. So hopefully that should kind of balance out a little bit. After having a ticket open for a separate thing for 7 days and demanding a manager multiple times, you're convinced it's not an auto response, but a third-party company that actually can't do anything. Yeah, it's possible. Okay, now we go to Goldshire. And there we go. That's what I ask. Of course you didn't cheat. It's Blizzard. Yeah. Aren't humans a dead race now with the racial change? The irony is that, what's it called? What is it? No Place Like Home, this thing. It's actually not bad for leveling. You know, there are multiple times where you may want to use your Hearthstone pretty frequently to get around, and you just can't. You have to min-max the usage. Now you can use your Hearthstone pretty liberally as like a minor time save within a run. So I would actually go as far as to say that the human racial change makes humans even better as a leveling option. Now, obviously, I normally do allied race runs, so they were never a consideration in the first place, but there is definitely a good chance that human is the strongest alliance leveling race at the moment, starting from level 1. And it could very well be because of the racial change. Now, I think that the human starting zone is also just really good. And of course, it's not shared with any other races. So it's not like... Actually, I think technically speaking, in retail WoW, Dwarf and Gnome have different starting zones. So most of them are separated. But... thank you. But yeah, human starting zone is very, very good. I have a bronze weak aura active. Oh, yeah, I'll let it sit there for fun. Why not? All right, so now we want to grab basically all of the quests here and just do as much as we can in this area. Carpenter's Mallet, I guess I'll equip it for the transmog. And then I'll just vendor all of this stuff. I'll keep the potion, just in case. Oh, there's another quest here. Alright. You knew it was bad, but so many people are being slapped with permas, you thought you were alone? Yeah, unfortunately, It's happening to a lot more people than it really should. It's really bad. Trying to, by the way, if I don't immediately respond, I'm trying to catch up on messages as we go, so just, bear with me for a moment. Okay, while I'm here, let's set our Hearthstone. So, set Lion's Pride in, and... I'll take the, actually, no, we'll wait until later to do that quest, and we'll go south first. Happy to catch one of your live streams. Sorry to hear about your account. Small indie company. Yeah, is what it is. Am I working on a monk to try and have a backup? Yeah, well, I mean, realistically speaking, if my account is not fixed soon, like, that's really fucking bad on Blizzard's part. So, I guess, in a sense, this is like an absolute nightmare situation, last resort, if they really just can't get it fixed in a reasonable amount of time by the War Within. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Realistically speaking, this is more so I'm just trying to showcase fresh account leveling for fun, and I figured I may as well do a monk because, yes, it is what I mostly play, but it also is pretty good for leveling. But I will say the fact that I could potentially use it as a backup isn't even really a consideration because, like, I mean, there's just no fucking way that this doesn't get fixed, right? If that happens, there are bigger problems to worry about. How do I know it was wrongful? Because I didn't cheat. It's that simple. Like, obviously, I know that you can't read my minds, right? You haven't looked over my shoulder for, like, the last year. You obviously don't know that as a viewer. How do I know that it was wrongful? Let's see. I know for a fact that I did not cheat, and the thing was for cheat programs. Really that simple. Not much else to say. Trying to bring a lighthearted subject. There's apparently a glitch where the new low-level evokers get their level 60 gear. Of course there is. That's great. Don't torpedo this channel with drama, though, if this is your bread and butter. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of why I'm hesitant about it. Oh, ram up, ram up. Oh, I got a little speed boost. Come on. Nice. Oh, I don't have my JoJo soundboard enabled. Okay, I need to fix that. Do I have it? I probably have it installed somewhere. It must just be disabled. Let's double check add-ons. Yeah, there we go. Can I see options, add-ons? It's not showing up there. Hopefully, let's see, JoJo M. I don't know if, like, the correct sounds are going to be working. Let's just hope everything is working as intended. There we go. You'd quit if you lost your main? Yeah. I mean, no matter what, I don't have that luxury because this is my job, right? So, obviously, it sucks losing all my main characters for now. That, definitely hurts. But I have bigger concerns than just potentially losing my main characters. My entire career is kind of on the line here, so I'm obviously going to do my best to work with what I've got in the meantime until this gets fixed, but it's still very scary. See, I think... Yeah, I should just kind of double back that way. When I finish getting all this stuff, I'm ready to turn all this in. Let's talk to Blizz and crowdsource ban appeals, not just for you, but for everybody. Given how bad it is, I wouldn't be surprised if that's their next step. Can't remember the last time you only had 16 bag slots. I know, right? It's crazy. My rogue hatred hurts. For leveling, it's justified. You would not reward Blizzard with more sub and game purchase money after playing one account for almost 2 decades? Yeah. I mean, just to repeat, I get where you guys are coming from, but obviously, same thing that I said before, I simply do not have that luxury, right? I am not in a position where I can, like, take the moral high ground and be like, I'm not going to, like, continue this, if I don't continue finishing my guides, I don't fucking eat, right? Obviously, that's a little bit hyperbolic, but you get the point. It's my job. I don't really have a say in the matter. Doesn't really work like that for me. So it's a little bit of a different situation. What server am I on? I am on Zul'jin. Obviously, Alliance on Zul'jin. But, you know, most stuff is cross-faction now. My guild is on Horde, but, like, you know, it's all cross-faction now anyway. This video was highly requested, it seems, so here you can show how a fresh account would do it. No bags, looms, gold, etc. Yeah, that's kind of the point. That's why, like, this works out really well as, like, a way to get awareness about this on the main channel, because, as I said before, even if I end up getting my account fixed, which, you know, let me rephrase that, when my account hopefully gets fixed, I obviously don't want to keep all, like, the I've been banned stuff up there, right? But that way I can, like, rebrand this into just fresh account leveling stream. And, of course, people are going to click on it and be like, wait, what's all this about a ban in the first, like, hour or so? But there will still be an entire leveling run alongside it that they can watch and enjoy, you know, for its own reasons, right? So that's kind of the logic behind doing it the way that I've done it. Let's see. You can sell it for transmog now, don't need to equip. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot that they added that. Good point. That's what a cheater would say. Yeah. I know you're joking, but let's see. So okay, to be clear, by the way, I already answered this at the start. There is, I know people are going to say, did you potentially have XYZ program open? No, absolutely not. We've already gone over this earlier, but just to be clear, I have multiple accounts that I play. I have been actively playing multiple accounts. If there was actually any program whatsoever that was on my computer, all of my accounts would be banned. It would not just be one of them. So that is just blanket, you know, shuts down that argument completely. You know, I won't entertain that. It's just a flat out no. No, there is absolutely nothing that is running on my computer that could have triggered it. It is just a false ban. It's that simple. Not talking about this run, but depending on the time it takes Blizz, he'll need tunes for his raiding guild. Yeah, I mean, obviously, worst case scenario, I could level up characters, especially with the new expansion right around the corner. But again, I don't even want to entertain that thought because it should never come to that. It should never reach a point where, like, I now suddenly need to re-level characters because Blizz can't fix their shit, right? That's not something I even want to consider. Wonder what happens to our starter accounts, level 20 Twinks, when they convert out of Remix? I'm not sure, actually, yeah. I don't really know. Alright, so I can go over here and turn in that quest, and then we can hearth to Goldshire. They can ban for many reasons. You're just curious what they claimed. Yeah, the claimed reason, which again is bullshit, is unauthorized cheat programs. But that is the stated reason on there. First time tuning into a stream, always watch their long vids. Hopefully you get your account back soon. I appreciate that. I missed a... Brad Hill said, just happened to me. Sadly, I don't record all my gameplay. Would love to know how everybody goes about getting unbanned. Yeah, I just read your comments on the second channel, Brad Hill. That definitely sucks, and unfortunately, there really is no good way to go about getting unbanned. This is my last-ditch effort at getting unbanned because my appeal has been completely ignored. So, yeah, it just sucks. That's really all there is to it. It sucks. It's a shitty situation. At least I have this at level 8. That's nice. And slight upgrades there. Alright, and we can turn all this stuff in. Is that Ron May? Yes! This is Ron May. Yeah, that's the character name. And yes, it is a Honkai Star Rail reference. I really like Honkai Star Rail. I've definitely talked about that before, but yeah. Let's see how I want to go about this. Let's do Crystal Kelp Fronds. Let's do these quests, so then we can hearth back to Goldshire and continue the rest. See, actually, you can just see right now how the new human racial really opens up a lot of routing in this zone. It would be even faster if I had like gun shoes and stuff. But I can just like take direct straight lines out to complete quests. And the moment I'm done with this, I can just hearth back to Goldshire, turn it in, and then move on to the next one. So that is actually a really, really big help. Let's see. And yeah, I apologize if I can't read your message. I'm trying to read every single one, but some of them just may get lost. Obviously, you know, big stream, lots of people. This happened to a few rank 1 PvPers. It's a big mess up. They'll probably be stripped of their titles now over a wrongful ban. You don't know how Blizzard's going to fix this? Yeah. It's definitely fucked up. I mean, obviously, I can't speak for other people, but I obviously know that my ban is wrong, so if they got mine wrong, I wouldn't be surprised if they fucked it up with other people, too. You'd lose your shit? Yeah, I mean, it's scary, absolutely. I'm not going to pretend that it's not. It absolutely is fucking terrifying. But, I mean, I'm trying to stay as calm as possible because, you know, the nice thing is, I know for a fact that I'm innocent, right? So, I know that when they eventually get around to it, or, well, you would hope, right? Unless some catastrophic thing where they just colossally fuck up. But I at least know I have done absolutely nothing wrong. And that if an actual human who understands this shit takes a look at it, my account should be fixed. So that is like kind of the one thing keeping me going here. But yeah, it's fucking scary. It really is. Absolutely. You just got the notification. You're so sorry for the BS they're putting you through. You had your account stolen back in TBC, and the thief got it banned, and you had to deal with Blizzard twice via the phone. Hey, at least you could call them on the phone back then. Obviously, that sucks, right? But you can't even do that now. You just fucking sit in ticket hell and just get non-stop automated bot responses. It's awful. So, yeah, it's not a good time. I guess I kind of need to use food. I feel like I'm playing Classic. God damn. But I have no real way. I could use Vivify, actually. Yeah, it restores enough health. And okay, yeah, the energy cost is like fucking nothing. Never mind. We just Vivify. I mean, okay. Just gonna... Yeah. I will just say, certain comments... You know the type, like the just rude comments, extremely disrespectful comments. I'm kind of just at a zero tolerance policy right now. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm in the greatest mood at the moment. So I just have literally zero tolerance policy for bullshit right now. So fuck around and find out. I'm not going to, like, sit here and entertain that shit. You say stupid shit, you get immediately banned. Ironic, I know, but, like, you know, nobody has a right to say mean shit to me in my own stream. It's a little bit different. Stupid shit. Yeah. I know people are gonna joke about that, but yes, you know, obviously, I do mean that, you know, please. And unfortunately, the reality is, most of the people saying shit like that are not necessarily the people who would be deterred by me saying that. I'm just blanket warning right now. I am not in the fucking mood to deal with random hate comments right now. So, yeah. It's, basically, I am not pressing the timeout button at all this stream. I'm going straight for the fucking jugular. Don't fucking test me, please. I think there's a rare that can spawn back here. Thomas Stenhug said, thank you for all the guides, made leveling fun. I'm glad to hear it. Is there a certain time during the stream where you discuss what happened? Go, yeah, right back at the start. Very early on, right at the start of the stream, I discuss it. Okay, I think... Yo. Are there 2 streams going? You haven't seen random hate comments? Depends. No, there's not 2 streams going. Some of them I will delete immediately, so you may not actually catch it. But admittedly, like I said, my bar is pretty fucking low today. So anything that is even like pretty rude that is like directly said to kind of like incite me, even if it isn't just like a deliberate go fuck yourself type thing. I'm just not, I should hearth here, not entertaining that right now. Let's see. Instead of rehashing what you said before, should you just rewind screen? Yeah, just go back straight to the start. You'll be able to see it. Right, yeah, because it's I don't have a guild, the cooldown will be a little bit higher. That should be fine though. Somebody watching from my retail guild, if you could invite me to the guilds, that would actually be a huge help. Because that way, at the very least, I could get like the reduced hearth thing. Because that, you know, that has nothing to do with like fresh account or not. What's the biggest issue with the War Within? Yeah, exactly what Corey Austin said. It would be easier to list what isn't wrong with it right now. It has a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Let's see. Also, people in chat, by the way, because I want to try and get through like actual questions. If you see people saying, why were you banned? Can you just like give them the Spark Notes? Because I don't want to repeat myself for the rest of the stream. Just give them like a one-line explanation on what it is so I don't have to be a broken record all stream. But let me scroll back up and catch the messages that I missed. Let's see. Are there many false positive bans to the anti-cheat software? I mean, obviously I don't have the exact numbers, but clearly there is, right? Like, I don't have the numbers in front of me of exactly how many false positive bans there are, but I am a false positive ban. Obviously, I know that for a fact. You guys have to take my word for it, but I know that for a fact. And there are so many other people who have reported similar situations to mine, and obviously I'm taking them at their word, given what's currently happening to me. So it does seem like there are quite a lot of false positive bans, yes. But again, I do not have the exact numbers. You got a duplicate of what Harldan got, cheating, hacking, never in your life? Yeah, it sucks. Am I mainly a Horde character player because your guild is, or just for shits and giggles? I mean, I was mainly Horde for many years because obviously things did not used to be cross-faction, right? Everything used to be like all on the same faction, etc. And back in the day, you effectively had to be one faction if you were raiding. So I always played on Horde because all of my friends and characters and etc. was already on Horde. And then in BFA, I kind of made Alliance characters for the first time. I technically played a few Alliance characters when I was really little, like in original Classic and TBC, when I was like 5 or 6 years old. But the first time I actually played Alliance for real was back then during the BFA days to kind of see what the other side was like with all the campaign stuff. And then the main time when I really began playing Alliance about as much as Horde is when I started making leveling guides. Because very, very, very long time ago, so you probably won't even remember this unless you were around for the early days of the channel, my first ever leveling guide was effectively Horde only. The one that I made, it was literally the second video I ever made on my channel. My first ever video on this channel was my world record speedrun at the time. And then just for fun, because, you know, again, YouTube, it was never meant to be a career. I just kind of stumbled into it. Just for fun, I made a leveling guide. And I only played Horde back then, so I made a leveling guide based on my world record speedrun. And I talked about all the Horde stuff, and I said, here are some, like, suggestions for Alliance players, because I don't play it. But based on what I've heard by talking to other people who do speed leveling on Alliance, this is what I think could be fast. And then a lot of people basically asked me, like, hey, could you try making an Alliance speed leveling guide? And then when I started actually trying to do YouTube videos, I made more Alliance characters, I practiced all the zones, I developed a route, and then pretty much since the end of Shadowlands up until now, I have been actively playing characters on both factions, like, pretty much equally. For the past, like, 2 patches, my main characters were actually Alliance races because everything is cross-faction now. So. Why am I not using roll? Force of habit, I guess. Normally, you don't really need to do it a ton, but I probably should be using roll. I mean, admittedly, this is not meant to be like a super hyper min-max speedrun. So I'm not like ultra concerned with shaving off every last potential second. Like, obviously here using roll is good, but it's not the end of the world if I lose like 1 or 2 seconds. I would rather take a bit more time to read chat and answer questions than focus on shaving off a few seconds in a not super serious run like this. How many got banned in this last week? I don't know exact numbers, unfortunately. You'd probably quit because so much in transmogs and stuff? Yeah. I mean, it's only my main account that got banned, so I have 4 accounts, only the main one got banned, and including, like, starter accounts and stuff, which those I'm not including in the 4, but those are all completely untouched. I'm playing one of them now. If you missed it earlier, this is actually the account that I used for the sub-30-minute mop remix run. So, this account is untouched. Is that an orc? Oh, he's using the transmorpher thing. I was very confused there. It might take a minute for you to get to this, but just in case it needs saying, you have me along with many others support. Your guides are the entire reason your alt army exists. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do really appreciate all of the support from people. It definitely means a lot. It's heartwarming to see that because, yeah, it's a scary situation to be in. So the fact that a lot of people believe me and are supporting me through this, that is really, really, really nice to know. So I appreciate that. Okay, run over there. The amount of smooth brains on Reddit who believe bans are never wrong is insane. Yeah, it is what it is. Customer service had you on hold for over 10 hours over 2 days because GMs weren't addressing your tickets. Yeah, that sucks. Blizz bans can often be wrong, but the amount of stuff you'd lose at Blizz ban to your account, yeah. It's... I mean, I've lost a lot of stuff. It is very fucking scary. If there's a live stream new video, any kind of content you put out, your eyes are on it. You provide something extremely rare in the WoW community. Useful information outside of talent builds. I appreciate that. Yeah, I try to do that, but I'm glad that you agree with that. Because, you know, it can be really hard sometimes to kind of evaluate your own content. And a lot of times, I cannot count the amount of times that I have been sitting there second-guessing whether I should even post a video that I have 90% finished just because I'm like, oh, this is garbage. Like, this sucks. And then I'm just like, fuck it. I'll put it out anyway. And then a lot of people really like it and say that it's really helpful, etc. So it is really reassuring to hear stuff like that, so I appreciate it. So far, you're still thinking Exile's Reach is faster. Keep in mind, Cadus, this is about as fast, give or take, as Exile's Reach so far, which on average takes about 30 minutes. And this is fresh account, no heirlooms, no consumables, no 10% XP pot, no gun shoes, Radnax gems, anything like that. And all of that stuff would speed up this process way more than Exile's Reach, because there's way more just raw traveling time involved in Elwyn Forest than there is in Exile's Reach. So actually, my opinion after doing this is the exact opposite. I am actually very impressed by how fast this feels, even without any consumables whatsoever. And I have a feeling that if I were to do this super optimized, with all of those consumables, this has the potential to be like twice as fast as Exile's Reach. Like on a really fleshed out account. And I actually might try that at some point because I did not expect it to feel this good. You're so tired of Exile's Reach? Yeah. I mean, that's the main reason I wanted to try this in the first place, but the thing about Exile's Reach is Exile's Reach, it's like, it is streamlined, but there is a lot of really slow roleplay stuff within Exile's Reach that can waste time. And the other thing is, depending on your class, certain sections can be faster or slower. So I would say that on average, Exile's Reach is going to be faster than the standard starting zones, but I think some of the most streamlined starter zones will actually be faster than Exile's Reach. Another thing to consider is travel time, right? And humans have it really good because Elwyn Forest is actually just one of the best leveling zones in Kata revamp zones, like period, right? It's actually used in my leveling route from 10 to 15. So the fact that you can go straight into a really good 10 to 15 zone early on, what this means is that we'll have more time from 10 to 20 to do TBC Chromie time dungeons, which overall will just make the route feel a lot cleaner. And that way, we're effectively jumping into the meat of the Chromie time run faster than if we were to do Exile's Reach and then finally start it at level 10. That's at least the theory behind it. But like here, if this was an actual speedrun with all the fancy bells and whistles, I would pop Gunshoes, and I'd be over by that quest giver like 2 seconds from right now. Whereas I have to walk like another 20 seconds to actually get there in here, and even then, it's still pretty good. I also need 2 more Forest Bears before I turn this in. So let's try to do that. I'll turn in this quest while I'm going through. What I'm going to do is swing by here. There's a few rare mobs that you could potentially find over there. That's another thing. I'm obviously leveling on live servers at like prime time on the weekends. So the odds of me finding any rare mobs is pretty low. But another really big advantage of Elwynn Forest is that it has fantastic rare mob density in a lot of the main areas that you quest. So in like an actual speedrun, that's a big advantage. You wouldn't have known because you were taking a break from the game, but you got an email about hate speech and receiving a ban? What? Yeah, that's so weird. Am I using an Intel 13th or 14th gen CPU? I don't know. I don't really know anything about that. But again, it definitely has nothing to do with that because then all of my accounts would be banned. So it is just a false ban. Right? There is nothing that like falsely flagged it on my computer. Again, I have multiple accounts. Only one of them is banned. If it was actually something on my computer, all of them would have been flagged because I play all of them regularly. Where's the hashtag free Harldan at? Look, if you want to make hashtag free Harldan a thing, by all means. In terms of getting a new account set up, you probably do the normal leveling rather than Exile's Reach due to the transmog and quest completion. Yeah, that's actually another way to look at it. That wasn't really what I was thinking about, but it is a good point. There are a lot of people leveling here right now. I did not expect Elwynn Forest to be this crowded. I suppose it is in my guide, so can't be too surprised. But damn, leave some bears for me, please. Are there any chests? Sometimes they spawn over there. There's also, I think, a Murloc rare. Memory's fuzzy. You didn't get that account back for years. You made a second account, which is your main account to this day, but eventually Blizzard gave you your original account and you attached it to your current one. Yeah. It's good that you got it back eventually, but, you know, it's unfortunate that it's such a difficult process to go through. Okay, I need to kill boars. I guess we'll swing by the northern forest and try to find bears. I don't remember bears being so difficult to find. They've been, like, hunted to its extinction here. It's fucking wild. You hadn't thought about the Hearthstone refresh in terms of speedrunning? Yeah, it's really nice. If this was targeted at you, at least you can say you're recognizable enough to get mass reported by randos. Yeah. I mean, while that is, like, a fun thing to say, I don't think that's actually what happened. But, you know, I think it's more just kind of unlucky is what it is, more than anything. So sorry that happened to you. You've never been banned, but you've had friends that got wrongfully banned and they cried and never recovered their accounts. Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough. Let's Vivify here. The fact that Blizzard is making more money and is bigger, yet their customer service is worse, is laughable. Yeah, it is. I would say disgraceful is more so the word I would use. But yeah, I know what you're saying. It is definitely really fucked. I don't know how difficult this fight's going to be. But push comes to shove, I could do the old classic hardcore kite strats. Jump over a fence. This ain't my first rodeo. Kind of funny how some classic hardcore strats are still applicable to retail WoW. Every now and then you have to bust out the tech. Usually I can just face tank everything on a regular account, but this is the kind of situation where actually having actively played classic kind of pays dividends for this type of combat, where it's like kind of grindy and you don't just one-tap everything with like elemental force enchants. This is what we get when Blizzard fires all the GMs and outsources customer service to a third-party company. Yep. Thank you for all the guides. I read that already. All right. I finally caught up to, I briefly caught up to the start of chat and read a few comments. Wow, there are a lot of messages. I'm gonna try really hard to read everything, but there's a lot of messages in chat. So just bear with me. I hate that they removed buffs from heirlooms, just make the rest of the XP longer. Yeah. Let's see. The fact that you're thinking of resubbing for the MOP FOMO, blah. Yeah, I feel that. You're always on edge watching Harldan stream WoW because it makes you want to renew your sub. Yeah. That's the unfortunate part about doing this, honestly. Quite honestly, the last thing that I want to do right now is give free advertising to Blizzard, but, you know. Hey. That's what it is. Which is kind of makes it all the more surprising that they're just willing to fuck me over like this, but okay. Let's see. Boss fan, I've just seen the link at the top of the comment that lets us know. Yeah, that video will cover everything. That's why I pinned it. So definitely check that out if you want the TLDR. Gotten into chat, but have you heard anything since your announcement? No. No. If I hear anything, you guys will be the first to know. One of my friends from high school actually reached out to me and just said, saw your ping, it sucks, because he was in my Discord. So, yeah. Definitely a pretty fucking shitty situation, but let's hope we can get it resolved. Okay, I actually don't have room for that. Toss that, throw it here, and I think I just need to get to a vendor soon. Just chuck that. I saw a bear in this general area. There we go, it's still up. I wonder if there's a correlation between your account and the other accounts that got flagged. I don't think it has anything to do with the number of characters leveled, because the irony there is I've actually leveled more characters on the account that I'm currently playing than on the account that got banned. So, no, I do not think that has anything to do with it. It's a good idea, but no, that one would not hold up. Curious to know if DK's Acaris starting zone is more efficient than Tutorial Island after the scaling changes. Oh, Acaris sucks. Acaris is awful now. That whole original DK starting zone is a scaling nightmare. Apparently stuff just like one-shots you now. It's bad. It was never a very efficient questing experience to begin with. There's like the whole roleplay thing at the end that you have to wait 5 minutes just for it to start. So, yeah, it was never great, but it's apparently very bad now, on top of everything else. Just responding to a message. But, yeah. Wrongfully, if you have multiple accounts attached to your same email address achievements, you can still use them. I mean, yeah, but that doesn't solve my problem. Technically speaking, if I really wanted to, for whatever reason, my starter account with my level 20 priest, despite being attached to my main account, actually was not touched. So, if you are correct that if I really wanted to, I could, like, buy World of Warcraft again on that starter account with the priest and keep playing there, and I would keep all my mounts, etc. But that doesn't get my characters back, and either way, it's fucking bullshit. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to pay Blizzard extra money to get fucked in the ass when they're the ones who are screwing me over. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. But like, technically speaking, that is a option, or an option. Like, yeah, I'm not going to do that, obviously. But yeah, you could. If obviously the only thing that you cared about is your mounts and your pets and none of your characters. But I do care about my characters, so, you know. Shit. What's like the cheapest thing that I can delete? Fortified bracers. Nice. Alright. Minor upgrade there. And I should be able to hearth after this. Do I give my followers a nickname? No. Not something I've ever done. They banned your main account because you were using VDI for work. I don't know what VDI is. Are raids awakened through the end of the expansion? Yes. Okay, that's a small upgrade. Finally have room. Sure, we'll wear the linen shirt. Important, the Skull Taker quest in Gorgon is broken right now. Yeah, I saw somebody mention that in Discord. That definitely sucks. Feature unlocked ground mounts. Do I have to speak to the riding trainer? If so, I guess it's good that I'm literally right there. No, didn't they make that free? I'm pretty sure they made that free. I mean, technically speaking, I should be able to get these mounts anyway. But at this point, I should have dragon riding. And I am going to use the Algerian Storm Rider. I'm not going to be like, oh, I don't have access to a dragon riding mount. Like, I mean, if you literally just have any flying mount, which you do get for free, right? You technically get that, so... You know, I'm not going to mail anything over, but I am going to at least use dragon riding. Fortunately, does this have... I do get Whirling Surge. Okay, cool. So I actually don't even need to use my Hearthstone at this point, because I can just fly to, Technically, it might be faster to use Hearth. Oh well. The amount of people saying they have to put their ticket in to the billing department to get transferred to a person says a lot. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Alright, where's this quest turned in? Oh, yeah, there's another one over here. Okay, I can go turn that in after the fact. We'll go enable Chromie time. And take the flight path, whatever. Reddit loves to follow the trend. If your post starts with positive responses, it'll continue to have it. If it gets negativity, it'll get dogpiled. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. If you were to make a post, he would benefit from telling his community to help jump on it before the trolls dig in their heels. Yeah, I right now, that's not something I particularly want to do, but, you know. I don't necessarily disagree with your opinion. I'm just, like, hesitant to do that, because Reddit is, not necessarily the most reliable thing in the planet. Just watch the band video, that sucks. Yeah, it is pretty shitty. Let's just swap that there. Okay, I think I got all that stuff. And now we just need to go talk to Chromie. Okay. What quest is that again? Oh yeah, that's just the heroes board. So we want to do TBC and select timeline. We'll do portal to Outland. And unfortunately, my gear is like kind of shit right now, but such is life. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I could still tank like decently well, just by nature of being a brewmaster, but let's get to level 11 before I do any of that, because without Keg Smash, it's going to be really tough. So I will actually keep lesser healing potions. That could actually help. And let's go ahead and use one of our Hearth charges. On the subject of Exile's Reach, back at 37 minutes. Hi, Future World. What I hate about the zone is how childish the entire experience feels. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if any of the Beacon of Nature teleports get you to a good quest zone. That's an interesting idea, yeah. Let's pick Brewmaster for now. Later on, I'll probably go with Windwalker, but for now, I think this is going to be better overall. There we go. And then we'll fly down here, do the other quests. We'll do the Hogger quests. What is the best density for a starter zone for Horde? It's really hard to say. I don't really know if there's any great ones. I would say that the Undead and Orc starting zones are probably, like, decent. They're not on the level of the human starting zone, though. It's tough to say. I think the main advantages of, like, the Horde starting zone is... The Horde starting zones, right, is for... Orc, you basically... let's check for rares and chests real quick, because this area a lot of times has them. No, nothing. Orc, you start fairly close to Orgrimmar, so you can go over there and turn on Chromie Time the moment it's available, like we did here for Human. And for Undead, you're really close to Silverpine Forest, so that lowers the amount of travel time that you need to do. So overall, that's like a slight benefit. But... oh, shit. That's what I meant to do. See. Yeah, so I would say probably Undead or Orc, but it's a little bit tough to say. Have any other WoW community people had similar bans? I believe a few actually have. Yeah, I got a few comments basically saying, like, this has happened to other people. I won't name them because I don't know if they want to be named, but a few people in my comments did tell me that this is, like, not an isolated incident. Other people have had a similar thing happen to them, so... At the very least, I'm not alone in having this happen, but, you know... Still sucks. I wish I always forget my key bindings initially, and then I have to remake them later. Oh, I need to take Keg Smash. Alright, it didn't put Keg Smash on my bars? Alright, that's weird. Okay, Spellbook. A Rising Sun Kick. Paralysis. Keg Smash. Alright. I believe that I have all of the tools, all the main tools that I need to tank dungeons now, but I'm just going to do these two quests really quick, because in theory, that should give me, like, a good amount of, like, green gear that could help me out. That should finish him. Then I just need 1 or 2 more nulls. Yeah, this already is starting to feel a lot smoother. I really need Tiger's Lust. That's at level 12. Let's see. If you think Elwyn is crowded, you should see Silverpine right now in Area 52. Earlier on your new druid, you did an entire skywriting drive-by just to get all the rares before everyone else. Damn. I guess that's nice to hear, though. Probably means the leveling guide's doing well. Let's go ahead and turn in this stuff. I'm not going to level in Westfall, but I may as well turn in the breadcrumb quests. Alright. And yeah, it takes a second to load in. So that is 2 agility. Okay, at least now I have boots with actual stats on them. So that's nice. It's so hard when you're passing through a tree. You never know if you're going to hit a branch. Oh, that has only intellect. Alright, well that's bad then. So I guess I take the chess piece. Now, level 12, I get Tiger's Lust. And I guess it just doesn't put stuff... Oh, it does put stuff in your bars. It just... Yeah, you have to do it that way. Alright, I should have everything that I need to start doing TBC dungeons. So, Random Burning Crusade dungeon, Q as a tank. And hopefully that should be a really fast Q. Okay, yeah. Yep! There we go. That is good. And now I should be able to start getting, I should be able to get gear from the bags that you get. And those blue bags that you get from the end of dungeons should help me out a lot. I'm slowly remembering where I put all my key bindings. Yeah, because when I get Breath of Fire, it'll be on 4. That's what I put there. Oh, shit. Yeah, my initial snap threat as a result is going to be really bad. And let's just Todd 1, just to get it out there. I'm definitely very squishy. But as long as I play smart, should be fine. Okay, I'm going to, at this point, I can't keep up actively with the chat. Especially now that we're getting to dungeons where I'll need to focus a little bit. So what I'll be doing is I'm going to just read, like, the most recent messages. If you sent a message earlier that I did not get around to reading, just resend it. And I will read it. But the issue is it's very hard when I'm, like, in the middle of a run to, like, scroll through chat and try to catch all the messages. It's a lot easier if I just glance at chat, read the first comment that catches my eye, then respond to that. You sunk 750 hours into your second account, and it got banned because you were leveling to 70 using time walking, and took the Dungeon Deserter penalty. You did that a few times, you got permabanned. Yeah. I mean, in that case, I don't think it's necessarily what you did, just people maybe reported you for doing that, because I think a lot of this boils down to people reporting you, and the game flagging your account without actually checking if you were doing anything that is bannable. Because people can report you for literally anything, doesn't mean it's actually bannable against the terms of service, etc. But that's the unfortunate reality of it. Right. My camera was zoomed in a little bit. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, let's just kite back a little bit. The thing is, even without heirlooms, look at my Brewmaster damage. Like, Brewmaster's still kind of crank. Even without all the heirlooms and fancy stuff. That's just low-level monk scaling. It's just good. Alright, let's... The more gear I get from dungeons, the better it should feel. Because even though I have, like, alright gear at the moment, a lot of it is, like, the starter Elwyn Forest gear, which only has, like, primary stat on it, and does not scale well at all. So anything from these dungeons will be a massive benefit. That's a one-handed sword. Not great, admittedly. Especially because I don't have another one to use with it. Right. Now, obviously, if I was on my Guardian Druid, or hell, even if I was on my Brewmaster Monk with, like, full heirlooms, I could just chain pull the entire instance and solo it. But I definitely can't do that here, but it's still pretty fast. My accounts are not linked, but that wouldn't change anything because my starter account, the one with the level 20 Panda Priest that I used in a lot of my videos, that account actually is linked to the account that got banned, and that one is not touched. I can still log into my level 20 Twink Priest, which is amusing. I'm surprised that they are not both banned, but I guess that's just not how that works, so I don't know. But apparently, even if the accounts are linked, it has nothing to do with it. Exile's Reach is slower than old 1 to 10 zones. It depends on the 1 to 10 zone. It's a case-by-case basis. Now, I don't know exactly which ones are slower. I generally don't put a ton of time into testing 1 to 10, because levels 1 to 10, it's such a trivial part of the, like, the leveling experience, and the reality of leveling, in most cases, is a lot of experienced players are just going to level with allied races, and a lot of new players who don't have allied races should probably be leveling in Exile's Reach anyway, because even if it's not, like, the best tutorial zone ever made, it does have some good tutorial elements, so it's going to teach you more about the game than leveling in, like, a regular zone. So I would rather, for the purposes of my guides, I always recommend Exile's Reach for new players, because the reality here is, like, while this may be slightly faster in a perfectly optimized speedrun, it's not going to be faster for a brand new player that doesn't know what they're doing. Because Exile's Reach is completely on rails. There really aren't that many ways to speed it up. I don't know if Azaro is still watching. Of course, he'll say, well, there are some time saves. And yes, you can speedrun Exile's Reach. There are some ways to save time. But for the most part, it is much more linear compared to just, like, general WoW questing. And for a new player, it's going to be much harder for them to get a bad time in Exile's Reach than leveling in Elwynn Forest, where it would be very easy for them to get lost and just not really know where to go next. Obviously, I know those quests inside and out, so it was pretty easy for me to put together, like, a relatively efficient path through the zone and have a pretty good time leveling there, but, you know, it's going to be different for everybody. So, I would say that Elwynn Forest, when done super optimally, is probably faster. But, you know, it not exactly applicable to everybody. Alright. And then this should pop open. Let's go with Shuffle next. Always takes a while. There we go. Alright, teleport out. I wish you the best. Your main account that had an OG corrupted Ashbringer got banned years ago with a similar report. You've appealed the ban dozens of times. Yeah, that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, yeah, it happens to a lot of people. Does anyone else not like the new spellbook, or is it just you? The main thing I dislike about the new spellbook is, like, the fact that it's just on it's on the talent pane now. Like, why? I don't really get that. It feels unnecessary. But yeah. You're definitely not the only person who, generally speaking, dislikes the new spellbook. I'm not, like, the biggest fan of it. I don't, like, hate it, but I think it's, like, kind of eh. Okay, that is, yeah, very slight upgrade. Got shoulders. That's nice. And, alright. Let's see. Just saying, you're better than me. If what happened to you, you'd probably just walk away from WoW since you have only one account. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am very angry about the entire situation. But quite frankly, I don't have that luxury. Like, it's not a matter of, like, you know, I don't want to say that I'm better or something because I'm, like, still playing. I mean, I like WoW, obviously, I want to get the ban overturned so that I can continue playing the fucking game, because I do like this game for all its flaws. But, I mean, the main thing, it's my job, right? So, it's not a case of, like, wanting to play or not wanting to play. It's my job. I have guides to finish. I can't just let a stupid false ban get in the way of that. I'm going to finish my guides one way or another. Just wait until you reach level 30. Scaling can be really annoying. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I'd imagine that at higher levels, it's going to kick me in the teeth. One thing that is kind of nice, though, is because of the questing gear changes, this is going to feel significantly better now than it would have, like, a month ago or something. Do you think it's real-world money boost traders that targeted you? No, I think that's a little tinfoil hatty. I don't think... To be clear, I don't think that anybody, like, conspired to target mass report me. If anything, I think it's just a simple matter of I was farming in a spot that other people wanted to farm, and they decided to mass report me. I think it's really just that simple. If it is that, and it's not just some, like, I don't know, Blizzard just completely fucked up. That is the most logical explanation that I can actually see being the case. But I do not think that there's any, like, big conspiracy or anything like that, no. Bogspine Knuckles. I mean, I guess. That's, that plus the other thing is technically better. That's cloth. Hashtag free Harldan, thank you. And hello, thank you for stopping by the stream, Bracker J. It would hurt you to walk away. You have like 16 max tunes. Yeah. Well, my main account actually has the maximum amount of characters. I can't even really level new characters there anyways unless I delete them. So, yeah. That guy's got that one. It was Big Pharma trying to silence you. Oh, God. NJRY is right. Right as I was reading that, it got bumped down. NJRY is right. You just popped to watch Erosium's video. I linked it in your community note. He describes how he got his appealed. Okay, cool. Yeah, if it is like a similar situation, then it would definitely be good to hear. I remember hearing about that because I think Archvalder made a video about it. And, like, I didn't closely follow it, but I saw Archvalder's video and I knew that it was a thing that was happening. But, again, I didn't really follow through to see if it got resolved or not. But if it did get resolved, that's definitely good to hear. Gives me a little bit of hope. Yeah, he definitely makes some, like, gold guides or something, so I guess slightly similar. Let's see. You wonder if Drakthir getting more classes will shake up the race meta in Mythic Plus? I doubt it. Well, if Dwarf doesn't get nerfed, I doubt it. Also, they really haven't set any concrete plans on when Drakthir is getting more classes, or which classes they're getting. So, hard to really say at the moment. Rising Sunkick definitely hits like a truck at these low levels. Unspent Talent Points, Spirit of the Ox. It's pretty nice. Oh, Siri X donated $5. Sorry, I missed that until now. Oh, I see. So basically, the thing that you donated was the exact comment that I was just reading. All right. I appreciate you donating $5, and that way, luckily I did actually catch the message before you donated, but that's good. I would have caught it either way. I appreciate that. Let's see. Anything I noticed about starting a new account? I don't know what you mean about noticed, per se. About the quest gear change, you've seen the item level changes in your bags. They'll go up when you level. 1 minute, you'll have the best gear on that you have. 1 ding later, you got like 3 pieces. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that, Allwalker. If you could elaborate. I'm gonna wait for that guy to get the quest NPC. I should get credit from here still. Yeah, okay, I get credit, cool. And then we can get a little roll boost. Oh, right, without shadowboxing treads, that's still a single target ability. I always forget. I guess at this point, it probably is just spamming Spinning Crane Kick as the best option. Obviously, you know, Keg Smash when it's up. It really sucks not having Breath of Fire earlier. The fact that Breath of Fire is like midway in the tree is really weird when it's like a core Brewmaster spell. Some of the Brewmaster talent layout things have bugged me pretty much ever since Dragonflight. The layout is just very strange. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And they haven't really fixed a lot of it in War Within. And that guy's going for the Sanguine Hibiscus. Oh, man. Sometimes if people are really good at sniping it, it can, unfortunately, make it difficult. Especially if you're the tank and you have to be the one to get in combat. My quest tracker's not working. I need 2 more. Okay. Go, go, go. There's one over here. Alright. 1 more I should be able to get from somewhere. I want to say there's like 1 in the final boss room. Yeah, there's 1 at the end over there. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and grab it just to be safe. Okay. Got that. Nice. Then teleport out, teleport back in. Banned, you just got New Game Plus. I do like, I've seen some pretty funny comments. Oh, did I auto-accept that roll queue? I think the settings that I have from the sub 30 speedrun caused me to auto-accept. One of my favorite comments is somebody wrote on the YouTube post something like, "Damn, what kind of gaming chair do you have?" That made me chuckle, I won't lie. Let's see. For now, let's keep doing stuff in the open worlds. Jade Walk's pretty good. Defenestration Station said, "I've heard of players buying gold and sending it to people they don't like so that the recipients of the gold is banned." Well, that has never happened to me, so... I think I would know if I got, like, random gold in the mail and went, "Ooh, I wonder what this is." Like, yeah, that would be pretty stupid of me. But I get your point. I don't know what you're trying to say. I have also heard rumors of that happening. I don't know if it's like an actual thing, but I would believe it. I definitely see that being like a thing that exists. You think final boss drops one for me? Yeah, I thought so too, but I wasn't entirely sure. Yeah, it looks like it did. So I just wanted to be extra super certain that I got it. Anything that I can use here? Not really. We got a cloak, which that was a pretty big upgrade. Forgot to re-queue. There is a chance that we hit escape from Durnhold at this stage. So, cross your fingers.
Help you find something?
Let's just vendor everything. Being positive, it might just be a bug, like the 2 meta achievements, everything's fucked up. Well, I mean, it's not a bug. My account is banned. So So that is not a bug. Now, as for how they got it wrong, I don't know. But they did get it wrong, obviously. But it's definitely not a bug that I can't access my account. If that's what you meant. So, Goose is saying, Erosium's ban got overturned by the end of the first week, so 4 to 5 days banned. Well, I'm on day 4 right now, so... Oh, that guy Tiger's lusted me. Huh. Right as I Tiger's lusted myself. Interesting. Your message got cut in half. Quest gear rewards have been changing item levels while you level up. Really? That is so strange. Nice. This guy's like pocket Tiger's lusting me. That's sick. I've actually never had somebody do that for me in a dungeon run. It's rare that you get somebody who's like this on point with like speeding things up. Alright. Let's do a big pull here. I feel like a little bit more durable now that I have actual gear, but can't be overly cocky. This healer is pretty good. So I feel like I can be a little bit more aggressive. Right. There was a delay from when you heard it, I read it and did the super chat. You didn't want your message to get lost in the mix. All good, yeah. That you've only donated $5 in all the videos of mine that I've watched, that's the real crime. No, I appreciate anything. I very much appreciate that. And there obviously is a very real chance that it did get lost in the mix. It just so happened as you donated, I think I was starting to read your message, but it was a good idea regardless. And either way, I do appreciate the donation. When Evoker 10 to 70, well, the problem is right now, leveling's just broken. It is quite literally impossible for me to do the planned Evoker 10 to 70 run. That's still going to happen. I just can't. And that has nothing to do with my account being banned or not. Right now, the leveling servers in the beta do not exist. Blizzard took them down. On live servers, Chromie time is bugged, and it stops working at levels 60 to 70. Because they just forgot to update it to the new values, and that's the same thing on the PTR. It's the same build. So right now, on both the PTR and live servers, a full 10 to 70 Chromie time run is not possible, and the beta servers aren't even there. So the only reason that I even managed to get a full 10 to 70 Chromie time run in is because I did one super late at night, like 2 in the morning, the day before pre-patch, on the beta servers when it was working, and before the beta servers got taken down. That's the only way I even got a single run in. Which makes me really glad in hindsight that I pushed through and did that run at 2 in the morning. Because I was kind of wondering, like, am I wasting my time? Is this really necessary? But I thought about it and I'm like, I want to make sure that I get at least one testing run done, just in case. And goddamn am I glad that I decided to do that, because yeah, it's been completely fucked ever since pre-patch. So that was like one of the best decisions that I made. But yeah, so from last weekend, we had that poll, and Enhancement Shaman won. I tried to do an Enhancement Shaman run on the beta, and the beta servers were just completely fucked, and I couldn't complete the run. And then I was planning on doing it whenever the beta servers were functional again, but they just have not been functional. Like, this is what I'm talking about when I say that War Within needs to be delayed. The beta has been in a consistently just non-functional state. Not just, like, bad as in I'm not thrilled with, like, XYZ change. So many things are just fundamentally broken to the point where we just haven't even been able to get testing done on a ton of shit because the beta is this unplayable before launch. The leveling servers are down. They are not even usable. And when a Wowhead guide writer, like Narissa, one of the main people who does stuff for Wowhead, made a post on the beta forums asking an ETA on when they do back up, Blizzard deleted her post, which blows my mind because it was a pretty simple post just saying, like, hey, can we get an ETA on this? And they fucking deleted it. Like, what the hell? And, I mean, this is just kind of bad in a vacuum, but obviously it's a little bit surprising that on the very first paid beta, it has been this much of a shit show. Maybe that's why. Maybe they just have so many people playing the beta now that they can't get their shit figured out. But it's kind of embarrassing. I really don't know what they're doing. But at this point, I do not understand how War Within is supposed to launch in less than a month and not be just a bug-riddled mess. That's why I said before, we're staring at Shadowlands 2.0 here. It desperately needs a delay. Shadowlands got, like, a slight delay, and even that wasn't enough to save it. And I can tell you right now, before that delay, Shadowlands would have been a fucking disaster. So, yeah, given the state that it actually still launched at. War Within, I honestly don't think is in as bad of a state as Shadowlands overall, but if it doesn't get some sort of delay or some 11th hour save where everything is miraculously perfect, like I said, I don't know, man. It's bad. It's just looking really bad. Isn't Expel Harm great in the open world? Yeah, Expel Harm's really good. I like Expel Harm. Expel Harm's actually passive now for Windwalker, but it's still active for Brew. Sorry about your account. Really hope it gets returned to you. You'd be livid if you lost mine. Your Legion Druid forms are dear to me. Yeah. I do love my Legion Druid forms. I actually, a little while ago, I went and unlocked some of my favorite Legion Druid forms on this current account that I'm playing, my second account. Just because it sucks playing a Druid without a lot of those cool forms. But obviously I only got a lot of the basic ones that I use a lot. Just because I couldn't stand looking at, like, the default bear form, so I feel you there. Let's see. You may have answered this already. Yeah. I have answered that already, yeah. Do you think there's enough time to farm the mounts in Transmog and Mop Remix? It depends on exactly what you mean. I would say there's probably enough time to farm all of the main things in Mop Remix, but getting all of the Garrosh heirlooms and getting all of the weapons and stuff that you can't just buy, like, ensembles for, that might be challenging to do. I think if you start, like, right now, you probably could, but it would be tricky. You would definitely need to, like, grind out of your mind, and be careful, because I have heard that Blizzard sometimes bans people for playing the game too much, so, you know. Always a good feeling when you queue into Random Dungeon Finder and get a healer who has their monitor turned on. Yeah, absolutely. That was a really clean run. Let's see here. That is, yeah, a slight upgrade. That is... It's about the same. I'll take the one that has... This one, yeah, it's the exact same stats. So, doesn't really matter. Can't even use that.
See you around.
Alright, unspent talent points. What do we got here? Reduce all damage taken. Elixir of Determination. That's good too. We're actually very close to being able to turn on War Mode. In fact, yeah, shit, what I should do is Hearth to Lion's Pride in, and then I should go and set my Hearth near Chromie, and then turn on War Mode the moment I'm done with this dungeon. Pre-patch ruined the game, it's nearly unplayable, it's worse than vanilla stability, yeah. See, I put a forum post out there talking about the issues with Chromie time scaling in pre-patch, and I got, like, this really snarky dude who has, like, 9,000 posts in the forums, which, like, by the way, total fucking virgin alert. I don't say that a lot, but, like, Jesus Christ. If you have posted 9,500 times in the forums, and you're spam refreshing general discussion to give, like, snarky responses to people raising general concerns like, hey, Chromie Time's not fucking working. Like, this guy's like, well, you know, many other things were broken in the pre-patch. This seems like a pretty low priority for them. And, you know, would you have rather they just didn't release the pre-patch at all just because you have this one issue with it? I think a lot of people would be upset if Blizzard said they were not releasing the pre-patch just because a few people didn't like Chromie Time being broken. Like, shut the fuck up. And also, yes, I would rather they delayed the pre-patch. That's like the dumbest thing I ever read, because nothing fucking works right now. Half of the shit they put in the pre-patch just makes the game worse to play, because all of the main features are not working correctly, and the stability of the entire game is just a lot worse. So what are we actually gaining from the pre-patch being released in this broken state, outside of like an extra 1 day of maintenance and tons of shit being really broken and crashing the game? Like, warbands? Whoop-de-doo! I guess I could start farming transmog 1 week earlier, which maybe for 1 or 2 people, probably a bit of hyperbolic. There's definitely more people out there who are happy about the warbands thing, but there's so many other things that are just completely fucking broken. And, I mean, if you say that you're gonna have it ready for the fucking pre-patch, have it ready. Don't just release it in a broken state and then not respond to any community questions at all for the entire week after pre-patch and leave everything completely dysfunctional. It's just been a really weird week, man. Like, not even just my account getting banned, but all this pre-patch bullshit. It's just been weird. Let's see. Dragonflight felt like it needed a delay and it wasn't bad. I'm glad that you think so. I'm glad that you were happy with the launch state of Dragonflight. You have lower standards than I do. Because I agree, Dragonflight did feel like it needed a delay, and I think it was pretty shit at launch, honestly, so I disagree with that. I was consistently baffled throughout the entirety of 10.0 that people kept praising WoW for being, oh my god, this is the best expansion since Legion. Dragonflight on launch was fucking garbage. It was not good. Honestly, Dragonflight ended as a mediocre expansion at best. And that's because some of the changes they made, like the upgrade system and stuff, in 10.1 and 10.2, those were good changes. It made the game better. I still have a good amount of problems, many of which are not getting addressed in the War Within. Some of them are. Some small things are getting addressed, like the account-wide reputations and stuff. That's nice. Some stuff from Warband is good. Honestly, while it's a pretty divisive subject, the myth track being extended to 6 out of 6, I think is a really good change. I thought that from the very first time the upgrade system existed, that should have been a thing. Now, there's a whole other problem with that, with the crest requirement to upgrade stuff being ridiculous. And a lot of people are upset because now it's going to require more crests, but the myth track being upgraded is not to blame for the crest issue. The lack of any sort of reasonable crest catch-up mechanic is to blame for the crest issue. So that is what needs to be fixed, not the myth track change. That is a good change. But Dragonflight on launch was fucking terrible. So no, I don't really think that that's a good example. A lot of people kind of suffered through it because, like, I think from a casual perspective, it was probably okay. And anything seems great when you just came out of Shadowlands, right? But, like, Dragonflight had a pretty mediocre, uninteresting questing experience. Its main selling point was dragon riding, which, again, this is probably my biggest hot take and has been my biggest hot take. I have never been a major fan of dragon riding. That's not to say I dislike it, like actively think it's bad. But I've always said that I am unimpressed by dragon riding. A lot of people have hailed it as like the greatest feature WoW's ever added, and while it is good, it is just a direct rip of a Guild Wars 2 system. And I'll repeat what I've always said on the subject. That's good. I think it is a good thing that WoW is taking inspiration from good systems in other games, and I am more than happy to have dragon riding in this game. But it is just an inferior version of a system in another game. And I really like Guild Wars 2's mount system. So when I played around with dragon riding, I was just kind of like, alright, sure, it's cool. But so many other people thought it was amazing. Oh my god, this is the best feature ever added. And I just never felt that excitement for it. So, you know. I think that maybe is one of the biggest differences I would say that the gearing process in early Dragonflight was terrible. A lot of the class design felt really janky in early Dragonflight. Credit to Blizzard, right? They did give us some decent reworks throughout the patches. Now, I am firmly against the idea that a lot of classes should be just completely ignored until post-launch. I think make sure you get all your shit figured out. Now, it's okay for one or two specs, they don't get it right the first time, and then they revisit later and do a rework. That's okay. But the problem with a lot of the quote-unquote reworks that Blizzard does is it's not reworks. It is just fundamentally fixing the class for the new expansion because they didn't have time to get around to it on launch. This is something that has routinely happened for years. And that can be a little bit annoying. Like, Vengeance Demon Hunter on launch was in a really poor state, and Vengeance Demon Hunter, frankly, didn't even really get a great rework. A lot of the stuff that actual Vengeance Demon Hunter players like myself wanted, we got completely ignored. And then instead of fixing any of the core issues with Vengeance, Blizzard's just like, here, have amazing sigil utility that nobody fucking asked for, and it's going to completely break the Mythic Plus meta. And like, yeah, okay, congratulations, Blizzard, you made Vengeance good, but not in the way that literally anybody wanted, so... And I mean, other specs like Prop Halley got a decent set of changes midway through. Guardian Druid got a decent set of changes midway through until they just decided, fuck Guardian. We don't actually need them to be playable anyway, and just gave up. And now Guardian is back in the fucking ditches. It's bad. Poor bear. But yeah, that whole design philosophy of just, ship it completely unfinished and then claim you're reworking it. Like, I can tell you right now, they're going to claim midway through, is that an upgrade? Oh yeah, that's actually a pretty good upgrade. They're going to claim midway through Dragonflight, or War Within, that they are revamping the Shadowpan talent tree for monks. And they're not revamping it. The Shadowpan talent tree right now is a dysfunctional piece of garbage. It may as well not exist. It is fundamentally a placeholder set of talents. If every single Shadowpan talent just read, not yet implemented, it would basically be the same thing. With the exception that Shadowpan would do marginally more damage in its current state, but it would still be a massive noob trap that is just way worse than either Conduit of the Celestials or Master of Harmony. It's complete passive nonsense that doesn't add anything to the playstyle, and it's extremely undertuned. So, it's clear that not a single developer put any thought whatsoever into how Shadowpan works as a hero talent tree, and at this point, I don't really seem to think, or it doesn't really seem that they're making any changes to it, so I'm pretty sure that they've just chalked it up like, yeah, fuck it. At least Brewmaster is good with Master of Harmony, at least Windwalker is good with Conduit of the Celestials, they have passable options, so, fuck it, we'll just worry about it later. And there are many other examples that I've heard. Obviously, I only play a certain amount of specs, right? Or I only have time to play a certain amount of specs. So I haven't gotten around to testing every single hero talent tree. But I have been told by a lot of people that certain trees are in a similar boat, where Blizzard has just left it completely fucked, and it's most likely that it's not going to get any fixes until launch. And you know what? I just think that's not okay for your main defining system that you're adding in your new expansion, that certain hero talent trees are basically non-existent. It's just... Hold on, keg smash. Yeah, perfect. Oh my god! It's back! Oh! Bus Driver X is back, the troll from so long ago. Alright. I'm gonna ban you, but I appreciate the fact that you're still so dedicated to trolling in my chat that you're back after all these years. Unfortunately, I don't really have time to listen to your nonsense today, so I'm just going to ban you and move on. But I appreciate you being such a dedicated fan that you're still willing to troll in my chat this long. Oh god, get a life, you fucking loser. That's actually unbelievable. Yeah. Imagine trying to flame the same streamer for years on ends. Imagine having that little of a life. Actually insane, dude. Actually insane. Like, you don't even have new material, too. He's still saying, like, leave XYZ to the big boys. Like, before it was leave classic to the big boys, now it's leave class design to the big boys. Like, my guy is a broken record. He knows only, like, 5 words. Hilarious. Actually hilarious. Ah. Every expansion is going to have some issues on launch. Yeah, I mean, sure, but it's looking particularly bad. Blizzard got a massive ego due to people saying Dragonflight was the best thing ever and have lived in an echo chamber ever since. Yeah, they got a lot of undue praise from Dragonflight, unfortunately. Surprisingly, we have gotten no escape from Durnhold yet. This is good. This is very good. Let's crack open this bag. Nice. Another piece of gear. You thought my account was back. Ah, I got people's hopes up. No, no, no. Sadly, that is not back. Not the thing that you want to come crawling back, unfortunately, in this case. Ah, good old Bus Driver X. You small, small little man. Let's see. Let me just focus on this for now. Let's scroll up a little bit. If they're doing a myth track that is that far, they've got to give away for Mythic Plus players to get extra myth track pieces. Yeah, that's another thing that I've heard, which obviously, yeah, that sucks. I don't really have much to add to that conversation because I actually raid fairly actively, but it is definitely true that Mythic Plus players need better options there. So you are absolutely correct. Oh. Spooky. These mobs hit kind of hard. This will be a lot easier once I actually get Breath of Fire. Unfortunately, I don't get that for quite a while. Okay, I'm gonna kite here. Let's see. Do a big pull here and then drag back so it doesn't get any of the patrols. This should be good. You have a max account and you don't find it bad. If anything, the scroll bar to find the character and class is one of the few good things they've added. What was the context for that? I must have missed it. Oh, people talking about the warband sorting. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of in the boat of I don't really love the warband UI changes. I don't hate it. It's like... I guess I have, like, no strong opinions on it, really, but if you force me to pick one, I prefer the old version more. Now, I'm gonna be honest, there's absolutely a case of, like, you know, people don't like change, and there's a very good chance that, because I don't really feel too strongly about it, give it a little while, I probably won't care too much. But... yeah. Christian Morris said, glad to catch today's stream. So far, so good, outside the obvious Blizz shenanigans. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but, you know, what can you do? It is what it is. You hate that you have so many characters named the same thing and can't find which is which? Yeah, well, obviously in your case it's a little bit different because you have to now check which, like, bank alt is the right one on which server, so that I can fully understand being really annoying. I also have a handful of characters named roughly the same thing. I have a lot of druids named like some variation of raccoon from all my leveling runs, so that's going to be a little bit annoying, but yeah. Let's see. Can we not get less crests on a deplete? Yeah, that's actually a really good point. There's a lot of good changes that they can make for crests. It's, honestly, I don't even know... One thing that I didn't even think about. So, I made... Well, okay. Full context. Gearing, pre-raid gearing in the War Within is going to be kind of a shit show. And by pre-raid gearing, I mean like pre-Mythic Week, when Mythic Pluses are unlocked. So until Mythic Week is around, and Mythic Pluses become available, gearing is just going to be a complete shit show. And that's going to continue until you can actually run Mythic Pluses, at which point it'll still be a little bit rough, but it'll at least go back to normal where you can just spam M+. And for anybody who's like not joining until midway through the season, you probably won't see a major difference, in which case, yeah, you probably don't care too much about that. But for a lot of people like me who really enjoy the pre-raid gearing phase, and obviously I do progression mythic raiding, so for me, getting as much gear as possible before entering heroic raid is really important, because if we fully clear heroic raid on heroic week, which can be challenging sometimes depending on the tier, some tiers it's a completely free AOTC for like any semi-competent guild. Other tiers you have like only one guild killing heroic boss before the first week, like Jailer. I think... did Liquid even kill Jailer? I think, like, the only guilds that actually attempted Heroic Jailer week 1 was, like, some random Chinese guilds or something. It was just that hard. So, sometimes it's just ridiculous, and you need every little advantage that you can get. So, obviously, I need to care about how much gear that I get before entering raid, and there are so many concerning changes that they're making to the pre-raid gearing phase that effectively it's just going to turn into an RNG crapshoot. Because this is the first time ever when we have not had access to Mythic Plus going into the raid week. And while there's always been some level of gear RNG, obviously, it has kind of always been assuaged a little bit by the existence of Mythic Plus. If you don't get the really good pieces from your like guaranteed sources, you can at least just spam keys, and hopefully, eventually, you get the thing that you need. We don't have Mythic Plus on Heroic Week anymore. It's the first time, at least obviously since Mythic Plus has been introduced, where we don't have this. And this is a problem. Because now, all of your pre-raid gear, the good stuff, is going to come from, like, one-time sources, or, like, in the case of Mythic Zero, which is good, but not amazing, daily sources. But even then, a lot of the really important stuff, like world bosses will, I guess, be way more important now, because previously, if you don't get a piece of gear off the world boss, whatever, who cares? You can just farm it from Mythic Plus. But now, that world boss piece is like one of the only pieces of gear at that item level that you actually have a chance at getting for the entire week. And then if you miss out on that, you're fucked until M Plus rolls around. So that's going to be really tough. And the other thing that I'm not really sure about, I actually didn't even consider this when I talked about that. Do me a favor, Kelly, if you're still watching, can you, like... Can you try to, like, watch chat a little bit actively for a moment? Because we do have some people who are, yeah, they're being a little bit weird. Like, weird fucking conspiracy nuts weird. So, I don't know, I assume you're still watching because you said something. Yeah, if you can, really appreciate that, because it's really tough for me to stay on top of people. It's kind of easy to spot some of the crazy whack job shit that, you know, so-and-so person, who I won't give attention to, is saying. Of course they decide to do it on this stream, just another thing to worry about. But yeah, that would just be one less thing for me to worry about. So if you could do that, greatly appreciated. But yeah, so if you miss those one-time sources, you're fucked, is what I was trying to say. Yeah, M0s are on a one-day lockout, and this is basically something that I talked about. This is something that I talked about in the video that I posted on my third channel, Harldan Stream Archive, which it was something that, it's something that I said, or I talked about on stream, and then I took the clip of that stream and I posted it on my third channel. But I didn't even consider at the time how crests are going to play into it. Because now, without Mythic Plus, if you don't raid early on in the week, you're just not going to have access to any of the good crests that week. Now, obviously, the cap rolls over, so you'll be able to get it later. But Mythic Plus only players will basically be an entire week behind raiders in that regard. Yeah, that's kind of bad. I don't really know what Blizzard plans to do with that. But it is a weird situation. We've never really had that before. Before Heroic Week, Heroic Dungeons are only dropping Explorer Track. Yeah, that's one of the things that I discussed in that video. It's, that change especially is baffling to me. Because the thing is, there are ways to get gear equivalent to, like, the normal Heroic Dungeon level before Heroic Week opens up. And fundamentally, that change does nothing to lower the amount of gear that people will walk into raids with, because it's Heroic Dungeons, right? So the moment that the item level gets boosted with the release of Heroic Raids, people can just spam Heroic Dungeons and get all of that gear. So that is the most nonsensical change that Blizzard has made. It is literally a change designed to throttle players, which it's just, what the fuck? That one kind of pisses me off. Because I actually previously was saying that it seems, based on everything we've heard, that War Within pre-raid gearing would be really good. Because if we had access to Mythic Plus on Heroic Week, even if it was like all other seasons where this has happened, where they cap the level of Mythic Plus gear that you're able to get, because that's how it used to be handled, right? And we get capped Mythic Plus gear, and we get like Mythic Zeros, which are now Heroic Dungeons before the raid weeks open, then you can start getting a decent baseline amount of item level before the actual week of raiding, and then you can spam low Mythic Plus to basically get a head start into early normal or heroic raids. But now we have neither one of those. So now, on the week of Heroic Raid release, you're going to have to spam the equivalent of Mythic Zeros in previous expansions to be able to actually enter the higher stuff, because otherwise, if you didn't do the insanely degen grinds that I talk about in that video, you're just not going to have enough item level for most of that stuff. And then after that, you're still going to have no consistently farmable source of gear to enter into raids with. So it's just bad. It is just an objectively worse system than we've had before. Which really sucks. And it's just kind of the same philosophy that World of Warcraft has kind of adopted for itself, unfortunately, over the years, which is the game is just better if you don't play it when it comes out. I really don't understand why Blizzard is so dead set on continuing this mentality, because nobody likes it. Like, all of my friends that are not, like, big WoW players, who only play, like, every now and then for fun, none of them play on releases anymore. Because they always know that the game is just so much easier if they just wait until, like, a month into a patch to actually catch up. Because that's when Blizzard has given up on all of their weird time-gating bullshit, and you can actually just play the game. So, as I said before, it's not really going to be an issue for, like, a lot of people who do that stuff, but it still sucks for people like me who... I do progression rating. I need to have my character geared early on, and now I'm just going to have to deal with that bullshit. It just sucks. So I have to scroll up a little bit. Unfortunately, certain trolls, because even when I delete messages, it still shows like a little message deleted thing in my chat history, so that kind of blocks out space, and I have to scroll up further to catch up with messages. For pre-raid gearing, do you think delves will be insufficient? That's another thing. We don't really know what delves will be available. So it's unfortunate because delves could be a really good source of gear, but at the same time, delves are throttled in terms of how much you can get. So that's another source of RNG. There's basically two situations that can occur with delves. In one situation, delves are completely locked in terms of the rewards until heroic or until mythic raid week, or at least only the very basic rewards are available on heroic week and nothing that's like actually good. That is what I suspect will happen given all of the other stuff that they've been doing. But the other chance is that they don't limit delves, or they only partially limit it and you can still get relatively good gear at the time through delves, in which case delves are going to be yet another major source of RNG because you cannot farm delves. You can, so asterisk on that, you can, oh my god, where did my health go? That was, wow. What was that you were saying earlier, Chori, about like scaling just completely destroying me as I get close to level 30? I think I see what you mean now. Holy shit. That was a wake-up call. Yeah. But so the thing about delves is even if you are able to get loot from them, the baseline gear that you get from delves is really crap. The good gear from delves is time-gated. You have to get like these things called coffer keys, and you get like a certain amount of guaranteed coffer keys by increasing your reputation, and all of the other coffer keys are like weekly gated. You have to do like emissary stuff, basically, and if you do all 4 of your emissaries for the week, you get the maximum amount of coffer keys, etc., and then you're able to open as many chests as you want. Stuff like that. So if it is the case that delves work like that, we're still going to run into the issue of if you don't get the good pieces that you want from delves, it will be probably more effective to just restart your character, which again, the thesis statement effectively of my video that I've been referencing of like, you know, gearing is fucked in the War Within is that with the current system, the best way to gear will be to just like split farm effectively solo content, which obviously split farming is a thing that a ton of like really min-max players do for raids and stuff, but I don't really think there has ever been a case where split farming solo content has been so required, because now all of the one-time rewards like world bosses are just really fucking mandatory, at least for people like me who are trying to optimize their character. Unless something changes, the item level difference between somebody who like massively high rolls and all of these one-time sources and somebody who doesn't is going to be huge. And because there is no farmable source of gear like Mythic Plus, you will not be able to make up that difference. You will be an entire week behind until Mythic Plus comes out. And then the people who got really lucky early on and were able to do more raid bosses the previous week will already be pushing high Mythic Plus keys while you're stuck farming +2s because you got fucked the first week. That is the big issue with it. That is why it's a problem. And, well, of course, I did discuss it on stream, and I posted the recording on my 3rd channel. If this problem is not fixed, this is something that I would make, like, an actual video about, like a 5-minute condensed video summarizing all of the key problems with this, because it's not good. It's going to really fuck the launch for a lot of people. We're not talking, like, Legion Legendaries levels of RNG. It's not that bad, to be fair. But it's, like, pretty bad. It's not good. The vid would be blocked by Blizzard. Yeah. Isaac F said, "Hey, Harldan, love the YouTube. Keep it up. Don't worry about the trolls in chat. Keep it up, man. You don't have money to pay, but you love watching me play. No problem at all. Nobody should feel like they need to donate. I just appreciate you watching, and thank you very much for the kind words." Yeah, that has better stats. Oh, I forgot to equip this ring. Split farming, you're new to MMOs, you haven't heard that. Gotcha. Give me a moment, and I'll try to give the best explanation that I can. Let's just clear all this crap out of my bags. Unspent talent points. Now I need to double check what dungeons do I still need. Let's go ahead and grab this. It's probably the best thing at the moment. Something good. Yeah, that's a minor upgrade. Shoulders, minor upgrade. I still haven't gotten a helmet. Unfortunate. Thing is, I have a decent amount of gold. A lot of BOEs on the auction house are really cheap sometimes. So let's take a peek. So, usable only leather helmets. Sort by item level. Obviously, that's really expensive. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that is very pricey. But anything that's like dirt cheap. Okay, so most of the helmets are kind of expensive. Sometimes you find greens for like 0 gold, basically. What other slots could I use a bump in? Waist. There's some like decently cheap things, but nothing that's like super cheap. Wrist. Yeah. Oh, that's actually kind of cheap. Yeah, 100 golds, I will take that. And then I think chest piece and ring are probably the only other things that I need. Yep, 90 golds, I can do that. And then miscellaneous, let's check fingers. There's a few fairly cheap options. 4 agility, 1 agility, 3 stamp, 2 verse. Let's just go with this. +4 agi, that is not nothing, right? And that's probably the best thing I can get. I also want to check bags. I can use 1 more bag. So containers, how much are reagent bags? 65 gold, which I don't have enough for right now, but that's close. So I can buy that soon. And there's a bunch of 6-slot bags. Journeyman's backpack, nice. How big are these? Nice, so I can actually get 4 of those. Yeah, Wiltercloth bags, like 45 gold. All things considered, that is pretty cheap. But bang for my buck, that's definitely the best option right now. And then once I start getting into higher levels and things vendor for a little bit more, I can get Wildercloth bags. But in the meantime, I now, at the very least, shouldn't need to worry about bag space at all. So we'll just do that. That's like a huge boost right there. It's a lot of stats that I just got.
Making a special purchase? Very well then.
There are 11 golds on Area 52. Yeah, it could just be because it's like Alliance. Let me quickly check. Just checking Discord to see if I got any like important pings or something. No, looks like we're good. Okay, yeah, we're good, we're good. What dungeons do I still need for specific dungeons? I've got in all of the good ones there. Have I got Blood Furnace yet? I don't think I have. So yeah, it's still worth doing TBC dungeons just until I get that. Crypts is not bad, so if I get that, I'm not too upset. Shadow Labs is okay. Shattered Halls is fine. Mechanar is fine. Yeah, there's a decent amount of dungeons that I could still queue into, so it's worth giving it a shot. In fact, I mean, queues are instant. I'll just, yeah. We'll just wait here for now. You're angry that Mythic Plus comes out late. You're about to cancel your 3 weeks of vacation. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a problem. I think that they should just add capped M+. Underbog's not bad. I think what I'll probably do from here on out is if it's a dungeon that I need, I'll do it, and if it's not, we'll just we'll leave. I'll still do this one because Underbog is not a bad one, but like I'm not going to do Escape from Durnhold, for instance. Let's see. A lot of people are distracted by Remix. Once Remix ends, Blizzard will have many angry players if they don't change. Yeah. You're a Mythic Plus only raider, and it feels bad that you get shafted again. Kind of reminds you of the whole Catalyst debacle. Yeah, I feel that. Let's see. A Mythic Plus only player. Yeah, I gotcha. As a former Heroic Raider, now solo player, you hope they keep their promise for Delves being a way to do endgame gear without the peanut gallery? Well, I mean, Delves definitely give you, like, entry-level gear. I think the highest Delves give from the vault is, like, Heroic Raid gear, I want to say. It's, like, 608 or something, which is around Heroic item level, I want to say. I think it's, like, early Heroic. That's where it caps out at. So, like, it depends on your definition of endgame gear. Now, if you can get up to that item level early on, or even, like, decent starting gear from Delves, they could be a really nice way for everybody to get some, like, entry-level gear before raids. But knowing Blizzard and the changes that they've been making to beta recently, I'm kind of worried that they're just going to timegate Delves like crazy, and then basically any use that Delves could have to the general player base is just going to be wasted, whereas, like, it could be a fun way to get pre-raid gear. Now it's just going to be effectively just a system there for the people who don't intend to engage with Raids or Mythic Plus at all. Which, I mean, that's fine, but Blizzard routinely underutilizes their systems by, like, really, really, really poor design decisions. Don't need to tell you how badly they fucked up Torghast. Blizzard won't keep their promise. They already nerfed tanks and justified it as this is an MMO, you must play with others. Well, yeah, the justification for the tank nerfs was a bit silly. Well, the tank nerfs in general were silly. I will say, the tank nerfs overall are not as impactful. The most worrying thing about the tank nerfs isn't the tank nerfs themselves, it is their philosophy behind why they did it. Because the nerfs themselves really aren't that bad. But the justifications that they gave is like, oh boy, Blizzard, what the fuck? Because now I'm worried, like, what are they going to do next when they realize that this does nothing for the most part? It hurts the lower performing tanks more than anything, which is just the irony of it. So, yeah, it's a bit weird. It's Hero 2 out of 6. Oh, it goes up to 616. Okay, cool. That's still heroic gear, but yeah. That's not bad, yeah. Let's see. Blizzard's help site even says made by AI may not be accurate. It does? Really? That's bad. That's fucking bad, man. Everything's probably going to be capped at veteran track outside of raid until Mythic Plus opens. Well, that's the problem. It's not. That is the biggest issue, right? So we already know that not everything will be capped at veteran, which is my main issue, because right now, and this would be keeping in line with previous expansions, rep rewards still go up to, like, champion, and some of them are quite good. So rep rewards, you get a bunch of free veteran pieces without having to farm the new M0s for it, and you get multiple free champion pieces, which is significantly better than anything that we've had before. So rep farming is now infinitely more important in this expansion than it has ever been before. It's always been a pretty important thing for, like, serious min-maxers, but a lot of times, like, whenever I would do the rep grinds at the start of an expansion, I would get memed on by all of my guild members of, like, oh my god, you're doing the rep grinds again? Like, you know that we're just going to replace that with Mythic Plus anyway, it doesn't matter. And I'd be the one doing every single world quest with a contract up. Like, to give you an example of how far I went to grind rep, on Dragonflight launch, in order to farm Iskara Tuskar rep to reach renown like 24, whatever it was, for the champion item before raid, well, it wasn't champion item, but it was like the equivalent of the item level, right? I forget whatever it was. And in order to get that, I had to fly around in a loop across Azure Span, because there were these really rare spawn chests that would appear, like Iskara strongboxes. And when you looted an Iskara strongbox, there was a chance that you would get an Iskara totem. And the Iskara totem could be handed in to the rep turn-in person for 75 rep a pop. And you had to just farm a bunch of those and turn them in 75 rep per in order to reach the required rep to get the item. It was a brutal grind, and I did it. I actually considered giving up. That's how miserable it was, but I fucking suffered through it, and I had that item going into raid. Now, I would hope that it's not that bad of a grind in the War Within. Based on what I've seen, the only faction that has potentially a grind that bad is the Hollowfall rep, the Hollowfall Arathi, or whatever they're called. They have a champion necklace that you get at like renown 24 or something, around the same point where that Iskara reward was. So that's going to be a pretty brutal grind, but all of the other champion pieces are at a pretty early renown level, all things considered, like 16 or 17. And in Dragonflight, that was relatively easy to reach just by playing the game. Don't know whether that trend will continue, it may not, but either way, it's going to be way more impactful to get that now, because those are going to be some of the only champion pieces that you'll have access to before Mythic release and Mythic Plus release. So that's like huge. And also, there's actually one more champion piece available in this expansion than there was before, because you remember that I mentioned that Hollowfall Arathi has the one at 24? Well, Hollowfall Arathi actually has 2 different champion pieces that you can get. I forget what the other slot is, but one of them is like a regular piece of gear, and the other one is like some special necklace called like a tinderbox or something that effectively functions the same, but based on like context clues that I picked up by reading the description, because it's not actually working on the beta right now, but the descriptions for the like reputation unlocks are still there. But it seems like it's not just going to be something that you buy off the vendor, it's like you get it at a low item level, and as you increase your reputation, you have to complete quests to like increase the item level of your tinderbox or something, and eventually it turns into a champion necklace. And the reason I know that is because the item that they refer to in the rep thing, you can just look at it in the data mine stuff on Wowhead, and it's a champion necklace, and there's like multiple stages, which reflects the whole description and the reputation of like upgrading it at various renown levels. So we actually have one more reputation champion item this expansion than before, which means not only due to the limited sources of champion gear will that be more important, but there's actually more of a reason to farm rep now than there is previously. The one saving grace is that contracts are now unlocked super duper early. You get like reputation contracts at renown 2 or 3 or something like that. So you're no longer going to need to grind like crazy to get the contract and then like use that to farm rep or something. You'll be able to get that really early, and then you can start using that for world quests. But you may be noticing a problem here. So what happens, and I don't know if it has been officially confirmed yet or not, what happens if world quests are available during early access? Because it would be a little bit weird if they weren't, because then what the fuck else are players supposed to do during all that time? But if they are available, can you see the potential problem if all of the best pre-raid gear rewards are locked behind reputation, and after you've done all the quests, the only consistent way to farm rep with new factions now is to complete world quests, especially with contracts. So because the highest rep reward to get the max champion piece is Arathi Hollowfall, pretty much everybody's going to be using an Arathi Hollowfall contract. So if this is where all the good gear comes from, and there are world quests during early access, anybody who doesn't have early access would miss out on that. You think world quests are unavailable until launch? I'm not certain about that. If you can find me a direct quote from Blizzard that says world quests are unavailable, let me know. I don't know for sure. It might just be that it is just normal dungeons and leveling. That is possible, but I have not seen that outright confirmed, so I don't know. But yeah, honestly, if somebody could find me a quote somewhere that says that they won't be available, that would be very helpful. Because that would at least be one less thing for many people to worry about. But that is obviously my concern right now. That if that is the case, and you are able to access that stuff prior to, what was I doing? Yeah, Cheat Torpedo, and you are able to access those world quests during early access, then now anybody with early access has a massive reputation lead on everybody else. So, little bit of a problem there. And as I previously mentioned, stuff like world bosses, Mythic Zero dungeons, etc. Blood Furnace? Yes, Blood Furnace. Okay. All right. We got there. Oh, shit. These guys are like midway through. Oh, this is perfect. They're at the first boss. They haven't actually killed him yet, so I can do all of the quests, and I skip like the first bit of roleplay. I fucking barely missed refreshing Cheat Torpedo. Let me scroll up, see what I missed. Dying as a healer issue, yeah. You're afraid of with Delves, you don't want it to be a supplemental source, you want it to be a fourth option, let you drop into a solo instance where your skill, your time, and your understanding of the mechanics allows you to get gear. So, All Walker, I have two things to tell you. One is going to be good and one's going to be bad. The good news is that once Mythic Plus and Raids are available, it should function as an alternative gearing source. The gear shouldn't be so significantly impactful that people will be forced to run it. So that, based on what you said, is going to be good news for you. The bad news, because you said you don't want to find 4 other people, high-level delves are most likely going to require other people. Also, let's fucking go. Finally got a headpiece. That's going to be big, because that's going from literally not having anything equipped to getting something. Okay, I saw somebody left. I was worried that it would be the healer. Okay, I'm going to LOS real quick. Man, I really want to unlock a Ring of Peace. Shit, I don't have aggro on the casters, so I can't. Okay. Yeah, so based on my testing, and this is something that I was going to upload, like, over the weekend, but, well, the whole I got banned thing kind of took priority. So I uploaded that first, and I'll probably post this later. But I did a lot of testing for Delves last weekend. So when I was initially planning on doing the Enhancement Shaman 10-70 run, and obviously the beta was completely fucked, I instead did a bit of Delve testing. And while I was able to solo the highest level Delves, solo, right, it was with a Brewmaster Monk, and I had scaling that put me at, like, 610 item level, which was, like, it's, like, low heroic gear, I want to say, based on my memory. And, whatchamacallit? While I was able to solo it with that scaled level, I was playing Brewmaster. Brewmaster is, like, one of the better specs in the game at solo content like that. And, I mean, to kind of toot my own horn, I am pretty fucking good at Brewmaster Monk, so I know what I'm doing. And I was still getting fucking destroyed. Like, in both of the 2 last Delves that I did, so Delves levels 10 and 11, because 11 is the highest level. Now, mind you, the highest difficulty that gives actual gear is a little bit lower. I want to say it's Delve 8. So 9, 10, 11, those are purely for, like, bonus cosmetic rewards. So keep that in mind. You know, up to Delve 8, I was able to solo it. It was still a little bit tricky, but it was fine. So if all you care about is gear, that's, like, a little bit different. But if you want to push the highest Delves and get, like, all the cool cosmetic stuff, I did 10 and 11, and you have 3 deaths, and after 3 deaths, you just fail on those difficulties because there's no cosmetic rewards. There's no gear rewards, so there's no advantage to like continuing it. You either complete it in the allotted death toll, which is 3, or you just get failed and you don't get to get any of the rewards. And on both of those, 10 and 11, I used 2 out of 3 of my deaths. It was rough. And in both cases, admittedly, it was one particular mob in each situation that was just really overtuned and destroyed me. But even outside of that one mini boss that like completely shredded me in both cases, and I had to like pull out every tool in my toolkit to actually get them down, the rest of the normal packs were giving me a run for my money, and I had to do some serious kiting and self-healing to keep myself alive. And most tank specs would probably be able to solo it as well, so it's not just a Brewmaster thing. But good luck doing that solo as a DPS or a healer. There's no chance. And if you want to do that before you have full 610 gear, which I had, you are almost certainly going to need a group of 5 to do it. So eventually Delves may turn into this whole, like, you can kind of solo it thing. But realistically, it's the same issue that Mop Scenarios had, where you cannot make role-agnostic content difficult unless somehow the entire challenge is, like, avoidable damage. The Mage Tower kind of succeeded with that, but one of the reasons the Mage Tower was able to succeed at that is because they were able to tune it for very specific specs. But if there is content that is supposed to be doable by tanks, DPS, and healers, there is no way that it is an adequate challenge for everybody. It is either extremely difficult for DPS and trivial for tanks, or only doable by tanks, albeit very difficult, and impossible for DPS. That's just how it is. Because unless, as I said, everything is avoidable, there's just going to be a certain level of unavoidable damage that you will just die if you don't have, like, tank survivability. And that was the case in Delves. The really weird thing about Delves, which it's like a very confusing design philosophy, is the final boss of Delves was kind of like a Mage Tower boss, where it had, like, all avoidable damage, and it was, like, attack patterns that you had to dodge. And for the most part, other than, like, the literal final delve that I did... okay, I'm going to run back because 2 people immediately left, and I'm worried that if I teleport out and the other people leave, then I'll be screwed. I fucked it up. I accidentally canceled the speed boost. Oh well. Celestial Brew, definitely that way I get Breath of Fire next. Yeah, so that's kind of the issue there. The final boss was really cool, really avoidable, and then all of the trash leading up to it was just auto-attack damage. It would cast spells on you, it would do auto-attack damage to you, and something that a few people have been confused about, because admittedly I was also confused about it, is you cannot set Bran as a tank. I had initially been under the impression that Bran could play any spec. Bran cannot tank, for whatever reason, so he can only DPS or he can heal. And I haven't really tried Healer Bran a lot because all the posts that I read on the forums said that Healer Bran is just really broken at the moment and just isn't worth using at all. So I play DPS Bran, and admittedly DPS Bran does decent damage, but like, you don't need good AI to do flat damage to an enemy. DPS Bran is basically just a glorified hunter pet. He doesn't really do much outside of that. But yeah, it's tough otherwise. Oh wow. I got an even better piece of gear. Wait, what the hell? Oh, it's just a distribution, yeah. That's better. 11 agility. Yeah, that's significantly better, actually. That's a really good belt. And belt is actually one of the slots that I really needed to upgrade.
Alrighty then.
Let's grab that. Up. Hey, bracers. And better boots. Cool. Alright, we're hoping for the Mechanar here. Mechanar would be Biss. Dwarf can't tank, that's some serious BS. Yeah, it's very strange. But that does mean that, like, you kind of need a tank for high-level delves. Good night, Ard. Sleep well, and thank you for helping moderate the chat up until now. No heirlooms because of the ban, or is this part of the challenge? Kind of a combination of both, right? Obviously, I don't technically have access to my main account. Mechanar. Yes, let's go. The RNG this run has been crazy. This is the RNG that I wish I could get on like an actual speedrun. Jesus. You're gonna try your first tank character? Awesome. I hope you enjoy it, because I definitely enjoy tanks. Alright, let's go this way. Protection Warrior DK, right now, Blood DK is significantly stronger. I personally think Prot Warrior is a little bit more fun to play, but the changes in War Within are probably going to make Blood DK really fun to play as well. And some people still really like it. But in terms of viability, Blood DK is likely going to be one of the 2 top tanks next expansion, so... Now, admittedly, Prot Warrior is not looking bad at all. Prot Warrior is actually looking quite good next expansion, but Blood DK is just looking, like, crazy good. To be fair, Blood DK is, like, always good, but, you know. We cannot undo your ban as you used an alternate account to get past your ban. Yeah. But yeah, so to finish answering that earlier question, effectively, it's kind of twofold, right? Obviously, I can't access my main account with all my heirlooms and stuff. Technically speaking, if I really wanted to, as I mentioned before, my starter account is with my level 20 priest, which is attached to my main account. It's not banned. If I wanted to, I could, like, buy an actual WoW license on that and play with all my heirlooms and stuff, which... Small saving grace, I suppose, if I do need to do that in the meantime. I would hope that this gets overturned within the next few days, but who knows, Blizzard. But basically, it's more so that people have been asking me for a really long time to do a fresh account leveling run. So I kind of figured, hey, you know, this is kind of a nice way to raise awareness about getting falsely banned, and it's something that people have wanted me to do for a while. So it is more so because of the challenge of it. Because it's a format that people have been asking for a while. And it just kind of works out well that this helps raise awareness a little bit at the same time. It takes a minimum of 2 weeks. Well, yeah, if you go through official channels for sure, that's why I'm really hoping that this will get a few more eyes on it and we can maybe skip some of the bullshit and just get this fixed now. That's my hope, at least. And I should note that while it can take 6 weeks, right, or 2 weeks, etc., and be fast, I mentioned before that I talked to some people in my guild who know people at Blizzard and are going to reach out to them, and one of them actually said that a little while ago a friend of his went through a similar situation, and it took his friend 6 months to get the false ban overturned. So that's kind of the biggest issue here. If it was guaranteed to be like, oh yeah, it's just going to be a few weeks, no big deal, well, that would be a different story, right? I wouldn't be as concerned about it. But the issue with Blizzard customer support is you just don't know, right? It could be 2 weeks, it could be 6 months, it could be forever. I mean, already in this stream, how many people have come here and said that they also received a false ban and they submitted appeals for over a year, gave up, and then like years later, it finally got overturned. Like, sometimes it's just a complete fucking nightmare. So, other than your YouTube, no, you can't, like, directly bump the ticket in any way like that, no. I think, since a few people have asked, I might, like, actually make a Twitter post. The only thing is, I obviously have, like, literally 0 presence on Twitter, but, a bunch of people have asked me about it, so after the stream, I might, like, make a Twitter account, make a post, and then, like, link it for people who want to, like, bump that. That's the only other thing that I can really think of at this point. I've done everything that I feel I can do. At this point, it's just a matter of I need to continue making noise about it until the right person hears about it and fixes the problem. That's about it. Unless you're Asmon, he gets banned twice a day and unbanned within the hour. Yeah. I am very much on the fence about a Reddit post. People have brought that up. The thing with Reddit is you either get dogpiled or people are like really on your side. And like, I'll think about it is what I'll say. Enough people have mentioned it. I will think about it. But I mean, we've all seen how some of those posts on Reddit go. A lot of people just jump on you and say, you deserved it, get fucked, loser, blah, 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 blah. And I don't really want to fucking deal with that right now. So, I don't know. Oh shit. You got banned as well. They said botting, but you stream your content. They claimed it's final and won't give proof. Yeah, you just gotta keep making noise about it. It fucking sucks. I feel you there. Yeah, it really fucking sucks. Call your bank and get your money back if they want to screw you. You're protected through laws regardless of what Blizzard's BS says. Yeah, I agree. Appealing real-life benefits is somehow easier and quicker than appealing a ban from Blizzard. Yeah. Nice. Alright, I think that is basically the last dungeon that I need to do. And we got pretty much exactly up to level 29, which, like, that is phenomenal. This is, like, almost perfect dungeon RNG. It would have been literally perfect if I didn't get the duplicates of those other dungeons, but all things considered, the duplicate dungeons that I got were actually very good. So that was, like, close to flawless random dungeon RNG. I really have no complaints. So now let's do the WAD intro. Select the timeline, Draenor. And I mean, the thing about Duskwood now is Duskwood is not bad. Duskwood actually benefited a lot from the flying changes. But the weird situation now is, and I'll swap to Windwalker because it's going to be faster at this stage. Duskwood is just in such a weird spot because if you get really good RNG from TBC dungeons, like, why do you even need Duskwood? Just send it. Which would be easier? Both are pretty straightforward. I would say you can figure out either Blood TK or Prot Warrior. It's just a matter of, like, the time you spend. Brewmaster now is the best self-sustain out of all the tanks. Well, that's not true. Brewmaster is really tanky. It's really good. So, I mean, I main Brewmaster. I'm not going to sit here and say it's bad. But best self-sustain? That's just not true. It is really good self-sustain, but it does not have the best. That is still very much Blood DK, and it's not even close. What am I missing? Oh, right. Bounding Agility. Then Chi Torpedo. Then Chi Wave. Right. That's really good. That's really good. Momentum Boost is great. That's Acclamation. That is so weird. Oh, it's increased by 100%. What the hell? Ascension, then Storm, Earth, and Fire, and Dance of Chi-Ji is probably the best option right now. And then Flurry of Swen into Strike of the Windlord is probably our next play. Turbo Fist, definitely. Why is Keg Smash still in my bars? Oh, because it was a macro, right. Tiger Palm goes there, and so I don't know if I'll take Rushing Jade Winds. It's passive now. Check Spellbook. What else am I missing? Flying Serpent Kick. Touch of Karma. I think that's everything. And that's all the big stuff. I got a belt, which, I mean, It is an upgrade. Let's see. Delve sadly have no mechanics. Harldan finally got head. He's super excited. God. They also said Heat level 3 in Molten Core was super hard and the secret boss had interesting mechanics. Well, that's a completely different story. As far as I've heard, Heat level 3 in Molten Core is relatively hard. The only reason why it was destroyed so fast is because the World First Guild raced to get those like really broken fire resistance trinkets, which most people didn't have. But I mean, that's SOD. It's kind of a different ball game, right? Let's see. Bear with them. They're a small indie company after all. Yeah, ain't that the truth? All right, let's just vendor all this stuff. Okay, you can't delete that apparently. And yeah, got all that. I won't bother buying any gear. I think I have, yeah, every single main slot that I need, I've gotten covered. So now we can talk to those guys and start the WOD intro. Do you have time to start SOD, or are people going to leave when the next X-Pack comes out? I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with starting SOD with the next X-Pack. Oh, fuck. We're already at the point where it sends you straight to the Dark Portal. Oh, it's because I had the quest. Ah, shit. Right, I had the 2 Outland quests, so Thrallmar Mage teleports me there. Alright, now it should take me to the WOD thing. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Let's see. About Reddit, you saw something similar yesterday, 20 years of playing. Yeah, obviously I've been, like, spam refreshing new on Reddit for the last few days to see if anybody else had this problem. There was another guy who seemed to have a similar problem to me. He honestly, like, you never know just by talking to somebody, right? Like, obviously it's possible they actually did bot. I want to give people the benefit of the doubt given my situation, of course. But I did see somebody saying something similar, and I reached out to them and basically said, hey, just, you know, you're not alone. I'm going through the same thing, and it sucks. Especially because everybody was, like, dunking on this guy, calling him, like, you know, a loser who's botting, blah, 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 blah. And, yeah, I don't know. You never know for sure, but I did see something similar, yeah. What was I about to say about SOD? I think that SOD is in a pretty bad spot. I think that right now, getting caught up in SOD is just miserable. So I would actually say right now, trying to start SOD fresh is probably one of the most masochistic decisions that you could possibly make. Speaking as somebody who tried to do that, like, just last week, and I gave up. It is awful. The amount of, like, bullshit catch-up that you need to do, and most of it requires you to have a group to complete all this stuff. And it is just, like, it's just impossible to find groups for half the shit. So I would not recommend it. It's miserable. It is absolutely miserable. Not to mention, I mean, I'm just not a huge fan of a lot of the SOD design decisions in general. Most of the Phase 4 stuff is, like, kind of underwhelming. It was interesting enough that I was considering checking it out. And then, like, it's just impossible to fucking get caught up, so I gave up. But, like, Phase 3 of SOD kind of just killed it, in my opinion. So, my advice on that subject, and of course, everybody will have a different opinion on this. I think give up on SOD if you want to try it, like, towards the end of its life cycle, when all of the major issues have been fixed. Maybe it'll be nice then. Maybe there'll be, like, a lot of catch-up. But right now, that's not the case. And your best bet is probably just wait for the next version of SOD when they learn from their mistakes. Because if we're being real, SOD has kind of been a bit of a shit show the entire way through. I've played it pretty actively, and I have been routinely frustrated with it. All of my friends gave up at the end of SOD P1. I am one of the few people I know who actually stuck it out and tried to play through the rest of it. I played all of P2, I played a good chunk of P3, and then I gave up because it was just shit. And then I even gave P4 a pretty fair shot. I leveled the character up from level 15 to level 48. And I just got burnt out at that point. It's just too much. So yeah, it's rough. I think this should be enough, yeah. Yeah, Windwalker just still absolutely cranks, even without, like, any of the heirlooms and stuff. This spec is just so fucking busted. And I don't even have, like, a lot of the really broken Windwalker talents yet. What do you do in WoW when you're burnt out from leveling? Kind of the wrong question, I guess. I don't level for fun, to be fair. I've been burnt out on leveling for years. Like, this is my job. Now, the fact that I do it as a job, right, makes it more, I guess, appealing, right? But I have not leveled for fun in a very long time. Now, that being said, of all the things to do as a job, I don't hate leveling, right? But that's why I gotta give a clarification there, because I've been burnt out on leveling for a very, very, very long time. Also, what is going on here? Okay, weird. The quest objective didn't show up until I got close. I don't remember that being a thing. So, like, to be clear, I play this game for mythic rating. Like, that is what I do. And the leveling stuff, it started off as, like, a side hobby that I just did. What is this, by the way? Iron Horde supply crate. What is that? I don't ever remember seeing this here, and I've done the WoD intro, like, a bajillion times. Like, it might just be misremembering it, but I could have sworn that has just never been a thing. Alright. Let's see. But yeah, so basically to clarify, mythic rating is the only thing I truly enjoy in this game. Leveling is fun enough, and doing it as a job is really not the worst thing that I could be doing. And, I don't level for fun. So, I guess a better way to answer that question would be, if I am feeling burnt out on WoW in general, like outside of Raid, when I have no leveling stuff to do, I just don't play WoW. It's that simple. I don't, like, force myself to keep playing something that I don't enjoy. I play a lot of other games. Like, recently, I've been playing SteamWorld Heist a lot, because the second SteamWorld Heist game is coming out in, like, a week or so, and I loved SteamWorld Heist when it came out, like, 8 years ago, so I've just been, like, replaying through that. At first, I streamed a lot of it, but now I'm just kind of playing it a lot on my own. I've taken it upon myself to try and do, like, the most difficult achievement in that game, which is, like, absolute hell, but random challenges like that I kind of enjoy. So that's just kind of what I spend my time on. And I'll probably stream the second game when it is live, because I am really looking forward to it. Okay, yeah, that should be an upgrade. That's one of the best things about the WoD intro for, like, fresh accounts. The gear that you get from this is really good. If your new account gets banned, you'll just straight up play private servers or find a new hobby. Yeah, I feel that. It can definitely be a bit demoralizing. If Blizz keeps it up, you may just return to Star Trek Online. Yeah. Richard Hanley said, I want to hop in and say sorry you got banned. Hopefully it gets fixed. I appreciate that. Yeah. Level 30 and not purple gear, not big boy player. Yeah. Colonel Sanders said, hey, Harldan, just dropping in to say you really enjoy the live streams and VODs. Sorry for your current situation. I appreciate that. Yeah. I definitely appreciate all the support from everybody. It's really nice to hear. It sucks, but fingers crossed that it gets resolved soon. And, like, to be clear, by the way, I'm not expecting anything, like, at this immediate moment, right? It's late at night on a Sunday. even if Blizzard did see this, like somebody at Blizzard, there's really no chance that any Blizzard employee would be like, oh, yeah, let me take time on my Sunday evening to go fix this. What I'm really hoping is that by the time tomorrow, like, the workday rolls around, somebody at Blizzard has become aware of this, they look at the ticket, they fix it tomorrow. That is what I'm really hoping. It would be nice because if it doesn't get fixed by tomorrow, then I won't be able to tank for my Kata raid team on Nefarian progression. But really, like, that is not the end of the world, because they could probably make do without me for, like, the first few pulls. And, like, I don't really think I would have trouble catching up on, like, one missed night at Prague. I would also probably watch them do it so I wouldn't miss out on any Prague that they made. But the real big issue would be Kata re-clear on Tuesday. I do not want to miss that and fuck them over. So right now, like, the deadline for me needing to have this back is Tuesday, really. Anything beyond then, it kind of fucks me over. Technically, it has already fucked me over a good amount, but that is, like, the breaking point where, like, if it goes beyond then, I'm pretty mad. Blizzard probably got pissed about your video of escaping Pandaria? No. I mean, I know a few people have said things like that. It has nothing to do with that. I just want to be absolutely clear about that. That's one thing that, like, I don't want people to say even as a joke. So I get that you probably are joking, Sticky Sauce. That just kind of... That's like an off-limits joking topic, because there are probably going to be people who will genuinely think that. And the last thing that I want to do is create, like, fear-mongering on, oh, I got banned because, like, I followed one of Harldan's guides or something, because, as I've already clearly established, it has absolutely nothing to do with that. And, again, I know you said it as a joke, but obviously there's going to be a lot of people who don't read that far into it. Oh, this guy killed my mob. And that mob got killed, too. Nice, okay, we both got the tag. So the respawn wasn't too bad. Oh my god, I hit a wall! Let's spend some talent points. That's good. Oh, this is like the rare, really good WoD music. What do I want? What do I want? Transcendence, just so I can access Fury of Swen. Nice. Was worried I was going to hit the branch for a second there. Alright, come on, Yrel, hurry up. There we go. Nice, got a helmet. Bro, I saw your second channel video. Same thing happened to me the morning after I watched your mop remix speed leveling videos. Yeah, to be clear, completely unrelated, but that sucks to hear. 19-year account with no interaction with a 6-month ban, had bot responses all week until a human said, account not compromised, penalty sustained. Yikes. Yeah, that really sucks. I mean, I'm sorry that it happened to you. Obviously, nothing to do with the guides, but I suspect that there's just a good amount of people who are, like, kind of in a bot reporting frenzy in Mop Remix, and unfortunately it doesn't seem like Blizzard's doing a lot of double-checking to make sure, which is really unfortunate. And, like, I'll be honest, I have reported a lot of bots playing Mop Remix. The difference is I, of course, know very clearly how to distinguish a bot from an actual person. Like, there's, if you search in my Discord, by the way, there is an entire, like, string of posts that I made while farming Archerius of Flame, where there were some really obvious bots there, and I was putting, like, turnips in front of them to cause them to, like, tab target the turnips, and instead of killing Archerius of Flame, they were spam Moonfire and Sunfiring the turnips. So, that's why I kind of said, if anything probably got, like, the false report, it is likely stuff like that, where I'm farming in an area that there's lots of other bots farming, and they are all reporting me because, you know, well, a lot of times, I'll be completely honest, I was telling other people to report the fucking bots, because that's kind of the irony of it all. I fucking hate botters. So I also reported a lot of bots, but the difference is I don't report people who I'm, like, unsure about, right? I only report the people who I know for a fact are botting. The people who I put a turnip in front of them and they start spam sunfire, moonfiring the turnip while, like, rapidly tab targeting between different target dummies, right? Like, those are the obvious bots. But, you know. Botters will spam report in retaliation, probably got caught in that. Yeah, it's entirely possible. Which, you know, oh well, but... At the same time, I'm not just going to sit back and let the botters get away with it, right? But the problem is now it creates this, like, weird situation where I've always been, like, very pro-reporting botters because, like, fuck that. But now we're in a situation where if Blizzard's doing zero due diligence and you're putting your own account at risk for trying to help them out, like, well, now I'm kind of in a position where I'm actually discouraged from trying to report that behavior, which is insane. So they just set themselves up to fail with shit like this. You were definitely speed leveling content in Mop Remix. You asked customer service to verify that it's not a report brigade, and they didn't say if it is or not. Yeah, well, my entire point, I'm not saying that you weren't speed leveling. I'm just saying that speed leveling in Mop Remix is not a bannable offense, right? Otherwise, like, the entire fucking population would be banned by now. That's the only thing that I wanted to be clear of. But yeah, I get what you're saying. And it probably is something like that, and it sucks because they will just fucking ignore you and refuse to verify it. Considering Blizzard has 3 people and a chipmunk running support these days, you are screwed? Let's cross our fingers, because, yeah, I really hope not. But unfortunately, there's a good chance that you are correct. As much as I hate to say it. Shit. If you get bored, you can do add-ons like the JoJo sound pack. True. Very true. Start of SOD was fun, but even a couple weeks into Phase 1, it felt like you have to have a job application in order to get into groups. Admittedly, Phase 1, I never personally ran into that issue, but I could understand that, yeah. Phase 2, it definitely got a lot worse. Phase 1, it was, like, relatively chill. Your biggest takeaway from the last 40 minutes of watching is that you're that much closer to trying Honkai Star Rail? Yeah. Well, it's a fun game, I'll be honest. It is a very, very fun game. There's a reason why, like, the vast majority of my recent characters have been named after Honkai Star Rail characters. It's very fun. What am I missing? There's no quest. Oh, that was a really weird delay. And yeah, this character in particular, Ron May. Ron May is, like, probably the most powerful character in Honkai Star Rail. And definitely one of my favorites. But, you know. There's a lot of characters who I will have, like, name my WoW characters after from Honkai Star Rail that are not actually that good. Either way, fun game and a lot of cool characters. Let's see. WoW has its good points, but War Within Mythic Plus content being a while away seems like a good move. I guess it depends on your perspective on that. Just get all vendored. Give you back my Volpera Alta RV Harldan the Blizzard. Hey, only some of my characters, like maybe 1/3 of them are Volpera. The other 1/3 are Blood Elves, and then there's just like a mix of other shit. I probably have more Blood Elves than I do Volpera. I actually probably have a ton of High Mountain Tauren as well, because I've done a ton of Horde Allied Race Druid runs, so I just have a bunch of random Tauren and High Mountain Taurens sitting around. All variations of Raccoon, which is what I always name my Tauren Druids. Okay. This is a fun quest. You do what is needed in WoW, then do Star Trek Online or City of Heroes. Only way to counterburn is to play more than one games or you become withered, yes. Let's revive Lord of the Rings Online. You know, I always meant to go back and check out Lord of the Rings Online again, just for fun. It's just like, there's so many other MMOs that I used to play as a kid that I want to check out again and see how they are now. But I don't have time. I really hope that, like, at one stage with my YouTube channel and stuff, it gets to a point where I'm able to, like, get videos produced at a fast enough pace that I can actually have free time to do other stuff. Because these days, I just really don't. We'll get there eventually, though. Ken Quinn said, just wanted to let you know I love watching your speedruns. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. What? Invalid target? Oh, I think because that guy just pressed it. That might have bugged it out. Revive Lord of the Rings Online, you never stop playing? It's good to see that some people still play it. I played that game very briefly a long time ago, but I never really got, like, super into it. Not to the degree that I got into WoW as a kid. Obviously, WoW has been, like, the main MMO that I've always played, but when I was young, I did try out a lot of different MMOs. Probably, like, most of the big ones. And a lot of the ones that I never got around to trying when I was really young, I did at least give a shot to later on. Like, I obviously tried Final Fantasy XIV much later, and now I love Final Fantasy XIV. And I tried Guild Wars 2 a lot later, and I do really like Guild Wars 2, I just haven't been able to play it in a very long time. Just because, same thing as before, time constraints. Just way too busy these days.
Open up a portal to Stormwind only briefly.
I do hope my trust in your people is not misplaced.
Can't believe you were watching my content and woke up to a ban. All customer support replies were like 6 a.m. Central. Damn. I'm definitely sorry to hear that. Yeah. Not a joke. You thought Blizzard would get pissed on that stuff. If you were wrong, sorry. I mean, they may not like it, but I want to make it clear that that is not why I got banned. Because there's going to be a lot of people who wrongly think that that is what caused the ban, when that is just factually incorrect. Also, I will give my once per stream reminder that if you have enjoyed watching the stream so far, or hell, if you just want to help support my channel given all the bullshit, just make sure to throw it a like, because throwing it a like helps it in the YouTube algorithm, and that just boosts the video, gets more eyes on it, etc., etc. So, always like to remind people at least once per stream, because that definitely can help out a lot. Despite sucking, this could be great PR. It could draw a lot more people to your channel. It's possible. A bunch of people did tell me that. Like I said, my friends were all like, oh, you know, you should definitely benefit, like, use this as, like, a PR thing. Which, you know, obviously, I'm going to play the cards that I'm dealt, and at this situation, if this is what I need to do in order to get attention brought to it, that's what I will do. And if I end up getting some good PR out of it, cool. But that's, you know, that is kind of a secondary thought, right? It's like, it's very easy for like viewers and my friends and stuff to be like, oh man, like clickbait the shit out of this, get some good like publicity out of this stuff. It's easy to like sit on the sidelines and look at that, or look at it from that angle. But understand that like from my perspective, the only thing that I can think about is that like gnawing sense of dread of like, holy fuck, my account is banned. And it's like, this is, I think, that something that may be a little bit hard to understand, but like, I've already said, I know for a fact that I am innocent. Without a shadow of a doubt, I've never used cheats ever. I know that it's going to get overturned. But the challenge with this is no matter how certain you are, shit like this will just make you second guess yourself. And I have already tormented myself to death over like, could it have been X? Could it have been Y? What possible thing could it be? Is there any legitimacy to this whatsoever? And I know at this point, there is absolutely nothing, right? But you just live with that, like for the past 4 days, that's all I've been doing. And the unfortunate thing is like, well, obviously testing has been fucked because it's just been really difficult to get anything done on PTR beta, etc., just in general lately. It has also just been difficult for me to get other work done. Like, I could get started on script writing, for instance. I could get started on, like, thumbnail design and whatnot if, you know, the beta wasn't working. But, like, the last 4 days, I can barely think straight. It was difficult. Like, yesterday, I was initially planning on doing all this yesterday, and I woke up and I just felt awful. I had, like, an insanely bad headache. I just felt yucky overall. And I was just like, I can't do this today. Because the reality is, like, it's a difficult thing to sit here and talk about, and you kind of need to be in the right headspace for it. And I'm not even in necessarily the best headspace right now, but, like, I gotta draw attention to it somehow, so better today than I have been before, so gotta do what I gotta do. But it's rough. And all that to say, it's really hard for me to like take a step back and think like, yes, long term, this could be great publicity, because right now I have one concern and one concern only, and that is getting my account back. Because that is, it's a terrifying prospect, right? Because, well, as I said, I know that I did not use any cheat programs. Until I see that notification come in that my ban has been overturned, anything is possible, right? Because you hear the stories. So many people say, I never cheated, I submitted appeal after appeal, months on end, and Blizzard just strung me along. And it's a terrifying thought. So I can't really take any solace in the fact that it could be great PR or whatever until this is settled. Once this is resolved, once disaster is averted, then maybe I can start to like look at this from like a YouTuber's perspective and start analyzing this on like, you know, how can I take a disaster situation and make it work in my favor, right? Like, where do we go from here? Effectively, right now, my brain is just in pure survival mode. Yeah, that's how it is. Do I have an editor? No. Every single thing that I do on my channel is done completely on my own. I talked to one of my friends about this last night with all of this, because he's actually a video editor, and like he does this for a living. Like he'll get hired by like big YouTubers, like big names in the World of Warcraft sphere. I won't say them because I don't know if he wants me to, but there's like a good chance that you've seen a video that he has edited if you watch a lot of World of Warcraft content, like big YouTuber World of Warcraft content, not mine, because like I said, I do my own editing. But I told him, like, I have basically massive trust issues. I have always been a control freak. I need to do basically everything myself. And the idea of somebody else touching my videos in any shape or form terrifies me. The idea of somebody else putting their name on my work in general for anything terrifies me. The example I always give is like, in college and high school, if there was like a 5-person group project, I would ask to do it alone. I would just say, can I be my own group and just do the project on my own? And usually the teacher would be like, blah, 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 you know, that's not a good idea. And I'd say, fuck it, let me do it anyway. Like, are you going to stop me? And eventually they would just be like, no, if you really want to. And I would do it on my own. And it meant like, in a lot of cases, I wouldn't necessarily say 5 times the workload, because the reality of group projects is there's always somebody who's not pulling their weight, which is why I learned the hard way back in high school that so often I ended up carrying the group in projects like that with like 90% of the effort. But I would spend so much time hounding people to get me their like part of the work so that I could complete the project. Like, I distinctly remember the disaster situation that effectively shaped my distrust of other people working with me is I had this one paper in, I want to say junior year of high school, where basically every single fucking person in my group just let me down. Nobody was like responding. I had to be, frankly, a bit of an asshole to get them to say anything. And I'm sure they hated me, but also they were just kind of fucking me over because like the project was due in 2 days and they were just literally not doing their work, not responding to my emails where I'm like, hello? We agreed that you're going to do this part of the paper. Like, can I at least get a response on whether or not you plan on doing this at all? Right? And I remember there were multiple sections of that paper that I literally just had to YOLO do on my own because I had no idea whether or not the person in my group was even going to do it because they just literally didn't respond to me. And I think like one of them did their section of the paper, but it was shit. And I just told them we're using mine instead. The other person didn't do it at all. So like I would have been fucked, right? And my name was on that project. So if I hadn't done that, I probably would have gotten a worse grade. And that shit pisses me off. So ever since, I've always wanted to do my own projects. Another good example where I really set my foot down and I was like, nope, I'm working alone, is in college. So I mentioned this before, but I went to college for game design and computer science. And I had a project in one of my my game design classes where we had to make a game. Duh, it's a game design class. And the idea that the kids in my group had was like fucking insanely stupid. It was, Among Us was like really popular at the time, and they wanted to build like 3D Among Us with all of these like insane features. And like, first off, everything that you just described is completely unrealistic. We're in like a 300 level game design course. We're not going to be able to build detailed 3D Among Us for a semester project, like with the shit that you want to include in it. Like very basic version of it, maybe, but the skill set that we all collectively have does not let us do that. Like, do any of you understand anything about like designing 3D games in Unity? No, it's like the first course that we've fucking taken on it. So let's pick something a bit more reasonable that we can actually achieve. And they refused to budge. They were just like, nope, we're doing this. So I tried to convince them for a while. Eventually I went to my teacher and I said, these guys, politely said these, without like the insults, I'm gonna be hyperbolic here, basically said these guys are fucking stupid. If we try to do their project, it's going to crash and burn. I don't want my name associated with that. I would rather do my own thing. And I remember he was really hesitant about it. He's like, well, and this is kind of the problem, right? He basically said, well, one of the main points of game design is you need to learn how to work with others, and you need to learn that, like, you can't just design it all on your own. And like, I get that, but like, I also don't want to fucking tank my grade because these guys are idiots. So I convinced him to let me do it on my own. And now the final game that I made, it was not a masterpiece. It was by no means like the greatest game ever made. I made like a top-down 2D boss battler. Think like Hotline Miami, but it's like little boss fights with like bullet hell mechanics where you like dodge waves of bullets and stuff, and you have to like, you know, dodge the patterns, then go in, attack the enemy, etc. Relatively simplistic. I used like, you know, free 2D art assets and stuff. Nothing crazy. But it was a playable game that it's something that I enjoy. I like playing those games. So inherently, the first rule of game design a lot of times is fucking make what you enjoy, right? One of the biggest issues with a lot of games is people just make what they think, you know, the kids enjoy. Well, I love games like Hotline Miami, Katana Zero, etc. So I built a game like that. And again, not the craziest thing ever, but I got an A on it. I got an A on a semester project that, you know, it was a simple game, but it worked. Sometimes that's all it takes. I don't know the grade that the other kids got on it, but they had to share it with the class. And I can tell you right now, it was fucking dog shit. It was like barely functional. The way that their Among Us, 3D Among Us game worked is it was, everything was just gray textures because, of course, they don't know how to do anything with 3D. So by the end of the semester, they had no idea how to texture anything. So it was just gray walls, gray blobs, gray everything. And because they obviously didn't know how to program AI imposters, because programming a fucking AI imposter is not easy. AI is not something that you just can learn how to do in a 300 level game design course. So the only thing that they managed to do is get a generic gray blob to follow the player around, because it would just be the gray blob would move to the player's current coordinates. So, and it clipped through walls. So the entire thing was just a generic gray blob just fucking aimbotting towards the player, clipping through walls to their location, and the entire game was you have to walk around, click 4 distinct points in the map that was supposed to be completing the Among Us objectives, and then you have to click those blobs before the generic gray blob catches you, and if it catches you, you lose. It's just a nonsensical game. The entire game is run away from the gray blob and click 4 fucking objects. Like, how is that a game? And that's kind of the problem, right? Instead of designing something simple but workable that could actually be fun, these fucking kids thought they were going to fucking make 3D Among Us. No, you're not. Not in a fucking semester. I am completely blanking on where the other runestone is. I want to say it's up this way. But yeah, like, my entire point is I'm... Now, I don't know. I will say that teacher was, like, fairly lenient. Oh, I've completed the runestone quest. Right. I just need to kill wildlife. So that teacher was fairly lenient. I'd be willing to bet they got, like, at least a B, even though, like, I'm gonna be honest, that's like a D in my book. I'd be a pretty fucking harsh grader. I probably wouldn't have given my project an A, right? I think my game was good, but I don't necessarily think that my game was, like, amazing. And there was another team that actually made a really good game. And they actually went on to make, like, their own little game design studio amongst the people that they were, like, bunking with. And I think they like, were planning on making a game out of college. But I remember I was curious, like, a year or so ago, and I double-checked their, like, their YouTube page and their website, and it seems like they just stopped making any posts, like, 2 years ago, so I guess that didn't really pan out. But hey, they tried. Credit to them. And their initial game that they did for that one semester project was really good. So some people did really good games. And, like, that's what I would give, like, the 100 score to. Oh, game disconnected. Let's get back in here. So I don't think my game deserved an A. It got an A because, like, the teacher was fairly lenient. But, you know, is what it is. Hello? That was a really long load time. Yeah, banned. I already knew people are gonna say it. Yeah. 1 second. Because I clicked login twice, I think this should... It might take a second to update. There we go. You're gonna say ban number 2? Yeah. I already knew the moment it disconnected. I'm like, oh boy, here it comes. Here it fucking comes. Let's hope that this... Yeah, okay. It's just a one-time disconnect. Imposter syndrome comes for us all. I bet you did deserve the A. I appreciate the sentiment. I mean, like... I think it's a nice thing for my professor to, like, give me an A on that. As I said, he was a nice guy, and, like, he was really, like, helpful with a lot of stuff. But yeah, I am generally speaking a harsher critic on myself and frankly on others, in the most cases, than I think most scenarios, so. It's especially, like, compared to what those other kids did, it was night and day.
She doesn't want me going with you, but I can help by
Now, I will say, credit where it's due. I think that for the fact that effectively I lost a lot of time because I only really split off from my my group like a third of the way through the semester. So I lost like the first month or so of time to work, and I was doing a 5-person project completely solo. So I will give myself some credit. The fact that I was doing a 5-person project solo, I think the amount of individual effort that I put in was worth an A. But my teacher did specifically tell me when I requested to do that my project would be judged as if it was a 5-person project, and that, you know, I wouldn't get an easier grade because it was just me. So, you know, and I knew that's obviously fair, right? Otherwise, every single person would just want to split off on their own because there would be less of a standard unless they wanted a complete free ride. So I went in knowing that my solo project was being held to the standard of quality of something that 5 people would make. And by that standard of quality, obviously, if I had other competent people in my group, it could have been better. So am I satisfied with the amount of work that I personally put in? Yes. Do I think that it was A, quality worthy when held to that standard? No. And if I'm being completely honest, I do think that my teacher, despite what he told me initially, was a little bit more lenient with me because he could tell that, like, I didn't half-ass it, right? Like, I made an actual game, and he could also tell that it was something that I genuinely cared about. Like, I didn't split off into my own team just to, like, get an easy grade. I split off because, like, I disagreed fundamentally with their game. It probably also helped that their project was kind of shit. So, in the end, I think he could pretty clearly see that it wasn't necessarily just the case of I was just complaining for the sake of complaining. They did have unrealistic goals, and their end goal was just completely off the mark. So I think all of that kind of combined to get me the A, right? But, you know. I think by the letter of the rubric, I probably shouldn't have gotten it. Am I thinking about doing a pre-patch remix run soon? I honestly have zero plans to touch remix again at this point, especially because while I don't know for sure, I have a sneaking suspicion that something in remix, like people reporting me for doing some farming thing, is probably what got me falsely banned in the first place, which puts an even more sour taste in my mouth about it. But regardless of that, I still really don't want to play remix again. So no, I'm definitely not actively planning on it. The main thing about remix right now is, like, there's nothing different. The fastest leveling method is the same as it was before. It's the same thing but faster. That's really all there is to it. Yeah, that's a slight upgrade for me. So I just don't really think there's any merit to doing more of it. Random dude, good morning to you as well. The actual name, by the way. That's interesting. Your professor was probably expecting everybody to have a game like your old group, so you definitely deserve the A. Yeah, to be fair. But I will say there was, like, a wide range, because I did mention there was that one group that did have a genuinely really good game. So it wasn't like everybody's game sucked. Like, my game was solid. There were other games that were kind of mediocre to solid. I think my previous group probably had the worst one. My memory of the other mediocre games is a little bit fuzzy at this stage. I couldn't really tell you exactly what they were. Because, like, none of them really stand out. My old team's one I obviously have seared into my memory because it was something that I was actively invested in, and it was particularly bad. And I remember the really good game, partially because it was very good, but also because that same team I had in my senior year game design classes, and they had really good projects there as well. Whereas I will be honest, while I was proud of my junior year project, which is what this was, I definitely phoned it in a lot on my senior year stuff, but with good reason, because, like, for context, basically, around the same time that all of this was happening, I forget the exact timeline. It's a little bit fuzzy at this stage, But roughly at that time, when all this stuff was going on, I was making my YouTube channel stuff for the very first time. And then, like, I started my YouTube channel in late 2020. And I've said before, but oh, I forgot to collect the mushroom juice. Here's the last one. And then, yeah, this should do it. Started my YouTube channel late 2020. I made a bunch of videos, right? I had the leveling guide that did really well. And I mentioned this before, but I had no idea really how to run a YouTube channel. It was all just kind of new to me. So I just wasn't really sure what to do next. And I just kind of stopped making videos for half a year. And at the time, I was just kind of like, you know, I guess that's it, right? I don't have any other really good ideas at the moment. I tried doing, what the fuck happened to my UI? What? What the heck? Why are my talents down there? Where did they go? Maybe if I reload? Okay, I have no idea what bugged out there. What was I saying? Yeah, so started my YouTube channel around that time, and then I don't meet the requirements for that. What the fuck? Oh, I get my first trinket. Okay. Well, we're gonna pick the one that gives agility, obviously. Do I have anything else that I can use? Garrison Hearthstone. Finally get that. That'll be useful. But yeah, so going into my senior year, I had had my YouTube channel for... so I guess, for clarity, I started my YouTube channel basically towards the beginning of my junior year when all of this stuff was happening. And then I, like, in my senior year... like in the summer between my junior and senior year, I started trying to make videos again. And it was kind of a slow process, like refining my format, because up until then, I just kind of YOLO posted whatever the fuck I want, right? I had no idea how YouTube really worked. I was just making YouTube videos and people happened to be watching it. Cool. But then once people stopped watching my YouTube videos, I was like, I don't know what to do now. I don't know anything about YouTube. How do I get people to keep watching again? And that's when I did a lot of research. I just started uploading a shit ton of videos and trying to like fine tune my format to see what worked, what didn't. And then there was my senior year. And basically like midway through my senior year, or my first semester of my senior year, is kind of when I decided that I just really don't want to continue with my college major. And I would like to try and pursue YouTube, because that's when some of my videos actually started getting a little bit of traction again. And I felt like if I keep working at this, I could get it to a point where it is viable as a full-time career. And like, at this point, I am kind of close to there. It's enough that I am able to keep myself afloat right now. It obviously took many years to get to that point. We're not still 100% there yet, but progress. And obviously it was still kind of a long shot, right? At that stage in my senior year. And I don't like, no shade to my dad, because like, you know, my dad is a good person, right? And I know that he is in general supportive, and especially these days, he's usually fairly supportive. But my dad wasn't necessarily the most supportive person of like YouTube being an actual thing that you could do. He was like, the odds of that actually being a career are low. And, you know, he's not wrong, but it's one of those things where it can kind of be difficult to explain to people sometimes why, like, you feel that you can do it, right? I felt, even when I had 5,000 subscribers, that I could build a YouTube channel, and I kept working at it. And, you know, up until then, as I mentioned, it had just been kind of like a thing that I messed around with. This is when I first tried to make it into an actual job. And it took a lot of convincing, and I'm really lucky that my thesis professor that I had in senior year, initially my plan was to make like a turn-based strategy game for my thesis project for game design and stuff. And I was going to make like kind of like a tile-based 2D strategy game because I like strategy games a lot. And I got like a working prototype for my my midterm, and that was what I used for my midterm. But pretty early on into that first semester, I showed my YouTube channel to my professor, and he was actually super supportive of it, and he thought it was really cool. And basically, the moment he saw it, he was like, you should just make your YouTube channel your thesis project. Because to clarify, it was not just a game design major. It was like a multimedia major. So game design, film, anything like that. That was just one of the things that you could do as your thesis project. So he was like, this is super cool. You should definitely do this as your thesis project because like nobody has really done that before as a thesis. So I think it would be really enlightening to have like a presentation on YouTube stuff. And he also, I mentioned this before, he actually had his own YouTube channel because he runs like a little event where a lot of like big figures in like the like game design and stuff industry get together and like share ideas and stuff like that. I forget the name. But like it was a pretty big thing, and he had like his own YouTube channel with like 60,000 subscribers that he ran, though he was kind of doing what I had done up until that point where he just uploaded whatever the fuck he wanted. But because he ran like this big game design convention thing, he still had a lot of subscribers and viewers because like every once in a while he would upload some interesting video, like an interview with like the creator of Mario or some other like really big names in the industry. I forget exactly, but he showed me all this. It was really cool. And those would get a lot of views. And his top viewed video on YouTube was completely unrelated to anything else on his channel. He took a bunch of wind up Tickle Me Elmo toys, put them on a shelf, and just let them go wild. And it's just like all of these Elmos just going ape shit, like colliding into each other and like falling on the floor and smashing their heads. And it's just like 30 seconds of pure chaos. And that was his like most viewed video that had like 1 million views or something. We go Artillery Tower. So he knew a little bit about YouTube, and so he understood why I wanted to go for it, and he encouraged me. And he actually, like, multiple times, he was like, oh, give me your dad's phone number. I want to, like, talk to him and convince him to let you do this. And it took a lot of convincing, but eventually I basically set my foot down, and I was like, for my like, actual thesis project, I'm just going to focus on my YouTube channel. And that allowed me to basically get away with just focusing on YouTube and using that as an excuse to further work on that instead of doing like an actual thesis project. That being said, I mean, I did do an actual presentation at my my thesis thing about videos. One of the examples that I gave, because around that time, I don't know how many people are going to remember this, but I did a video way back when about the Sand Everywhere achievement. Me and some other guy on like in Europe discovered that for the first time on the PTR. We figured out how to actually access it, and then I made a video showcasing how to get there and get like all the rewards from it. And that video hit like a few 100,000 views, which at that time was huge for my channel. The only videos that I had at that point that had reached over 100,000 views was my leveling guide, which was still doing fairly well, and my like world record speedruns. And some of those didn't even hit 100K back then. So that was like really big for me. And then basically I gave like a presentation discussing all of like the improvements that I had made to thumbnail design and like marketing my videos over the years, and showcasing how, or over the year effectively, and how like earlier that year when I like in the school year effectively, so late 2021, when I was still getting videos in like the hundreds of views, I had like very basic thumbnails that like didn't really tell a lot about what the video was. My titles like weren't really that engaging and stuff like that. And I showed like some of the analytics behind it and how over time I focused on like improving my thumbnails, like making them more easily readable and like kind of a little bit more clickbaity, the reality is, but in a good way, right? Like good clickbait. and like how, depending on the way I worded the title and like designed the thumbnail, it could drastically change the amount of views that I got. Oh, not right now. Please, not right now. Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, internet, please. Don't do this to me, internet. Okay, looks like we're back. Just a temporary lag spike. It looks like it was also YouTube's end because I didn't actually get disconnected in-game. It was just, it was just on YouTube, it seems. Yeah, lots of people saying F, F, and then we're back, we're back. Yeah, we're good now. Based on the fact that I didn't get disconnected and I got no apparent lag in-game, and the fact that OBS just gave me, like, a YouTube connection issue. Just YouTube servers being crappy sometimes. It happens. I did not freeze on your end. Yeah, probably just, like, certain areas got, like, weird connection issues with YouTube. So. Temporary lag spikes are gonna happen. The big concern, right, is YouTube, a lot of times, if the disconnect is like multiple minutes, it will basically cut the recording, and that really fucks you in the algorithm, because obviously you can't like retroactively combine the recordings. That's just not a thing you can do. So then the stream recording will permanently just be fucked, right? So thankfully that has, I think that happened once ever, and ever since I've been afraid of it. It normally doesn't, but ever since it happened to me, I'm just terrified whenever I get a lag spike. Oh no. No, 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 not now. But we are good. It froze for you in Germany? Ah. Let's see. Do I know any add-on that auto-accepts dungeons? There are add-ons that auto-accept the dungeon, like roll check, but stuff that accepts the queue pop, I don't think you can do. I think that's a protected function. At the very least, I'm not aware of anything that does. It froze for you in Australia? Or, oh, Australia. Gotcha. Yeah. Seems just like situational then. At least it's working now for everybody. Talk about YouTube and YouTube dies, yeah. How did I get on that rant? I think, oh yeah, we spiraled onto that rant because I basically said, I have trouble trusting anybody with anything. And then the whole thing about, my friend in my guild who, like, does editing for people. And basically he was like, if you need help with editing in the meantime, like, he offered it. But it is a very difficult step. That kind of all stemmed from, I do all of the work on my channel on my own, and it is very difficult for me to let other people help. It's just, yeah. I've always struggled to let other people help me out with projects. I'm just more comfortable knowing that I'm, like, in charge of everything. And it's like one of those things where I understand that at some point I probably will need to let that go, because it's just, it's not really sustainable, right? Like, there is, I don't know of, like, really that many major YouTube channels that are completely self-run. I think, like, one of the only ones that I can think of, I'm pretty sure Video Game Donkey still does, like, everything on his own. I could be wrong on that, but I'm, like, fairly sure he still does all of his own editing and whatnot. So I do know that some people, it can work, but also, like, my just general style of content is significantly different than Donkey's, right? The entire format doesn't really work. Because one of the other big issues that I run into a lot of times is, a lot of times there are guides that I want to make, but I simply do not have enough time in the day to test, script write, and record and edit all of that. There is just simply not enough time. And it's not like entertainment videos where, like, when it's done, it's done. It's guides where the moment that it is past its relevance, there's no point in even making it anymore, which can be kind of an issue. Fort Brew, I guess. What do I want here? Shadowboxing treads, yep, definitely. Forgot that I didn't have that already. Let's go control 3, control 2, control 3. You're done, you give up, you just wanted to level on alt in dungeons and live, but you keep getting vote kicked out of dungeons for no reason. You had the same group of people vote kick you 3 times in a row, they never even zoned in. What the hell? That sounds weird, like, you just queued into them 3 times, and each time they deliberately, like, sniped you before you can enter the dungeon? Like, am I missing something here? Ah, shit, my touch of death is on cooldown. Also, let me, in a second, I'm going to scroll up and read other messages. Also, yeah, that's a strength hammer. It is, like, sweltering in here real quick, so I'm just going to check to see if the dehumidifier died. Because usually, when it is this hot, it is because the dehumidifier shut off. So, let me check that real quick.
This land swallows all who enter. We will be fortunate to even lay eyes upon the Iron Horde base.
No, it is working. I think it's just because my door closed. So, hopefully now it should be a little bit better. Did you play with them through a dungeon once at all? If so, you were probably so bad. Well, it's a bit of a mean thing to say. And for the record, I know Monolith Sand, so that's definitely not the case, but yeah, there are people who are just toxic like that. It happens, but yeah, I'm guessing it is just people who, for whatever reason, have a vendetta against, like, boosting alts and just really wanted to kick you. That's definitely very strange, though. Alright, let's go down here. Man, getting chi at this stage is brutal. I'll just Todd him. Do I think Icy Veins or Wowhead is more reliable? Neither. It's a case-by-case basis. It's not the website, because Wowhead has a lot of shitty guides, Icy Veins has a lot of shitty guides. It is entirely based on who is writing it. So, if you want to know, like, for a class guide, which one's better, check the author's credentials. If it's written by, like, some no-name guy that has literally 0 credentials as, like, a guide writer or a theory crafter, I'm not necessarily saying it's going to be bad, but take it with a grain of salt, because a lot of times it is going to be bad. There are definitely going to be cases where it's written by some random Joe Schmo that they pulled off the street, and it will not actually be useful to you at all. But if it's written by, like, a well-established person in the theory crafting community, well then, yeah, duh. It's probably going to be useful. Oh, crap. That is intellect. I'll do this bonus objective since I'm here. Okay. Enhancement Shaman is always broken on one of them. Yeah. It really depends. There are many cases where the guide writer is the same for both Wowhead and Icy Veins, but not always. So, like, yeah, double check. And frankly, there are certain cases where the answer is neither, and you want to go seek out, like I would say the most consistently reliable, and there are some examples where this is not true, class discords tend to be the best resources to get information about a specific spec. Now again, there are some times, not always, but there are times when class discords can be really off the mark. I would say most class discords these days are pretty good. Some are still better than others, like the Rogue Discord, masterclass. That's like the best one out there. Mage Discord, another really good one. Monk Discord, very good. Those are, I think, the really big ones that are like, they are the pinnacle of like amazing class Discord stuff. Like, I don't even play rogues, right? I'm not a fan of rogues at all. And the rogue class Discord is so well run like, those people are amazing. Now, I'm a little bit biased because I have spoken to a lot of them. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm, like, good friends with a lot of the rogue writers, but I've done, like, raid testing and stuff with them, and they're all really cool people, they're all really knowledgeable, and they're just chill, like, fun to talk to. I also, back in, like, the really old, ancient days of early Shadowlands, when I was running my Covenant spreadsheet, way back when, before I even had a YouTube channel, when that's the only thing that people even knew me for, I was relying heavily on communication with a lot of the top theory crafters to keep that Covenant spreadsheet up to date. And the Rogue Discord guys, like, without me even having to ask, they would give me, like, regular updates on all of, like, the changes on tuning on, like, which Covenants are better or worse for certain specs. Specifically, Fu is a god. I fucking love Fu. Amazing person. They helped me so fucking much back in Shadowlands, and to this day, they are still doing amazing work in the Rogue Discord. They are awesome. Oh fuck, I forgot one of the Rangari people. Also, while I didn't know them back from Shadowlands, Whisper is another fantastic guide writer who I did a lot of raid testing with in Dragonflight, and they are really, really, really good, really knowledgeable. I think they write the assassination guides, but don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure Whisper does assassination, Fu does subtlety, and I forget who does combat or outlaw, but I'm pretty sure they are also a very, very good resource. And they all kind of, like, work together on a lot of that stuff. Another, like, great example, although he doesn't really play often these days, is Kojiyama, is another really big rogue theory crafter. He used to be an officer in one of the guilds I was in. Really awesome guy. I actually was, like, pretty good friends with at the time. And I think even though he doesn't really actively play anymore, I'm pretty sure he still does a lot of, like, the math theory crafting behind, like, simulations and stuff for the Rogue Discord and a bunch of others. Insanely knowledgeable dude. Really, really helpful. So, again, it's just a case-by-case basis. Some of those guides are going to be amazing. Some of them are going to be pretty shit. Are any of these worth taking? I guess we'll just go reverse harm because it's just passive increase. We'll take diffuse for the DR. Archon is based on statistics based on high tier raiders and Mythic Plus. Archon is just Warcraft logs, right? That's just what they've rebranded to. In which case, like, yeah. But, I mean, I think, well, yes, Warcraft logs and, like, all the stuff associated with them, it's a really good resource for sure. I think there's a very big difference between using stuff like Warcraft logs to, like, analyze your play and improve is very different from using, like, a guide on Wowhead or Icy Veins to fundamentally understand the game, right? Also, what I should do before I do these quests, I need to get my Champion's Honor on cooldown. So actually, I'm going to go over here and start this and do Affliction Ridge.
I am listening. We will persevere.
Archon combined with Subcreation, used to use Subcreation. Subcreation I've heard a lot about. It's never something I've personally used, but I've heard good things about it. What did I miss? Hunter drives you nuts because there's 3 of them? Yeah. I know that Tarlo is a really good guide writer. Like, I'm not really in the mood to shit talk certain writers, but there is a specific Hunter guide writer who I have openly criticized in the past for paywalling information. If you know, you know. I'm not really in the mood to discuss it at the moment, but again, a lot of people know exactly who I'm talking about, and I don't consider their information worth the paper it's printed on, or, well, you know, metaphorically speaking. But Tarlo, I know, is very good. And I forget the names of the other Hunter writers. Like, I know there's one that usually does survival, but I'm not super familiar with them. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Yeah, exactly. What did I get? Botanite Bloom. No. Come on, I need to get Granai. Okay, I got Gorin Tooth. So we ended Affliction Ridge, 3 trophies. Not the best. It could definitely be a lot better, but 3 Proof of Strength that is like average. That is what you want to get. 4 is like really good. And Granai is one of the more acceptable ones to miss because we can always make up for it later on. You appreciate the offer, you're worried about your leveling speed. You're kind of fed up with how much other people ruin this game and how Blizzard allows it. Yeah. It can definitely suck sometimes. I'm gonna go for this Seed Bearer. Let's see. This. Okay, we got gloves and a belt I can use. That's good. Still stuck in combat. Okay, there we go. Are those shoulders better? No, the ones I got are better. Yeah, those are both pretty sizable upgrades there. I still have this one-hander that I could use if I got another one-hander, but so far I haven't. Let's try to get as much done as possible before Champion's Honor is available again. The moment it's available, I'm going to try to go and do the Rexar quests and just knock that out. You think it's stupid that we have 3 Hunter Discords? Yeah, there's some lore about that, which is like, of course, more drama. Basically, Voldemort Hunter wanted to like establish himself as like the de facto tyrant, for, you know, lack of a better term, of the actual Hunter Discord. So a bunch of them like tried to splinter off and make their own. And like, I mean, it hasn't necessarily gone super well. Yeah, it is what it is. It definitely sucks. I do think that it's one of those things where, as a community, more people need to, like, speak out against paywalling information. Because the problem is, like, well, everybody, or most people agree that it sucks, right? As long as people who are paywalling their information, and are the only ones paywalling their information, are still continually given a platform by other creators, like, they're just going to keep doing it, because they don't feel the repercussions of it at all. Because while a big chunk of the community fucking hates them for it, including a lot of other guide writers, like back when I was in Occasional Excellence, which, you know, Babylonius was the guild leader of, and regardless of how things may have ended there, Babs would frequently post about how much they could not fucking stand that individual, and he would post like screenshots of the Wowhead guide writer Discord where tons of other guide writers fucking hated this guy. Because all of them were, you know, actually doing guides to help players and not paywalling their shit. And he is like the only fucking one who paywalls stuff and just blatantly provides misinformation. And there was like a screenshot of him being confused as to why like nobody liked him. And they were all like, gee, I wonder why. Like, I wonder why none of us like you when you're the only person who paywalls your shit when everybody else has told you over and over that it's fucking disgusting. Like, don't do that. But again, until everybody, you know, condemns it and stops giving him a platform, it's still going to be a thing. And, like, to a certain extent, you can't really fault him. You can, but it's hard to really say that he shouldn't be making money if people are just going to throw it at him. It's one of those things where most people take a stand because it's just an ethical thing, right? It's a bad thing to do. And even if they could be making extra money, they all kind of agree that it doesn't. But it's like, it's kind of the prisoner's dilemma, right? Of if all guide writers kind of have this unspoken agreement of we're just going to share our information publicly and not like keep shit secret and paywall it, And then there's one guy who's like, well, I'm going to keep all of my simulations private and then put like misinformation in the public sims so that people have to pay me to get the information. Well, that just kind of ruins the entire thing. And now suddenly, you know, if that behavior is allowed, then everybody else is basically just leaving money on the table. So you either all come together, make a stand, say, this is not okay, we're not okay with this, or one guy gets away with just, you know, reaming everybody else. Anyways. The same thing for paid leveling add-ons, for the record, right? You know, I could say that they're disgusting, but obviously people continue to, you know, advocate for certain paid trash add-ons and then say things like, well, I can torrent it for free. And like, that's not the fucking point. That is absolutely missing the point. It's nothing to do with whether or not you can like torrent the add-on for free. Supporting them and recommending a paid add-on to people is just bad. So, yeah. How is my flight bar UI different? It's... The Algerian Storm Rider has a specific different flight bar. It's just specifically that mount. It's honestly something you thought Blizzard would put in the TOS. It is. It is in the TOS. They just don't enforce it. Which, it's another thing, right? Like, obviously, I said the thing about people need to stop platforming it. Ideally, Blizzard should fucking stop it, but they don't. So it's kind of up to the community to take a stand against it, because Blizzard clearly isn't doing anything. But it is literally against the TOS. And because this thing always comes up, people always try to say, but these crafty paid add-on creators, they found the super duper loophole of, technically speaking, you're allowed to have a free add-on with paid downloadable information, so it's a loophole. No, it's not. No, it's not. That is propaganda bullshit made up by those paid add-on people. It is, like, read the terms of service. It is explicitly not allowed. They even have a line in there basically saying that entire quote-unquote loophole that people always use as an example of free add-on with you need to pay to get all the actual content. They literally put that in the terms of service as something you cannot do. It is explicitly stated that, no, that actually is not allowed by the terms of service. And yet people still claim, actually, it's just a loophole. No, it's not. Drives me crazy every time I have to listen to that. It's insane. And it's amazing that that propaganda trick worked. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because if Blizzard doesn't crack down on it, who the fuck cares? It's nothing that we can do. Unless the community just agrees that it sucks and stops doing it. That's a good trinket. Nice rare upgrade. That's actually... If I wanted a rare upgrade on anything, it's kind of that. I don't really want the one that gives me armor. And we're actually going to end up almost just in time to get Champion's Honor up for the Basilisks and Steam Elementals. So that works out perfectly. Alright, let me scroll up a bit and catch some of the messages that I missed. Because there were a bunch of stuff before that, like, temporary disconnect. That I did not get a chance to read. Part of you dislikes that we can't graduate remix characters early, because you would like to get some Dragonflight trinkets and higher item level. You heard remix characters get 480 gear. It has not yet been confirmed. Unless within the last few days they confirmed it and I just missed it, which is possible because I have not been necessarily on top of my game these last few days in terms of, like, keeping up with news. I have had bigger fish to fry. So unless they just confirmed it, then no. I'm pretty sure that we still don't know exactly what the item level is. What? I didn't get the Basilisk item? Oh my god. That's bad. It is rare that from a pull that size, I don't get Basilisk. Oh my god, I'm starved for energy. Elemental Crystal. Basilisk Scale. Have to be really careful. If I'm lucky... Yes! Oh, we got it. Right in the nick of time, we got Garanai. Perfect. Alright. Really, really weird RNG to start off with, but... got there in the end, and that is all that matters. Ah, shit. Well, I managed to Touch of Karma the damage from that AoE, but it still stuns, which... yeah, I should have seen that one coming. Shit. Whew. Yeah, Strike of the Windlord is actually just so cracked. There we go. There's all the shit I need, and I need one more Basilisk. You do Misk Freelance 3D, and it makes you wish you had picked Major more suited to that instead of graphic design. Then again, at that age, you probably would have been in that Among Us group. Yeah, well, frankly, I'm in the same boat, because I went to college for game design and computer science, and I'm really not using... I mean, I am technically, to a small extent, using, like, my game design skills from, like, a commentary angle. Like, obviously, I know a lot about game design, but it's not entirely the same, right? Let's go with that. I would have much rather, in hindsight, gotten a lot of more classes in, like, video editing, because video editing is what I spend a shit ton of my time doing, and I'm gonna be honest, I am woefully unequipped in that area, for the most part. It's, like, I've kind of learned over time, over the past 3-ish years, 4 years almost at this point, how to make YouTube videos, how to do editing and stuff. And by and large, I am, like, self-taught, kind of. You know, I'll look up tutorials online if I need to figure out how to do something. But I didn't really take any major, like, film design classes in college. I had, like, one intro to, like, you know, film or whatever in my freshman year, I think. And I learned basic stuff about Adobe Premiere in that class. But my early videos were rough. Like, the editing was not great. The sound quality was terrible. It's bad, right? And, I mean, one of the other smaller reasons, I've always said the main reason why I don't do, like, face cam is anxiety. You know, if I really wanted to, I would figure it out. But one of the other reasons is that I don't really know much about, like, actual camera work in terms of, you know, lighting and stuff like that. I know, like, absolutely fuck all about that, so I would have to figure out how to do all of that correctly. The, like, 2 times when I have actually done a face cam, I spent, like, hours fretting over every small last detail, and I'm pretty sure it still looked like crap. So it's, yeah, it's nerve-wracking, and I kind of wish I had taken more, like, film classes or video editing classes so that I could have more of this information instead of, like, whatever useless crap I was taking in college. The game design stuff wasn't necessarily useless, but there were a lot of other classes where, like, I probably could have taken more electives about video editing if I really knew that this is what I'd be doing, and instead I took a lot of electives about, like, fucking anthropology or history, which I like history, it's fun, but I'm not a historian. That's not my job, so it hasn't really helped me a lot. Although I have always thought that one of these days, like, when I get tired of doing World of Warcraft YouTube stuff, it could be really fun to make, like, history YouTube videos. Because I like watching a lot of videos about, like, you know, history stuff. So I think, like, fun edited videos telling, you know, an interesting story in something that happened in history could be cool. Now, admittedly, it is a little bit oversaturated, right? Because there are a bunch of channels that I watch that do basically that. So I already know that there is a lot of people in that niche already, but it's something that I enjoy. But, you know, I would have much rather had more classes in a relevant field than something that I just kind of enjoy for fun. Summoning Salt-esque history videos would be cool. Yeah, I think, like, the thing for me, and I probably have talked about this a little bit before, just, like, as a random tangent, but I always, like, I never understood why so many people didn't like history, but I think a lot of people view history as, like, you know, it's just something that, like, already happened. Why do we need to just, like, learn about this shit, right? I remember some girl in one of my classes said that. And to me, history is most interesting when it is told as, like, a story, right? And I think some of the most interesting, like, history classes that I had professors that knew that. And they wouldn't just try to dump historical facts on you. They would try to teach you history like you were reading a fucking World of Warcraft's lore book. And you're learning about real-life events. I've watched, you know, the channel named Real Life Lore a lot of times, and to be honest, it is an amazing channel name. It's not a channel that I watch a ton, but I do love his channel name because that is how I've always thought about history. It is, in many cases, real-life lore. And a lot of people, I think, who never liked history and always found it boring in class probably have the teachers who would just info dump on them and not actually tell any interesting stories. But I think when you view it as, like, an interesting story, like, it kind of changes your perspective on it. And that's kind of, like, those are the videos that I find the most entertaining. The ones that, like, tell you an interesting historical story. Oh, another disconnect, man. Is this gonna... Okay, this time at least it's not gonna boot me back to the BattleNet page. It seems interacting with objects is just really buggy. Blizz hammer strike again when they get fed up with your speed leveling? Yeah. Yeah, so it works down. Blizzard has been radio silent on Remix for over a month. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I have a video that I was planning on doing, like, towards the end of Remix about, like, the new foolproof way on how to break out of Pandaria, at least until it gets fixed, which at this point I doubt it will. And I was gonna post it, like, next week and just let people go wild with it, but at this point, I'm, for obvious reasons, a little bit iffy on it. Even if I know for a fact that that's not what got me banned, right? I still feel that if I were to post that video now, I would just get a lot of backlash and people saying, it's just gonna get you banned. And I just don't want to fucking deal with that, so I don't know. I'll think about it. But yeah. Like, if I were to ever make, like, history YouTube videos, I've said this once before, the first topic that I would cover, because it's one that, like, I stumbled upon while playing Shogun 2 Fall of the Samurai, and there was a little one-liner in one of the unit cards in Shogun 2 Fall of the Samurai that referenced this, like, little tidbit of history, and that one little line got me really interested as to, like, what does that mean? And then I did a bunch of research on what it was talking about, and, like, the full story behind that is crazy. The whole Meiji Restoration, I don't know if I'm saying that right, period in Japan's history is wild. That is, like, one of my favorite subjects to read about. And obviously, playing Shogun 2 Fall of the Samurai helps with that. It's a really fun game. So that got me interested in that subject for starters. But the more actual history I read about that, the more I was just fascinated with this period. Just so much cool shit. And the line that I read that, like, sparked my curiosity about that subject, and if I were to make history videos, that it's probably the first thing I would cover, is why is there a random pillar from Pompeii sitting on top of a hill in northern Japan? How did that pillar from Pompeii end up on this hill in Japan? And the story behind that is fucking crazy. I'm not going to tell it here. If you want, you can, check it out yourself, because it is really, really interesting. But that is like the type of stuff of just that one simple question of how the fuck did this thing happen? And then you hear like all of the backstory and the events that led to this. It is really, really, really fucking cool. And that is why I love history. There's just so many little historical tidbits like that it just doesn't even seem real. It seems like a fucking, historical fiction story, but it's real. It happened. And honestly, so based on everything that I've just said, it should probably come as little surprise to most people that I watched the TV series Shogun recently, and I fucking loved it. Amazing show, right? I mean, I think most people who weren't already obsessed with like Japanese like history around that time period probably thought it was really good as well. Most of my friends thought it was an amazing show, right? But what really fascinated me about that show that like I didn't even know this shit is okay, yeah, so I need to do these quests and then I talk to Nisha. That said, my champion's honor is about to be up, or it is up. So yeah, I already got Granai, so we just need Ogron Horn. But so for anybody who hasn't seen Shogun, and this isn't really spoilers, this is the first minute or two of the show. It is set in the late, I think it's either late 1500s or early 1600s. Well, it is based on actual historical events. The timing is a little tiny bit ambiguous, I think, within the show. It is mostly historically accurate, but there are some liberties taken. But the very first thing that you see in that show is there is a ship of British traders that lands on the shores of Japan. And at that time, Portugal controls all of the trade with Japan. Like, nobody else is allowed to trade with them. And the Portuguese are keeping it a secret. So this British ship is trying to open communications with the Japanese. And then, the entire general premise of the show is this British guy trying to, integrate himself into the Japanese populace, and then he gets involved in all sorts of shenanigans, right? And I kind of gathered, based on my knowledge of this period, that this was loosely based on, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation, the end of the Sengoku Jidai period, where a bunch of different clans in Japan were warring over control of the shogunate, which was like the main military power in Japan that kind of not necessarily overthrew the emperor, but kind of suppressed the emperor's control over the nation and effectively turned into a mini dictatorship around that time. This is actual history, right? Not just something in the show. And I understood that it was loosely based on that, but what I didn't realize is that the entirety of that show, with the exception of like a few minor story beats, is like point by point historically accurate. And I watched pretty much the entire show, and it wasn't until like the last episode where I realized, oh my god, this is a one-to-one retelling of this period of history. It's just that they changed the names of the people and replaced it with like fictional names. And then I'm like, holy shit, this is real. This is the thing that I read about, like, a few years ago when I was really interested in Japanese history. And it's, like, really fucking accurate. All things considered, for a really compelling historical fiction-esque tale. And the main thing that I thought was bullshit, right, is it's, like, the main character of this show is that British guy that I mentioned. And it follows his perspective as he tries to navigate all of this like political shit unfolding in Japan. And I kind of assumed initially that this British guy was like kind of a made up character that purely existed as a way for the author to kind of guide the reader through this period of Japan, because most people probably don't know what the fuck any of this is. So if your main like point of view character is a foreigner who is brand new to the continent and is learning the language and all of the stuff, it's really easy to narratively like explain this is how XYZ custom works, and that way you can kind of get away with doing that without it breaking the show don't tell rule, right? So that was kind of my initial interpretation of why the author chose to do that. And then after I finished watching the show, I looked it up, and the British dude is fucking real. Like, there was actually a British dude, and I won't, like, spoil all the stuff that happened, because I never knew about his story, but there was actually a British dude who landed in Japan around that time, and got involved in all of this stuff. And, like, a lot of the stuff that happens in the show that you think, like, this is a little bit unrealistic, it's fucking real. It was actually based on real history. I never knew that, and I had already spent a shit ton of time reading about this period of time in Japanese history because I thought it was cool, and I never knew about this, like, one British dude. And obviously parts of it are embellished. Certain things that he does within the show are embellished, you know, for narrative purposes. But, like, a lot of the stuff that you would think, that's just, like, bullshit, there's no way that happened, it fucking happened. And I read that, like, the author basically read a line in his son's history textbook about how there was once a time where an Englishman went to Japan and became a samurai. And he read that one line in his son's history textbook, and it just, his imagination ran with it. And he spent all this time researching into this guy, and he wrote the book to effectively tell that dude's story. And I think that's so cool, because that's basically the exact feeling that I had when I read that single line on that unit card in Shogun 2. You just read this one little line, this one thing from history, and you're just like, how the fuck did that happen? And then the more you dig into it, you realize, oh my god, this is fucking awesome. Like, how is this real history? God, I love history. I fucking love history. Also, Shogun, right? Amazing show. You know, trust me, I didn't really spoil much at all. It's still a really, really, really fucking good show. Definitely go watch it. You think they fixed the mailbox method in Remix? No bonus XP in box. I would be very surprised if that's the case. Considering, yeah, I checked the Remix channel on my Discord, and up to, like, literally 30 minutes ago, somebody was posting screenshots of them, like, leveling a character, so I would be very surprised if they just literally hotfixed it right now. It's most likely just a bug. You just did it now? Yeah. That would also be a very, very strange thing for Blizzard to fix now of all times. Technically, it's not impossible. They have done sillier shit, but again, I would be quite surprised. You wonder where your bonus XP went? Yeah, I don't know. It could just be a bug where, like, for some reason it didn't give you credit for killing whatever mob it was. Sometimes that just happens. Right. It was scenario bonus XP? Yeah, I'm not super familiar with how that may differ, so it could just be something weird with scenarios that broke it. I don't know. The pre-patch broke some auto-loot add-ons. Well, even if you don't loot it, it should still go to your mailbox. Like, that's the entire point. So, it likely is just something random that the pre-patch broke, but it wouldn't have anything to do with auto-loot add-ons, because the entire idea behind the mailbox method is that you aren't auto-looting it. Unless it is the case that you accidentally looted the XP instead of not looting it and having it get sent to your mailbox. That is, of course, possible. But, you know, I don't know if that is the case, if that is what happens, but... Oh, yeah, so that's what you're saying, Ivo? Yeah. That could be a possibility, yeah. Let's see, I have a few minutes left on my Champion's Honor. I can go continue doing the quests in there. At this stage, I have every single proof of strength that I would want in the run so far. So let's actually do this section, Miscreant Mire. And we'll do that. Nice. Hmm. What do I want? I kind of want Glory of the Dawn at this point. I'll probably take Spiritual Focus and Courageous Impulse. I think that's what I'll do. Yeah. I guess Dance of the Winds. There's like not much else that I really want right now. You've never had Scenario XP go to box? I've definitely seen it happen. So it's not that it can't happen. Like, Scenario XP definitely can go to your mailbox. I think you may be confused because some of the XP tracker things don't actually count scenario tokens. So a lot of times, if you're relying on one of those to tell you when to open your mailbox, the add-on will basically not register that it actually exists because it only has the information for the dungeon tokens, since that's what like 90% of people do. So that maybe is what could have happened. I'm not saying in Phoenix's case, but in the case of you've never seen it go to mailbox, I can assure you that it does, because I have seen it go to the mailbox. Okay. I got banned? Yes, I was falsely banned. Let's hope that Blizzard sees and it gets overturned. Go. Okay, Champion's Honor is back up, so given how far ahead I am, I think we go for the tree one. Bloom Defender. Shit. Started the cast, so I had to stop to interrupt it. Alright. Let's do, whenever we get into Touch of Death range, Champion's Honor, Touch of Death. Yes, Ancient Brand's first try? Okay. Alright, we're fucking cooking. Are we gonna get the full set? The full fucking set. Can we do it? I almost fucked it up. I almost flew too fast and had my NPC despawn. Thankfully, he did not. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? We got all of them! Holy shit. Alright, that does not happen often. I'll fucking take it. Every single proof of strength. Yeah, this is a fucking blessed run. Why can't that happen all the fucking time? Wait, oh, what? Apparently I never got Orcthorn, and I almost just completely forgot that I didn't get Orcthorn, and then the game's just like, here you go, have the last one. Alright, shit, sure. Yeah, that is actually nutty RNG. Okay, fuck. I'm pretty sure that is literally every single proof of strength. God damn. Yeah, that is crazy RNG. Sorry to hear about my ban. You've been false flagged before and it's disheartening not getting any response. Yeah. As I said, I'm really hoping that tomorrow we get something because, man, every single time I get like a ping on my email, I'm always like, oh man, you know, maybe it's an update on my ticket, but no, it's just some random fucking advertisement. Yeah, I'm definitely not expecting anything at 2 in the morning, right? But tomorrow when Blizzard is in the office, I really hope that enough people have been made aware of it by now. In fact, actually, it's been a little while since I've checked comments on the second channel. Let me go ahead and do that. Should have done that earlier. Commenting for algorithm. Fucking some idiot saying they will ban the other account for ban evasion. That's not how that works. That is just not how World of Warcraft accounts work. Okay. Somebody saying, did you share your account with other people? No. Fucking no. Yeah, one thing that annoys me is, like, the wild speculation with, like, completely unfounded. Potentially it's this. Like, yeah, I just conveniently forgot that I did XYZ thing that would have obviously gotten me banned. Like, no fucking shit. Obviously. You level the Hunter and Mage at the same time in WoW Saw, did the usual AoE grind in dungeons. The plan was to play both characters, but Hunter got neglected. The moment you brought the Hunter to the Badlands, which was a hotspot for bots, he got banned. Yeah, that sucks. Other people on the forums had the same issue. A CMD, he posted in stream chat a little while ago. He posted a comment. Hate when companies do this stuff. Games are plagued by hackers and they ban legitimate players. Considering the message, I think it's a Warden hit, but it might not be. It's definitely not. Let's see. I need 3 more orcs. Also, I like how they say, considering the message, when I've seen literally multiple posts from people with the exact same generic message. Good morning from Germany, 8 a.m. there. Wait, somebody said, huh, Minecraft players? What did I say? I forgot what I said that triggered the Minecraft players thing. Well, level am I now? 47, yeah. Honestly, making good time. The thing about leveling is there is this really weird kind of thing that happens with leveling where it gets faster the higher level you go. So basically, these levels are going to be even faster than the previous ones. There is less XP required all the way up until level 60. And the quests give more XP, so it's like exponentially faster. It's kind of wild. Oh, most Minecraft players will comment shit like that? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I assume it was for, like, the ban evading thing. Yeah, I don't fucking know. That's just not how World of Warcraft works. For the record, just to be absolutely clear, ban evading... The unfortunate reality, and this is, like, a lot of people will say Blizzard does this on purpose. I don't necessarily know if I think it's that much of a conspiracy theory, but Blizzard will many times do this, and, like, they're fine with you paying for a new account because, you know, it makes them more money. And, you know, of course, some people will take that one step further and say Blizzard intentionally bans people to try and get them to buy the game again and make more money off them. I think that's a little bit too tinfoil hatty, but it definitely is a little bit shitty that Blizzard is more than happy to ban you and take your money again, because in this game, ban evading literally is not a thing. Unless, like, they IP ban you, which I don't really know if I've heard a situation of that, like, ever happening unless they're directly trying to target, like, a big botting company. But yeah, that's just not a thing. Especially because I've had this account for, like, a while. So. Do I have an account on Twitter? I do not. Basically, I've come to the consensus that because so many people have asked, what I will probably do is I have a Twitter account that I, like, never use. So I will go on that Twitter account and I will write a post at Blizzard and put it in the Discord. That way, people who want to signal boost it there can do so, because a bunch of people have asked. So after the stream, I'll do that. Maybe not immediately, because, like, I mean, it's 2:30 in the morning right now. But maybe like later on, when it's like a reasonable time of day and they can actually read it. So maybe like around noon tomorrow or something. You love the JoJo sound pack? Yeah, I also love the JoJo sound pack. It's one of my favorite parts about Monk. Man, I am really fucking stuck in combat right now. There we go. Where is this? There we go. Are there any other upgrades that I got? I don't think so. Hey, owner. Good to see you. Glad you were able to stop by the stream. And you're at work. Nice. I hope that you won't get in trouble by, like, watching YouTube stuff at work. Oh, come on. What will I do if they decide to uphold the ban? Well, I mean, for starters, I'm just not going to shut up about it, right? Because it is a wrong ban, so I'm not going to just sit here and let my account that I've had since 2005 be fucked over by Blizzard. So, what will I do if they uphold the ban? I will never shut up about it until the end of time, until they fucking fix it, because I know I'm innocent. So, for starters, that... what will I do in the immediate moment? I mean, I don't even really want to think about that, but I guess the main thing to do would be level a new monk, which, hey, I'm already doing. That way, at the very least, one thing is prepped for War Within, because I obviously don't want to leave my retail guild hanging, and, well, I want to fucking raid, because that's the main reason that I play this game. But, like, see, I don't even really want to think about that, because, I'll be completely honest, the future for me playing this game, if Blizzard is not able to overturn a cut-and-dry, like, false ban like this, I genuinely don't know how long I'd be playing the game. I don't want to say that, right, because I don't want people to think that I'm gonna quit, because, like, I am 99% sure that the moment they look at the ticket, they will see that I have done nothing wrong, and they will overturn the ban. Which is why, if they don't, obviously I'm playing a game where, despite doing nothing wrong, my account could get banned at any time, and, well, that's a different story, right? At that point, I would still finish my guides, right? These guides, you guys will have War Within leveling guides. But, like, in a disaster situation where this doesn't get fixed, I mean, you tell me, would you continue playing a game where Blizzard falsely bans your account and then refuses to overturn it despite ample evidence that you did nothing wrong, when you know that you've done nothing wrong? So, again, I don't want to have to say that, because, like, I mean, there's, like, no fucking way, right? I don't know. I like I said, I don't even want to think about that. But... obviously, yeah, that if it doesn't get overturned, we have a different problem on our hands. But in the immediate moments, I would continue working on monks just for the War Within, because, like, at this stage, right, obviously, I still think it's going to get overturned, but God forbid War Within launch, things are fucked, I need a backup plan. If they don't fix it within the next few days, then I have to start thinking, like, a month out. And for videos, obviously, I would continue to do my testing, but it would be a lot more difficult. So a lot of, like, maybe the bonus videos that I would have thought of making, I probably will need to scrap those and instead just focus all efforts into getting the leveling guides done, because, you know, gotta make sure that that is complete. Fucking retard. And some comments on these videos, I already said before, like, I have a fucking zero tolerance policy for stuff. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, most of the comments, thankfully, on the second channel video are relatively supportive, but there's like one or two comments just from absolute brain-dead mole people who somehow, like, found the computer. Jesus. Okay, I've caught up on all of them. Yeah. A lot of people saying they ran into the same problem. I'm just making sure that, yeah, there are some, like, in replies that I need to double check. Let me just review it, because if there are, like, people, like, for instance, there was my friend left a goofy comment. He showed me how he made it. He typed into ChatGPT, give me a comment to write on my friend Harldan's, like, video about how he got banned or something like that. And then he asked ChatGPT to make it cringe, and then even more cringe. And the end result is, like, one of those full of emoji, like, goofy posts. And he posted that, and then somebody left a reply to him just being fucking nasty when it's, like, it's obviously meant to be a joke. I even commented something below it, basically saying, like, you're a dork, but I appreciate it. But then this other random commenter decides to, like, attack my friend, which, like, fuck off. So, yeah, just making sure now that there's nothing else. So I'm just double checking. Yeah, I think I read all of them. The comment in particular, other one that I read that really annoyed me, is somebody put a comment saying, has 2K subs, and claims that it will have a major impact on his livelihood. Like, dumb idiot. I literally, in the fucking thing that he's referring to, right? Like, because he's obviously referring to the point in my appeal ticket where I say, if this doesn't get fixed, it'll have a major impact on my livelihood. I literally say that my YouTube channel is Harldan, which is obviously not the one that the video was posted on. But some people just literally can't rub their brain cells hard enough to fucking read and figure that out. So that just... shit like that annoys me. Like, this guy actually read it, ignored everything else, and specifically paused the video to the point where I showed the ban appeal, read through what I put, and then thought to himself, huh, I'm so smart. Like, this guy thinks that he actually is making money off this with 2K subs, I'll fucking show him, ha ha ha. Like, just... who the fuck does that, man? That's the shit that just... actual brain-dead fucking troglodytes leave comments like that. That shit is just annoying. So, yeah. Internet is full of fucking idiots? Yeah, exactly. Like, Jesus fuck. Like, I can understand the confusion if the fucking... he literally put it in quotes, so he literally read the thing on my ban appeal where I said that, but he missed, like, the other fucking words where I said that it's my YouTube channel Harldan, not Lenara, not the 2K sub one. Like... fuck. Some people will literally block out any fucking information that doesn't align with the narrative that they want to see in life. It's insane. What am I talking about? I'm talking about comments on the ban video, the one in pinned in the chat. That one. That's what I'm talking about. You know, come to think of it, I never even did lock mode on. Damn. Now, here's the thing, like, if Chromie Time wasn't bugged and you could actually level up to 70 in it, I'd probably go to lock mode on right now and do that. In fact, let's just go to lock mode on and see how much we get from there. Might as well. Also, let me scroll up. I missed a few messages. You were level 69 and one quest gave you half a bar? Yeah, it's crazy, the way the scaling works. Alright. It's time to go to Lockwood. Nice. Random BOE. Some moderate upgrade.
Greetings. Alrighty then.
What is ban evasion? So in a lot of games, like, I don't know exactly how it works, but like, I'll use League of Legends as an example. Like, if you get banned, I don't know exactly how it works, but some games will not allow you to make a new account. So if you try to make another account, you can get in trouble for ban evading. It's also like, I would say it's a bigger thing on like streaming sites, right? Because it's different if your initial account gets banned and then you make a new one. Like, obviously that's why fucking Blizzard doesn't care. But let's say a streamer does something really bad and their like Twitch account gets banned, and then they just make a new account and continue streaming. Well, the reason they got banned was because they, as an individual, did something that Twitch considers ban-worthy. So by just continuing to stream on a different account, that is ban evading. It basically, somebody took a term that has nothing to do with the situation at hand and just slapped it on to here. You might get in trouble for ban evading. Like, that has literally never been a thing in the history of World of Warcraft, but it's a thing with other websites or things that ban you. So this person is just basically, you know, rubbing brain cells together to like come up with word association of things I've heard the word ban used in before. I remember one time I heard somebody talking about ban evading, so I guess I better warn him about that, despite it literally being not applicable. That's what I was talking about. Ban evading is when you get caught and try to hide it. Expert Grand RP play here. Not sure what that means. See. WoW Forums is so brain rot. Well, this isn't WoW Forums. This is my YouTube comment section on the second channel, unfortunately. Yeah. One second. Let me read what I missed. The automated system is shit. Ever since everything became automated, you can't possibly talk with the GM. Getting banned for no reason has become more normal, and it's almost impossible to get unbanned. Yeah. Yeah, this shit needs to change, right? Because, like, here's the biggest issue. If World of Warcraft actually had an amazing track record at suppressing bots, you know, it would still be bad that false positives like this happen, but it would be a different story, right? We could at least be like, you know, they are really cracking down on bots, but they fucking don't, right? The botting issue has been a consistent problem throughout WoW's history. So if Blizzard is unable to make an actual dent in the botting problem, and now we're getting false positive bans like this, what the fuck is our customer support supposed to be here for? Like, we're just banning players and bots are still an issue because they can just make a new account and they're still profitable? So at that point, you just need to fundamentally redesign the system that you are using to determine if somebody is getting a ban or not. Because that's just fucked up. It literally helps nobody. Actual players aren't benefiting from, like, less bots, and regular players are being punished, so your system is just broken. Happen to a friend of yours, wish you the best of luck, thank you. Let's see. Wow, I got a lot of levels in a short period of time. Let's just take that, then that. Actually, no, let's do Expeditious Fortification, and what else do I want to take? I think I said I wanted that, then that, yeah. Strike of the Windlord is really nuts. Pish Poss, you're in your private office with headphones on. You'd like to see them try. Nice. I play Final Fantasy XIV. How would I compare Mythic? I don't really raid Savage, so... I have, like, dabbled in Savage raiding briefly in the past, but I haven't done it enough to be able to, like, give a concrete estimate. I've played Final Fantasy XIV, and I really like it, but I have always played Final Fantasy XIV more for, like, the story and stuff. And, like, I would be willing to try raiding in Final Fantasy XIV. It's just... I don't really know anybody that plays it. So, getting into raiding with zero experience is, like, fucking ridiculously hard in FF. Because there is no, like... There is no curve to get into there. You can't work your way up. You either... Like, you either finish the story and do all the normal stuff and jump straight into the endgame content, or, like, you have somebody that you know to kind of, like, ease you into it. But there is no, like, intermediary step. Like, WoW has normal raids, WoW has Mythic Plus, WoW has heroic raids and stuff. And all of that works up to Mythic. In Final Fantasy, it's just, you hit max level, you've done all the normal content, congrats, now there's Savage raids, where you're expected to, like, know all this shit. And I'm sure that I could figure it out, but the reality is that most of those people expect you to, like, already be fairly experienced, and just saying, like, hey, I've played World of Warcraft a lot at a high level isn't really enough. So, yeah. I've always considered it, but it's just never been a thing that I could realistically do without investing a ton of time into. Let's see... I'm reading some messages, and I'm gonna ignore these messages. I don't think they're bad. I don't understand what the words in that order are supposed to mean. And I don't want to say what I'm reading because I don't want to offend the person who typed it. Maybe I'm just, like, really missing this. Yeah. Like, I know what all the words mean. It's spelled mostly correctly. But, like, in that order. What does it mean? Anyways, what's the best way for you to catch up? Well, I have a catch-up guide on my channel that you could check out, and it's still up to date. The only new thing that's going to be changing is there's going to be a pre-patch event starting on Tuesday, but that's just going to get you 480 gear, which is, like, roughly equivalent to some of the early stuff in my video. So basically, if you want to skip parts of, like, my early gearing guide, you can do the pre-patch event instead, but the rest of it is still exactly the same as before. Yeah, I get that later. Your friend never got banned, it's been 6 months? Damn. No, that really sucks. Let's see. His last 2 brain cells are fighting for 3rd place. Oh, God. You work in a call center, the amount of times people call you to ask about the letter that says what they need to do is astonishing, yeah. Randomly banned, me too, bro, that's what you've been saying, is they're randomly banning people? Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. Don't think I'm healing your butt just because healers are weaker. Hashtag never heal tanks. What? Did I miss the context of that statement? Random fucking shots being taken at tank players? Like, damn, alright. Okay. Your druid's level 62, you can't find the main questline. How do you get caught up? Well, you should be directed to the main Dragonflight campaign. If you haven't yet seen my Dragonflight campaign guide, like, that's also on my channel, and that should point you in the right direction, hopefully. You've seen a Facebook post the other day, this person found 500 bots by one person over multiple realms, yeah. It happens. It definitely happens. What am I in combat with? What? What could I possibly be in combat with right now? I am at a loss. Okay, that somehow dropped combat. It's weird. Let's see. There's the rare mob here. It looks like most rares are going to be up right now. Nobody else seems to be questing here. You're eagerly awaiting the downfall of the AI bubble. Maybe we can get actual customer support back when that happens. I mean, I hope so, but at the end of the day, even if AI is really ineffective still, as long as corporations can technically say that they have customer support while just not paying people and having AI take care of it, it's going to continue to happen. And they're just going to fuck over paying customers. Not just Blizzard, but, like, everybody. That's just how it goes. That's fuck, they better get it fixed? I hope so. I sure hope so, but... they don't necessarily have the best track record, so... Fingers crossed. Like, it's weird, because, like, I don't really want to constantly shit on Blizzard, but, like, at the end of the day, it's a fucked up situation, right? It's fucked. And it's, it really sucks that I have to go through this because their fucking automated ban policy is bad. And, like, I would hope that if individual people at Blizzard see this, they know that I am not blaming them. Like, the individual customer support guy, this is not his fault. It's the fault of the people above him who decided that his job wasn't important and probably fired, like, 50% of the people that he was working with. And now this one dude has to take care of way more tickets, and most likely probably isn't getting paid extra to do so. So, you know, that's not the issue. The people who I'm mad at is the big people at the top who are just cutting the customer support department to the bone to save any last penny that they can while still not delivering on good games. Because they also can't be fucking bothered to pay their developers enough and give them enough time to finish the product, right? That's the biggest issue here. So, like, obviously I need somebody at Blizzard to help me out here, but I'm still going to shit-talk the company because it's not the person who would hopefully help me out's fault. It is the company that has put them, and obviously myself, in this position. That's what sucks. Is it possible nope, no, Zol. The answer to your question is no, and we're also not entertaining rampant speculation on stuff like that, because it's just not the case. And, like, I've clearly explained in the video why that is not the case, so... yeah, no rampant speculation, please. Can you level alts in the pre-event again? I wish I could tell you, but the PTR has been so fundamentally broken that the pre-patch event isn't working on there, so I haven't been able to test it. I have been completely unable to test the pre-patch event thus far, and believe me, I've tried. Every single time there's a new PTR build, I hop on there, I do the fucking prerequisite questline, and it's just not working. So, let's hope that they've just decided to not continue enabling it on the PTR, and it's not that anything is fundamentally broken with it, so that it works on Tuesday. And on Tuesday, I will be testing the pre-patch event immediately, because I haven't gotten a chance until now. I do not expect it's going to be a good way to level, though. Because even, like, the elemental invasions, back then, we didn't have Mop Remix, right? So there's two things to consider. If you're going to be leveling a character right now in Dragonflight, it's kind of just like, the only reason you would want to do it is because you want to do endgame content. And there is, like, theoretically a chance, again, I have no idea, we'd have to test it, but let's say there's a chance that if you spam the pre-patch event for hours in a super optimized group, it is like marginally faster than doing my Chromie time leveling route. Like in that case, maybe it could be worth it, but what do I want to do? I want Swen's battle gear, so let's take Invoker's Delight. But the reality is, like, you're just gonna want to level a character in Mop Remix if it's just an alt. So unless you have plans to gear it up, and the pre-patch event is faster, it's either going to be Mop Remix or just regular Chromie time leveling later on down the track. The other thing that's kind of impossible to really tell is Blizzard has said that the longer the pre-patch event goes on, it's going to like ramp up in scale. So it'll go from like once per 2 hours to once per 30 minutes or something like that. So another thing that's impossible to say is maybe initially at the 2 hour mark, it's going to be really slow, because it could be that like, if it gives experience, which I would imagine that it gives some amount of experience, because they have stated that you were able to do it at low levels. And if they have already confirmed that yes, low levels can do it, it would be weird if it then just didn't give experience at all. So I would be willing to bet that it gives some XP. As for how much, who knows? But there's no way in hell that it'll be faster than Mop Remix, because for it to be faster than Mop Remix, you would need to get, like, basically... Well, honestly, there's absolutely no way on the initial version that it would be faster than Mop Remix, because it's once every, 2 hours? So you would need to get, like, 20 levels off one boss, which, you know, that's crazy talk. And then you would need to be able to get, like, insane XP by killing generic mobs within the zone. And then maybe when it's every 30 minutes, it could be slightly fast, but it'll never be as fast as, like, 1 to 2 hour Mop Remix runs. So for alts, who cares? And I really just don't see a world in which, like, the XP is so blatantly overtuned that it becomes competitive. And, like, for reference, let's take the Elemental Invasion thing. With Elemental Invasions back in the Dragonflight pre-patch, people were getting close to my fastest, at the time, Chromie time 10 to 60 leveling times, with, like, rested experience and full groups of max level characters, causing the mobs to hyperspawn and chain killing them. And on, like, day one, it could be competitive with my speedruns if you had perfect conditions. But I did a ton of testing with it back at that time, and I already confirmed at that period of time that if you were not in that optimized setup, it was really slow. Mobs took forever to die, and the spawn rates were terrible if you didn't have a ton of people in the zone. And then, of course, the moment people stopped farming the event, it was just, like, impossible to realistically level through it. So that's kind of the thing where early on, everybody was like, oh my god, this is so fast. And then, you know, it completely fell off. And it wasn't even that good. I would be very surprised if this event is competitive. Especially considering, like, the Chromie time route is, relatively speaking, even faster than it was before. And, you know, don't use this particular run as a baseline, because obviously in this run, it's a fresh account run. I have no heirlooms or anything like that. So it's going to be slower. But keep in mind, this is going to be most likely, unless something catastrophic happens, a sub 6 hour run, which is still pretty good, just in general, like War With It and pre-patch times for 10 to 60. So for a 10 to 70 to be sub 6 hours, and in the context of like a fresh account run, spider, fuck. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, had to take care of that real quick. Fucking spiders. Ugh. But yeah, obviously, everything's TBD until I get to test it. I just do not expect it to be worthwhile at all. Anyways, let me scroll up a little bit. Can the pre-patch event gear be catalyzed? Again, no idea, because it's been not really testable at all. I think it was testable for like 1 week, so your best hope would be to find a YouTuber who managed to test it in the 1 week that it was working and see if they checked to see if it was catalyzable. it's kind of unfortunate because I remember when they announced that they had put it up on the PTR, and I was really busy that week prepping the sub 30-minute MOP remix run, and I'm just like, okay, well, I have plenty of time to check out the pre-patch events, I guess I'll just wait until later. And then it broke on like the very next week's PTR build, and they've just never fixed it. So it was barely testable for 1 week, and then they just never kept it up. And like the pre-patch servers in general were down for a very long time. You couldn't even log on to them. I mean, this whole testing cycle has just been like a fucking nightmare. Absolutely everything that can gone wrong to fuck me over has gone wrong. Not even, you know, counting for the fucking false ban, right? That obviously sucks, but even on top of that, it's been a rough fucking couple months for testing this shit. The extreme trials are the easy way into Savage rating, but you get it. Even then, I would disagree with that. Because, like, okay, so I get that extreme trials are easier, and I've done a few of those, but the vast majority of, like, extreme trial groups expect you to have experience because a lot of them are just totem farming. Which, I get it, right? I've been there. I've been there in, like, the WoW equivalent of, like, you're just trying to get, like, a farm group put together. You don't want to teach somebody the fucking trial, especially when it's one that has, like, a decent amount of coordination involved. And I'm sure that you can find learning groups, but, like... It's just the amount of time that I would have to put into slowly working my way into endgame Final Fantasy content. It's just not worth my time, right? If I were to ever try it, it would be because I knew somebody who, like, was aware that I knew my shit. Which, like, is kind of the same way that I've gotten into classic raiding guilds. Because, like, my current kata raiding guilds, I, technically speaking, didn't have a lot of experience. But the raid leader is my co-tank in retail, so he obviously knows that I'm a good player. So he just threw me in on their progression, and I, you know, jumped in, and now we're cruising. But obviously, if I applied to, like, an actual Kata Prague guilds that was around the same spot, and I didn't know anybody, they'd probably be like, oh, well, you have no actual experience, blah, blah, blah. And it, you know, shit like that's just annoying. Which is one of the reasons why I have always been, like, tentative to raid Classic in general, even though it has been relatively easy. It's just really difficult to find groups willing to take you through a lot of shit. Brew is looking super solid in the War Within. Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, Brew's looking really, really good. Harldan has a website that has step-by-step info on how to get you on track for that. Yeah, for the Dragonflight campaign, definitely. Nezu said, I just read your post. I'm sorry for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, it sucks, but, you know. Let's just hope it gets resolved soon. I really hope. Also, I haven't heard back from any of my friends who I messaged the other day, so... I'm hoping that, like, tomorrow I hear something. Because, obviously, I posted all of this a little bit late in the day. I wanted to post it earlier, but it took me a while to get through it. It's a difficult topic to really, like... I spent a lot of time making sure, like, everything was perfect, because... I mean, I only really get one shot at fixing this, right? If I fuck up, like, the initial video, then I could completely screw my chances at getting someone at Blizzard to look at it, so I basically spent a shit ton of time making sure that everything in my video was, like, absolutely perfect, and I had multiple people proofread it, make sure, like, hey, does this look good? So, unfortunately, that meant I didn't get it done until, like, the afternoon. And I didn't start the stream until, like, a few hours after that. Partially because I was just... Like, after posting the video, I was incredibly nervous, and I just needed to lie down for a little bit before starting the stream, so... yeah, it took me a while to get all this stuff done, so I'm not expecting any immediate response, but let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's see... 60 to 70 is now like 7 dungeons instead of 21. I don't know about your pre-60. Well, 60 to 70 is obviously significantly faster than it was before. It got like 75% XP reductions, but everything else is also faster in addition to that. How many characters did I level? I don't know the exact number. I forget the exact number. I think I gave like a guess of 40 earlier. Ballpark is probably a good idea of how many I leveled. Is it best to run new alts through Mop Remix or Chromie Time? Well, it depends on what you want them for. If you just want them as alts to, like, fuck around with in, like, War Within, and you don't care about having them for endgame Dragonflight stuff right now, then Mop Remix. Obviously, it's very, very, very fast. But if you want them now, well, that's a different story. Okay, yeah, that's all Explorer League documents. Is my BNet... No, my BNet account is not banned. It's just all of my World of Warcraft accounts. So, it bans, like, your WoW license, which affects, retail and all versions of Classic. And it only affects that one WoW account. So, my BNet account is not banned, and the Starter Edition account with my level 20 H-Priest, for some odd reason, is also not banned. Don't know how that works, but... And then, of course, all of my other WoW accounts, like this one, are not banned. Yeah, it's weird. Let's just do that real quick. I really love how once you get all your really good talents and you're just like chaining procs back to back, Windwalker just really comes online. Like, you just feel insanely powerful at this stage. It's awesome. Alright, big pull here. This is Swen pull. Yeah, like, that is just, oh, mwah, chef's kiss. So fucking beautiful. Okay, let's get some more Crocolisk Jaws, though. Didn't get a lot from that. Crocolisk. Just gonna do a quick heal. Alright. Is it you, or does War Within pre-patch event look like the most visually and thematically boring pre-patch event of them all? Yeah, it's bad. It's pretty bad. I haven't really said much about it, because, like, it's... I mean, yeah, you summarized my thoughts, and I'm pretty sure that, like, anybody with eyes will notice that. It is the most generic pre-patch event ever. It is completely uninspired, and it has nothing to do with the War Within. It, like, the Dragonflight pre-patch event was honestly pretty uninspired, too. There was a very loose elemental theme at the start of Dragonflight that, like, didn't really continue that much, other than, like, I guess you could argue that the fire element has something to do with Druids of the Flame. Like, the whole Primalist thing. Primalists are one of the dumbest villain organizations we've ever seen. Their entire motivation makes literally no fucking sense. So, them being, like, the main antagonists of the pre-patch was just fucking dumb. But yeah, this one is even worse. There is just absolutely no logic at all to the Radiant Echoes or whatever the fuck. It's I don't know. They ran out of time, I guess, man. It's weird. Does anyone know what the fire explosion thing in Mop Remix is called? Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? There are so many fire explosion things in Mop Remix. I think Phoenix said Victory Fire. That's one of them, yeah. There's also Sunstrider's Flourish. There's Meteor Strike. There's there's definitely another one that I'm forgetting. There are a lot of random fire explosions in Mop Remix. Is that JoJo's? Yes. This is a JoJo's sound pack for monks. In particular, this is Dio. Let's see. There's some Murlocs over here. So World, yeah. I love it. One of my favorite sounds for it is the Transcendence one, because it's like so thematic. And then when you transcend back, it's so good. It's like the time stopping and, like, you know, restarting, which for a teleport spell like that, you could see it thematically as you stopping time and transferring to that location. So it just works so well. Also, Paralysis is the Zaworldo time stop, so it's so good. I love the Dio sound pack. It's amazing. Alright, 59. Now, one nice thing is you can now level until 61. Obviously, it's still bugged, so it'll kick you out eventually, but you are able to get there. And there we go. Okay, let's equip some of these greens that I've gotten. Minor upgrades. Yeah, that's an upgrade. That's an upgrade. That stuff isn't. That is. I think that's everything for now. Yeah, because a lot of like the random greens from quest rewards that I'm going to get here will just have no stats, so they're not going to be useful. Yeah, Nazo, sorry, there's not a delay in chat. I'm trying to read every message I possibly can, so I'm usually like a little bit far behind on reading everything, so apologies for that. Looks like Shioni Gitsune explained that, yeah. Yeah, so apologies, but I prefer doing that instead of just making people think they're getting ignored. The game feels like it needs about 45 more days in the oven. It definitely needs more time. Yeah, for sure. Joined the pre-patch event with a level 50 DH, did 1.5 level, and was one-shotting everything. I mean, how long did it take, though? That doesn't really tell me a lot. This is on live servers, Jimmy Dents. Time walking is not working in pre-patch. Yeah, I am aware of that. Not much I can do at the moment about it. Is what it is. Fuck, this is one of those NPCs that takes my tires list. Whatever. You were so hoping the title was clickbait. I wish the title was clickbait too, but no. I would hope that you know me well enough that I would never, like, lie and completely clickbait something like this. No, that is... No, I would never do something like that. Unfortunately, it is true. Now, because it is true and it did happen, obviously I'm going to do whatever fucking clickbait I need to do to get this issue resolved, but, you know. Only because it is an actual problem, and I need eyes on it. Do you think they'll add WoD Remix in the future? I don't know. I mean, they may. I have no idea. For some unfortunate reason, you cannot revoke the ban. You can still catch up with WoW Remix. I mean... That, yeah. Look, I don't really give a shit about my mounts and my collectibles. Like, I mean, I care a little bit, but that is, like, secondary to me compared to, I mean, my characters, right? Like, obviously, I put an insane amount of time into all the characters in my account. That's kind of the most important thing to me, so, like, yeah, I mean, technically speaking, I could continue playing on my Starter Edition account and just add a license to that, but I don't really care. I mean, for starters, because of the principle of the matter, right? But also, I want my fucking characters. I actually care a lot about a lot of the characters that I play, right? They mean something to me. Even if that sounds stupid. So, I'm not just gonna give up on them and say, well, at least I can play my Starter Edition account. That's not really a viable option for me. That's kind of why I said earlier, like, people are like, oh, what if it doesn't get overturned? And it's like, obviously, my top priority, where is the artifact of the broken tablet? Did I not? I guess I miscredit on that. Obviously, my biggest concern is I'm not going to, like, let my friends down. So, no matter what happens, you know, even though it's Blizzard's fault, right? If push comes to shove, I will do everything that I can in the immediate moment to make sure that my friends and also my viewers aren't fucked over. So you guys will still get leveling guides. I'm going to finish those, you know, no matter what. Even if I do need to play on these alt accounts. And I'm going to make sure that, well, I will admit, the one thing that I unfortunately won't do is I'm not going to level another Blood DK on Cataclysm Classic from scratch. Because that takes quite a while. Like, I'm experienced enough with, like, retail WoW that I can get a character up to max level and get it caught up on gear pretty fucking fast. Especially because, like, the new expansion is, there's, like, a reset thing. If my guild was still actively raiding, then that may be a bigger problem, because I don't know if I'd be willing to, like, gear up a monk and have it ready for, like, raid on Tuesday. That would be, oh, maybe a little bit too much. I don't think I could go through that, especially because I have guides that I need to work on. Like, that's the last thing that I want to worry about right now. But, like, let's say that for War Within, somehow, some way, Blizzard continues to string me along. Like, I would make sure that my guild isn't left fucked over without a tank. I would use this monk and potentially other monks and other tanks or whatever to gear up at the start of War Within and help them out, right? But like I said before, you know, if I am playing a game where the company can just send out false bans for no reason and then not correct their mistake, then we're living in a different world. And then, once the immediate, like, aftermath is over, who knows? But again, I don't really even want to think about that, because that is, like, a disaster situation, and I am hopeful that this can get addressed. So I don't really want to think about that. But my 8 pages of favorite tools. Yeah, I mean, I obviously do care a lot about my toy collection. I have said that before. That is true. Yeah, that would definitely really suck. But, like, what are you gonna do? We'll see. I mean, like, again, I really don't even want to entertain this, because I'm fairly certain that within the next few days, hopefully, Blizzard becomes aware of this, either through my videos or other people, you know, making people aware of it, or my friends messaging their friends at Blizzard. Any one of those things, I hope that one of them gets Blizzard aware of the problem, and then this entire situation is resolved, right? I hope. So I know a lot of people are like, what if? There's certain what ifs that I just don't even want to consider. Daniel Murray, I appreciate the sentiment, but I just want to be absolutely clear. It is nothing to do with that. This is... Please understand that, you know, you are not the first person to make that suggestion. And again, I understand that you're trying to be helpful. I just want to be clear that, like... I'm trying to politely say that, like, I've heard shit like that a million times. It isn't helpful. But, you know, thank you for the sentiment. So just to repeat, there's nothing on my PC. Please stop trying to tell me to check for things on my PC. I've already thoroughly explained multiple times within the stream why that is not possible. If it was, you wouldn't be watching this video right now. Plain and simple. Keep up the good mate and keep it positive. Telling me to keep it positive. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a tough one right there. I am generally speaking a pretty negative person, just in general, and situations like this do not help that outlook on life. Though I try. I try to force myself to be positive sometimes, and it usually doesn't work. How many pre-patch events now have we killed some version of the Lich King? True, yeah. They do kind of drag him out of the closet every now and then just to give us an old punching bag that we recognize. It is a little bit overdone. Also, like, Ragnaros appearing again, like, Jesus Christ. Ragnaros and the Lich King... Ragnaros, Lich King, Illidan are probably, like, 3 of the most overused characters for stuff like that. It's like, okay, we get it. They were popular in, like, Warcraft 3, but we don't need to keep using them as, like, target dummies. Pre-patch event was, like, 10 to 15 minutes, if you recall correctly. Well, to be fair... 10 to 15 minutes, 1.5 levels is atrocious in terms of time return. Like, that is really not good. Especially considering it's, you know, it's limited, right? So you can only do it a certain amount of times, but yeah. People seem to like killing the Lich King, so Blizzard keeps bringing him out because people like him. Yeah. If it works, I guess. Okay, so I need to make sure that before I get teleported out of Chromie time, I'm able to turn in as many quests as possible. Ashtail's up. The problem with Ashtail being up is that if I kill him, I hit level 61, and we get booted. I'm not going to be able to kill all of those mobs in time, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to Touch of Death Ashtail. Oh my god, barely away. That's actually really good. So now I'm going to grab the Explorers League documents over here, and assuming Nyx is up, we'll kill him. That should level us. Then I swing by the lodge, I turn in all of those quests. Then I go back, turn in all the Explorers League documents, and then Chromie teleports us out. I'm not seeing Nyx. He does have a very wide patrol range, though, so it's possible I just missed him. It does not look like he's up. Jesus, another bug? God. I don't know what that one is. Yeah, bear with me for a moment. I'll continue reading stuff that I missed in chat in a second. I just want to make sure that I don't fuck this up, because if I don't do this correctly, I could lose a lot of potential experience. So... Geoshaper Marin is up. Okay, let's check to see if there's any rare mobs over here. Fuck! Exploration XP, no! No. Oh, fuck, okay, I give up. I can't get the rare. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, fuck, why wasn't I paying attention? Okay, quick. You blame the bug, I blame the bug as well. Oh, come on! Fucking piece of shit! Overshot it.
Take care of yourself out there.
Come on, stop bugging out! I think I got all of them. I missed one Explorers League document. You know what? I'll fucking take it. We got a full level after exiting Chromie time by turning all that stuff in. Fucking Exploration XP! Okay, now we have to do Dragonflight because Chromie time is broken. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's Dragon Isles.
Heroes of the Alliance, the Dragon Isles have awakened and beckon the Dragonflight's home. Meet me in Storm, where I shall present the Aspect's invitation.
It looks like, yeah, I think they changed all of the, What? I have 3 Vigor, why? Whirling Surge must be on cooldown and it just, like, isn't showing properly. Eh. But I'll do these intro quests.
Interested in a lesson or 3? Keep it cool. Expedition to the Dragon Isles. Sounds fun.
How much gold do I have at this point? 6,000. That's a decent amount.
Wrap it up, trainees. We're moving out.
Yeah, no, I'm aware, Jimmy Dance. I'm aware. Obviously. I'm... Oh, they're down there. I'm thinking about something real quick. There's something I want to test. There's while we're forced to do Dragonflight, there's one last thing I want to test out. Okay, hold on. Let me... Harldan.com. I'm going to use my own guide because I... 60-70 adventure mode. I really need to update this website. Yeah, it has been a hot minute since I've updated this. Yeah, fuck. I meant to update it all with Remixed. The reality is I've been like so busy with just video topics, the website has just kind of fallen to the wayside. That's another thing where like long term I just can't keep up with the website and videos with how much research time all this takes. Okay. So let me double check something real quick. I'm gonna double check pricing. Ceravite ore. Yeah, let's just get 300. Then Draconium ore. 125. Primal Flux. 100. I know you can buy that off a vendor. I'm too fucking lazy. I don't think we need the rest. We'll just go with this, see how much that gets us. Yeah. Oh, why did I accidentally opened my stream in video form? Weird. You know there's an add-on where you can auto-accept and finish quests, but is there an add-on you can auto or mass delete, unlisted quests? There was that one that worked before the changes to the quest UI, so nowadays I don't know if it would work. But there used to be, like, Abandoned Zone Quest, I think it was called, that worked. But again, I don't know if that's still the case. Is this the right ship? No, this is the... Oh, this is the Dragon Scale Expedition ship. Okay. Well, that works out well. Good time. Reckless Abandon. I did hear that there was an add-on called that as well. Okay, let me scroll up, read the messages I missed. It's interesting to you that they're opening Dragonflight World Quest to level 10 characters? Yeah. Nizal said, Harldan, all I can say is I'm sorry to hear about the situation, that regardless of what happens, you should continue contacting Blizzard to get it resolved. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I am never going to shut up about this until the end of time, until it gets fixed. So. I really hope that somebody fixes it soon, but I will continue to be the loudest, most annoying person in the fucking planet until Blizzard rights this wrong. You think some Void and Nerubian-themed ambush events would have been a neat concept, assuming Blizzard wants to put any brainpower into the event? Yeah, it is very strange that the Nerubian expansion, effectively, we get generic echo things, right? I don't know, man. It is very strange. What do I think about the new human racial? Feels kind of meh. Well, compared to diplomacy for, like, everything in the game, yes, diplomacy was obviously much better. The irony is that for speed leveling, it's actually really good. If you watch, like, the early parts of this run, you could see me make really good use out of it in Elwyn Forest. So it has, like, limited use cases in a lot of situations, like, once you have dragon riding, but really early on, it can actually be a really nice time save. You're sure some people create tons of level 10s and put them in certain spots to do Dragonflight Flying World quests to get 530 easy gold? Oh, did they not nerf the gold from that? Oh, that is... yeah, that's definitely interesting. Huh. Yeah, I used to raid with a guy who, before raid, he would go do his Dragon Flying World quests so that he could get enough gold to complete his repairs in raid. He was down bad. And then we started playing poker in our guilds, and he made a lot of golds. Because he would always make the dumbest fucking bets. He would just go all in with random dog shit, and he would somehow win. It was unbelievable. Oh my god, the scaling here is bad. Look at this shit, dude. Look at this shit. Okay, admittedly, like, I definitely did a really aggressive pull, but I was not prepared to just get fucking clapped. I'm surprised that didn't kill me. Ooh. Okay. Let's hope that some of these early Dragonflight quests give me better gear, otherwise I feel like I'm just going to get spanked by half this stuff. Like, I'm still killing them relatively fast. It's just, like, the damage I take. It's a lot. And interrupt that, at least.
I acknowledge you. It's a good day for an upgrade.
Satanic Bunny said, good evening, and so much love from Australia. So sorry you were wrongly banned. That sounds awful. Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate the support. You think your favorite pre-patch event was Legion? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Legion pre-patch was just, like, another level. It was so good. I don't expect that every single time. Like, that was fucking amazing. That's what you hope for pre-patch events. But... yeah. It can't always be that good, but it also should be a little bit better. Okay, I need 2 more Primal Drakes. Let's go ahead and get these guys. Okay. Yeah, damage is definitely still crazy. Even with shitty gear. Oh, no, I don't want to kill you. Fuck you. What do I want? What do I want? Let's grab that. Let's transfer the power. Yeah, that sounds good. While trying to make a speed set, you realize that BFA quests grant 10k until 63. At 63, it stops. Maybe there's an even faster speedrun. I don't really think that sounds fast. I appreciate the suggestion, right? Because you never know, but yeah, just at a glance, that doesn't sound super fast to me. And obviously, the moment that this bug is fixed and Chromie time scales properly, we won't have to do Dragonflight at all. And then the fastest route will just be the regular Chromie time route. Because keep in mind, I didn't even finish Loch Modan, and I never did Duskwood. So I did literally 0 quests in Duskwood because we got such insane RNG from the what's it called? TBC dungeons. So normally you just do that. It's all of them. Alright. Sendrax gets to, start yapping one more time. Do I not? Huh. Oh, maybe... Because I've technically never done the campaign on this character. Is that gonna make it so I need to do this first before I unlock the scaling? Like, can I not just go straight to Azerspan? Oh no, okay, it is auto-unlocked. Alright. Yeah, so I can choose any of them. Choose Azerspan, because I will be going there soon. And then... Let's finish these quests up, and then we'll do the blacksmithing stuff. That's the main reason I want to test this. Oh, please don't. Ben Affleck, please don't kill me. Just let me quest in peace, Ben Affleck. I slash bowed to him. Good name, by the way. What is the total cost of heirlooms and upgrading them to 70 nowadays? It's a lot. It's a decent amount. Okay, Ben Affleck seems chill. This, I need to, That's cloth. I'm so glad I got that. So let's see how much XP this gives. That's actually quite a lot. First craft bonus. Alright. Then train this stuff. There's a saying for this. Survival of the fittest. Alright. Well, I'm glad I tested this. Are you serious, buddy? We're gonna be an asshole? Why are we gonna be an asshole? Why do you wake up and decide to be an asshole? Like, you could just choose to not be the way you are, man. Like, you could just literally be anything but who you chose to be. And you choose to be a steaming fucking piece of shit. He is only level 62, though, so, like, I could actually kill him. My gear's pretty shit, but, like, you know. Am I still getting credit for this? Unfortunately, I think that may have fucked the roleplay a little bit. I'm still getting a tiny bit of XP. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. I'm not getting any XP from that. Okay, there we go. Now we get the credit for that.
Can't see a fancy a fight with that one.
Ah, look who we have here.
We saw the flare and assumed the worst. What is wrong, Cadet Sandrax?
Major Domo, the new arrivals were wondering where you were, and I thought...
One of your favorite quotes, you do not wake up one morning a bad person. It happens from 1,000 tiny surrenders of self-respect to self-interest. Ooh, that's a good quote. I like that. The problem is, I don't want to leave, because if I, like, leave and he jumps me again, yeah, then I lose the roleplay. I don't think I need to be here anymore. We already got all the stuff we need, so I think now we just head to Azurspan. Because I mostly wanted to test that, the whole intro stuff. That actually gives pretty good XP. So... I mean, it's interesting. That is definitely an interesting thing.
The rivers of the waking shores are teeming with life today, but I'm busy answering fan mail. Think you could catalog wildlife for me?
Let's head over to Azurspan. You can now send Time Warp badges to alts, so you should be able to buy a decent amount of heirloom upgrades for each time walking event. Do the 1 for 500, then repeat on alts. Yeah, true. If needed, I could also do that to rebuild heirlooms on an alt account, but... Why did it show that I reached Renown 21? Because apparently I did. Alright. I think it's because I used, like, the Dragonflight boost on this character, which comes with, like, a bunch of free reputation. So I guess that... Now that it's account-wide, the, quests that I just did were enough to get me to Renown 21, apparently. You did testing by using a level 10 fully geared Twink and went to the Onaran map elite camp to see how well you can tank and how easily you can kill mobs. The interesting thing is they did scale down the HP of the elites, but not the level, so they one-shot your level 10 Twink. Interesting. Dragonflight leveling experience as far as combat goes is terrible. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why people kept asking me, like, will Dragonflight be efficient? And I always said that if anything, it may be the crafting XP that sticks around. The problem is it's still really hard to integrate into the run, and, like, we would have to figure out when the best time for that would be. The biggest issue with, Dragonflight crafted XP is, like, obviously in the context of Dragonflight leveling, it is efficient to sit there and craft all those items while all the roleplay is going on, because you gotta do it anyway. Because there's, you know, it's not the fastest thing in the world, so you're gonna need to slog your way through it. But compared to, like, Duskwood, I would say that, like, the initial few crafts are probably worth it, but when do you go and pick that up? Obviously, the fastest way to would be to go to Valdrakken, but at what point in the run do you take a detour to Valdrakken to go and learn Dragonflight crafting? Like, I don't know. I guess theoretically, you could make an argument for, like, during the Darkmoon Fair, right? Because we have the Darkmoon Fair profession quests. So, tailoring and blacksmithing, because you get, like, heavy diminishing returns on a lot of those, you could be, like, at level 10 before you go to pick up your Darkmoon Fair bonus. But the problem with that, though, now that I say that, right, well, you do it early on, is you actually don't want to get a lot of experience early on in the run. It's why we, like, delay a lot of the Darkmoon Fair stuff, because you want to make sure that you're getting as much of the early good RNG for the TBC dungeons. Also interesting that Dream Surges do still work, which is why YouTubers who will not be named went on rampant speculation sprees on Twitter, claiming that Blizzard removed the ability to do Dream Surges while leveling. And I said at the time, when people kept asking me over and over, like, what are your thoughts on this? And I said, it's still PTR or beta or whatever. There's no need to speculate on this. And they fucked up the display. Dream Surges don't display on the map, but they do still work. So that's the problem with rampant speculation like that. Sometimes you're just going to be fucking wrong. Especially when you state it as a fact. That's the problem. Yeah. Well, okay, this guy's level 43, so he doesn't pose a threat to me at all. You remember doing the starting zone quest with Drakthir Green Gear? It was brutal, yeah. Dragonflight crafting XP works after 70, at least it did on the beta. Yeah, but how much experience does it give at those levels, right? Like, do you actually get any relevant amount of XP? I guess I could test it myself. But I don't know if it would actually be worth doing. You can always see the 25% buff active. Well, yeah, so you're right. But obviously it wasn't displaying properly early on the beta. But that's why I said, whenever people kept asking me what my thoughts on that were, I'm like, it's way too early to say. Like, obviously Blizzard fucked up the display, and like, as far as I'm aware, early on in the beta, the zone event also just wasn't showing. But I said that could just very well be a bug. And it's fine to say, like, that's kind of my problem with it. It's fine to say that currently on the beta, it's not working, but they, like, jumped immediately to, Blizzard has changed this, so this will fundamentally change the way that you level in Dragonflight after the fact. And a bunch of people were speculating on how that'll impact the leveling route, and it's just like, just wait to fucking see what they do about it, right? It scales with level, really? Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's actually kind of fucked, because that is a pretty significant advantage to people who didn't do their first craft bonuses. I would hope that Blizzard fixes that, actually, because that's pretty bad. That might even warrant a forum post. I hate to be like, you know, Debbie Downer, but that is, like, not good. Anything that only benefits a select amount of players, I do not like. Because, obviously, there's a shit ton of people who did their XP bonuses in Dragonflight, and if they're just going to be inherently at a disadvantage, that kind of sucks. So, that sounds like it is not intended. I'm fairly certain Blizzard just isn't aware of that. Yeah. Let's see, I need one more tome. Oh, Hemet Nessingwary is over here. It's pretty good. I don't know if I'll be able to really benefit from his quest, but it's worth a shot. What the heck? Why can't... Dragon Riding Mount is derping around.
We just need to hold them off a little longer. Caligo should be here soon.
Alright, this quest sucks. I hate this quest. Actually, it looks like the hitboxes are way better now. Did they fix this at some point? This feels way better. Yeah, I totally missed that dragon and it still hit. I guess they adjusted the hitboxes. Because that quest used to be super annoying. You only tested it once on beta, you can test it again in a second. Yeah, that would be really helpful. Damn mate, sorry to hear about your account. It's a genuine shame what's happened to Blizz over the years. GMs used to actually be helpful when you needed them. Yeah, exactly. It's unfortunate.
I need to fend off the primalists to the east. It may fall on you to aid Kalador's.
Alright, let's run over here.
This land is full of curiosities.
And I doubt I'll need to do too many quests in this area. What quest do I need to do next? Orders received from Major Doma Silistra. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, I just didn't pick up the next quest. Okay. So I remembered it correctly, I just hadn't picked up the quest. That's good, at least. I don't think I've ever tested this, but I wonder if I can go and do this after activating the Khadgar thing. Yeah, it looks like I do get credit. That's nice. And where is Frostfist? Oh, he's the one up above. Right. A lot of old world quests will actually give you high XP. Once you're in War Within, those daily cooking and fishing quests, really. That's kind of broken. You're using a character just to do 3 easy pet battle quests outside of Stormwind and gives you full 3 XP world quests like you're doing in Dragonflight? Oh yeah, I think I know the ones you're talking about. I always considered integrating that into the routing, but it does require you to have, like, pet battling stuff, so I've always been a little bit iffy on potentially using it. But it is good, assuming we're thinking of the same thing. Alright. Yeah, that's like an insane amount of XP for one quest. You wanted to do leveling on the beta, but the leveling servers have been down for a week? Yep. Same here. It is a shit show. This releases in less than a month, by the way. And it's not just this week, right? Like, leveling has been fundamentally broken on the beta for the last month. And now the servers just aren't even available. And this is supposed to be releasing soon. It's a fucking joke. I don't know. Let's go ahead and do... at least turn this in.
Did you find any tomes detailing the Azure Oathstone? I'll see you above. I believe I'm making progress towards the problem surrounding the Azure Oathstone.
Game is a mess right now? Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Welcome to the Azure Archives. Tread carefully. No one has been here for thousands of years.
Let's go kill this rare. And then, I mean, these quests honestly aren't that great, so I'd rather just go do Camp Nowhere. Because I'm pretty sure I can just do Camp Nowhere and that's, like, enough to get me there. Man, my, energy regen is rough right now. Hey. That's like the first actual piece of gear I've gotten. Oh, I did get one upgrade earlier. I think that's another just baffling part of the Dragonflight quest design. Remember the WoD intro, where like every single quest gives you a good upgrade for a different slot? And by the time you finish the WoD intro, you have like almost full gear for all your slots? I did like how many quests throughout here, and no fucking gear has dropped. So obviously this is less of a concern if you have heirlooms, but that's just kind of a massive oversight for the leveling process. Because like, when do you get gear upgrades? How are you supposed to level efficiently if you don't already have gear going through it? It's just one of those things where like, Dragonflight leveling has always been shit. I've never really liked it, but it's just one of the many oversights in modern quest design that just gets really annoying.
Allies. Young ones must be educated, though, just like younger Tuskar. Feel free to play with the beast.
Yeah, that gives a ton of experience. Alright, one more level to go. Almost done. I think the, these quests should be enough. Do you have the issue in War Within? Haven't paid attention to it with your next test run? I mean, that admittedly I haven't paid a ton of close attention to. The main thing that I noticed on my first test run is that I almost never replaced any gear, which is kind of strange because normally you start replacing gear towards the end, but like even the item level was barely better by the time that I hit max level. Like the item level for the final zone is like 540-ish, and right now, obviously, you can get, I mean, I'm blanking on the exact item level, but like, 528 is cap, and then there's a few items like Voice of the Silent Star that go to like 535? See, Dragonflight, Aberrus, Loot, Mythic. Yeah, 535, and then this is 528. Yeah, okay, so I was right. So only in like the last 2 levels do you get anything that even starts to power creep your leveling gear, which just felt really weird. And it especially feels weird that the curve in terms of what you get offered is so bad. The gear that you get in Isle of Dorn is like item level 400. Which is marginally better than the stuff you get at the end of Dragonflight leveling, which, you know, just feels off. There should be some sort of power jump, a little bit, but it's not, like, linear. It skips from, like, low 400s to suddenly, by Ringing Deeps, at, like, level 72, you're getting 480 gear. There's just an 80 item level jump over the course of the first leveling zone. Like, what? That is just so odd. It should just, if at that point, start it off at 480, and then have the endgame leveling gear be slightly better than the stuff that we have in Dragonflight. It's just weird. I don't really get what they were going for. Ah. You get 460 from normal Dragonflight dungeons, but 376 at 69. Yeah. Well, I mean, at this point, that's obviously because one is the leveling item level, the other is the awakened item level, but yeah. I get your point. It's weird. But then, exactly that point, right? Like, you get 460 from normal Dragonflight dungeons, and the gear that you get in the first zone of the War Within is lower than that. And the pre-patch gear is 480. And again, you're only replacing that in the second zone, but like I don't know. Effectively, I don't mind the fact that the questing gear is a little bit worse, but I said this in my War Within run. The fact that the curve is so wonky and it skips like 80 levels or 80 item levels over the course of like 2 to 3 actual levels, that just feels wrong. That should not be a thing. It's just going to make the gearing process feel ridiculously weirdly paced for new players. It doesn't make any sense. And it's a very easy thing to fix, so I just really don't know what they're doing with that. Right, I just need to wait this one out. This quest might honestly be the end. The war within Blizzard HQ, yeah. There are many battle pets that have an AoE skills to kill the opponent's whole team in one shot. If you got such pets, the fight is 15 seconds. Yeah, for sure. Alright, let's see. Is this quest enough? Not quite. I just need to, whack this dragon. Bonk. And is this enough? That's enough. Boom. Sub 6 hours. Now, I would be, like, pretty happy with this time in a vacuum. Like, so, what was my time? I need to double check what my time was on the Druid run. Okay. One second. I'm just double checking what my Druid time was. And the YouTube mobile thing. Okay. Yeah, my Druid run took 4 hours and 47 minutes. So it was about an hour faster, which obviously is to be expected. But considering, like, my Druid run actually was doing real Chromie time all the way to 70, and this had to do Dragonflight towards the end, and my Druid run had heirlooms and all that fancy stuff, and the difference is only 1 hour? I mean, I think it goes to show that having all the fancy stuff in your account really doesn't make that much of a difference. It's what I've been saying for a while. I know a lot of people, I kind of like, I fucked myself over a little bit by, when I did that fresh account leveling run before, I did it on a rogue, which is the worst leveling spec in the game. So a lot of people looked at that and said, well, it took him like 11 hours on a rogue, or on a fresh account, when really it took me 11 hours on a fresh account rogue. But as you can see here, fresh account Windwalker Monk, this shit cranks. You don't need any fancy heirlooms or whatever. Like, look at my fucking gear. My gear is dog water. I have stuff that's like hundreds of item levels below what I should be getting. And I'm still doing tons of damage just because that's how much damage Windwalker does. So it has nothing to do with heirlooms, etc. As I've already said, you know, 90% of it is the route, and most of the rest of it is basic consumables. Like, if I had gun shoes, goblin gliders, basic stuff here, this run would have been infinitely faster. Well, not infinitely faster, but like an hour faster, probably. Would have been about the same time as my Druid run. So, yeah. 90% of the time save comes from 10% of the consumables, and even then, it doesn't make that big of a difference. Hopefully, we can prove that here. I told you War Within dungeons were available to queue. Oh, did it actually say that? Yeah, obviously, they aren't, but if that was a pop-up, that's kind of funny. I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't notice that. Is the DK starting zone still bugged? As far as I can tell, yeah. Have I figured out what I'll be leveling first on launch? Well, my Brewmaster Monk that I main is what I was planning on leveling at launch. Now, assuming Blizzard fixes their shit, that is what I will be leveling on launch. That's what I've been doing all of my prep for. I have a speed set already 90% built on that character. So, yeah. One second. There was a comment that I read earlier that I want to respond to. Not a bad one, just a misinformed one. But it requires a slightly longer response, so I was waiting until now to do it. Heirlooms are bugged now. Yes. But Blizzard responded to our forum post and said they'll fix it in an upcoming... for context, the thing that I'm responding to, somebody said, oh no, the heirlooms being bound are warbound until equipped. So if I check, even though I don't have any, you can see they're binds to warband until equipped, right? That's obviously really bad, but Blizzard has recognized that this is not a good thing, and they commented on our forum post that they will be addressing this, so it should be fixed eventually. Hopefully. Yeah, there's, yeah, there's, like, some messages that are like, I just won't respond to them. The non-heirloom gearing when leveling is always pretty poor for us newer players. Yeah, it's a little bit better now, but it has historically been pretty shit. Did dragon riding mount make a difference? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Having the faster mount and getting it from level 10, that is a colossal difference in time. It definitely helps a lot. So, my optimized times in the War Within for 10 to 70 should be notably faster than any previous expansions. Now, it'll reach a certain point where it only saves so much time, but we're still talking like 10-15 minutes over the course of a run, which does add up. I think that, like, with hyper-optimized setups, I think that sub 3 hours for, like, a run right now is very achievable. When previously, in Dragonflight, my fastest time before the launch was only 3 hours and, like, 23 minutes or something with a Volpera Windwalker Monk. So, with these changes, I expect sub 3 to be easily doable right out of the gate without, like, Winds of Wisdom or any fancy shit like that. Speed gear, talk about that. Anything special, easy to get? I mean, literally, it's just regular endgame gear with speed rolls on it. Like, mythic raid gear that has plus speed. It's that straightforward. Not really much to it. So, over the last, like, month or so, whenever an item with speed drops in my guild's raids, I'm like, gimme, 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 gimme. And, you know, usually I get it, because I'm the only one who really cares about shit like that. But yeah, it, also, I checked a bunch of servers to find, like, really cheap speed BOEs. I grabbed a helmet and some shoulders, so I have those ready, but obviously, yeah, obviously this is all on my monk on my main account, so, you know, they need to fix this. Otherwise, all that fucking preparation is worthless. Which, like, obviously that sucks. I've already spent a ton of time prepping for War Within's launch, and, like, I can make a new character, sure, but that doesn't, like, change the fact that I've already spent a shit ton of time prepping, and that would all be wasted. But again, let's just hope, you know, again, it's the weekend, right? Well, technically right now it's Monday. So 12 hours from now, it'll be 4 in the afternoon. And by that point, Blizzard should have had ample time to hear about this shit and right the wrong. If by the end of the business day tomorrow, I've heard nothing, then I'm going to start to really panic. But I hope that enough noise has been made by now that we'll get some stuff changed. Now, probably, like, around noon tomorrow, my time, so, like, 8 hours from now, I'll make a Twitter post. Obviously, if nothing's been done by then, I'll make a Twitter post, and I'll post about it in my Discord, and you can signal boost it if you want. Maybe I'll make a Reddit post. I'll think about that, too. What did I get wrongfully banned for? Cheat programs, which I literally never used. So it is just a clear-cut wrong ban. Like there is no wiggle room. It's just a false ban. You miss the old heirlooms? I do too, yeah. Leveling with them on Cataclysm feels a lot better. If you have any BOE greens now and you vendor them and buy them back, you'll get the transmog instantly and the gear will be changed to bound to warbound until equipped. That's interesting. Maybe mess around with that. Oof. Yeah, you missed the old heirlooms that actually gave XP? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, when they changed heirlooms, they also made leveling as a whole a lot faster. So their justification for changing heirlooms, right or wrong, was that we're going to be taking some of the time out of the heirlooms and putting a lot of it into the overall leveling process. And the leveling times with heirlooms went from like 12 hours was considered a fast max level speedrun time to, with the Chromie Time edition, like 5 hours was considered good. My initial world record was like 5 hours, 20 minutes back in Shadowlands when Chromie Time was first introduced. So that was the logic. I think there is some merit to that logic, but I do agree that the old heirlooms are better. And I think even if they gave a slight experience bonus, it wouldn't hurt. Because right now, heirlooms just kind of feel yucky. A lot of times you only use them more for like the quality of life than anything else. And obviously the scaling on them is really fucked right now, but yeah, it's weird. What's the fastest way to level now in retail? Just watch the stream. Just do what I did here. It's the same as my leveling guide. If anything, there might be like one or two minor adjustments, like technically Dragonflight crafting might be slightly worth it. I'll have to figure out like how to efficiently work that into the route. But otherwise, it's just clear-cut the same as the existing route. Because keep in mind, we did not touch any of Duskwood in this run, and Duskwood is good. And Spires of Arak honestly gets better because of these changes, so that would be a runner-up if you couldn't do like TBC dungeons or something. So effectively, this shows the route is completely unchanged. It is exactly what it was before. About the ban, let's slip the dogs of war. What does that mean, owner? I don't understand. What do I think of the Garrosh weapons? Are they worth using? So, historically, the Garrosh weapons were really... God damn it, there's another spider. Dude, are you kidding me? How many fucking... Exterminator my fucking ass. This guy isn't exterminating shit. I have to do all the fucking work myself. Fucking hell. L on Blizzard for banning me? I agree. Big L on Blizzard. And as far as I know, it's not just me. Tons of other people have also been falsely banned. But of course, they don't have the platform to fight for themselves. So. Yeah, it's rough. It's a fucking shitty situation. What was I saying? Garrosh weapons, right. Garrosh weapons historically were really good. Right now, something with like the pre-patch scaling has kind of broken them, and they actually give negative stats at some levels. So, it's fucked. It's so fucked. How do you fuck that up? How does it give negative stats? I don't... It's so fucking dumb. So to answer your question, it should be good, but somehow Blizzard broke it in the most hilarious way possible. So right now, as far as I'm aware, Garrosh heirlooms are not good. Unfortunately. It's what it is. Yeah. Oh, boy. Duskwood will be so good now because you have the new flying. Yeah. I kind of wish I got a chance to test it. And we didn't even finish Lock Mode On, by the way. I did most of Lock Mode On, but like some of the stuff at the end, we didn't get a chance to do. But yeah, parts of Duskwood definitely. Very, very, very nice. And also keep in mind, right, this was like my run that I did on my druid, other than there was some weird shit going on where a bunch of rare mobs just despawned. So technically I didn't get perfect rare mob RNG, but while this was already sub 6 hours, this was on live servers. So I had to deal with competition for mobs, and I had like barely any rare mobs, and a lot of these zones, for speedrun purposes, rare mobs push them even further. So this is like the average player experience. And this is still really good without any stuff mailed over. So yeah, just goes to show the same route will still continue to be the best route. Welcome back, Kelly. You made it in time. The run is over, as you can see. You just missed the end about like 10 minutes ago. How do you make Sylvanas and Lady Ashvane float in the sky? What? What is that about? I hope you get the account back before the War Within. I hope so too. Yeah, it's definitely spooky, but let's hope. Isn't this the Archvalder YouTube channel? Owner, I have no idea what you were saying, my man. Nice run, GG. Thank you, Super. I appreciate you stopping by the stream. I wasn't 100% sure if it was, like, you, because obviously it is, like, a broad name, but I'm glad to see it is. I appreciate you helping out, like, supporting. You went and watched the whole movie and I'm still going? Well, I'm still going, but, like, the run is done. Yeah, now I know for sure. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the stream. Yeah. I will say I am, like, I'm definitely gonna stop, like, now. Read the last few messages. Let me just, before I finish, I'm gonna go ahead and just check comments on YouTube stuff. Just, I'll read this out on stream. Let's see. Blizzard is a joke and should be thanking you, not banning you. Really makes me not want to give them money. Yep. Good luck. Hope it gets resolved. Probably one of those fold-up kitchen chairs drinking tea instead of his usual coffee. Hopefully it works out. And nice stuff. Surprisingly, no nasty comments on the YouTube post. That's good to see. Had to deal with a few weirdos on the second channel video, but no nasty comments on the post is kind of nice to see. Blizzard has not said anything about my ban, Wise Wolf Gaming. That's kind of the biggest issue right now. I've gotten radio silence. All I've gotten on my ticket, I'll refresh it, just to double check. Yeah, still nothing. Basically, when I submitted the ticket, like 4 hours after I initially submitted the appeal, they marked it as answered, put, this action has been taken in accordance with our terms of use. And I showed this screenshot in the video. And blah, 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 links to the support article. These policies allow us to maintain blah, 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 blah. Regards, Game Master Team, Blizzard Entertainment. Okay, obvious bot response. The funny thing is, if you look at any situation of somebody else dealing with this, the exact same thing happens. A few hours after their thing, their ticket gets closed, and the same exact generic bot response gets posted. So it is a generic bot response that they always do. It lets you reopen the ticket, but it's like, what I don't fucking understand how the fuck that helps anybody. How the fuck is it helpful at all to just say, fuck you, force them to reopen the ticket after 4 hours? Because it's clearly automated, because literally go look at any Reddit post, regardless, mind you, of whether or not these people deserve their bans or not. Just look at their appeal post. It's the exact same shit. 4-ish hours after the initial post, bot response, close the ticket, and you have to manually reopen it. What the fuck? Why is that a setting that they have enabled? It's just a 4-hour fuck you timer. Why? And then since then, literally nothing. I have not heard back on the ticket. I have not heard directly from anybody from Blizzard. I don't know. I am hoping, kind of the problem is, right, this happened late in the afternoon on a Thursday. So, Like, I had Friday to try and message people about it, and now it's been the weekend, right? So I didn't expect much to get done over the weekend, which is why I'm raising noise about this now. So hopefully, if it reaches the right person, the moment they get into the office and, like, get settled on Monday, someone on customer support can, like, fix this shit, because it's ridiculous. You've been yelled at by that druid a few times back in the day. Yes. Yes, I certainly was a loud raid leader, wasn't I? Remix leveling is amazing. 25 levels in 35 seconds. Yeah, it's wild. They have it automatically wait a few hours just to make you think it's real. Exactly. Yeah, that's why it's just so fucking bullshit. It is literally just a fuck you timer. Like, 4 hours, time to tell the player to go fuck themselves. Like, why does that exist? It's just so fucking annoying. I'd rather that it just didn't give me the fucking bot response at all. Like, thank you, motherfucker. I can look up the terms of service on my own. It's just insulting. It's a response that specifically exists to insult the player's intelligence for no fucking reason. Like, it's all it's gonna do is piss people off. It would be better if they just didn't say anything. It annoys me, especially because when you create a ticket, it says you can refer to the terms of use. So it's not like you don't have access to that information. It's literally just a way to piss people off by closing their ticket and showing them information that they obviously already know. It's nonsense. I don't get it. That response kills bot tickets? Does it? Can't bot... like I said, I pressed the button and was able to immediately reopen the ticket. So... And, like, a bot could do that too. I don't see how that affects bot tickets at all. Unless there's some, like, secret bot versus bot war where there's, like, bots attacking the support bots and the support bots are, like, inventing new strategies to fight back. And it's bots all the way down and then just we humans are getting caught in the crossfire. I don't fucking know. And your first mistake was to assume you were going to be helped. Well, I mean... I obviously went into this expecting that I was going to get fucked over, but, I mean, you gotta, like, lay on a little bit of the outrage early on. I was, admittedly, genuinely hoping that at least one human would take a look within, like, the first few hours. Frankly, the lack of any response surprises me. I kind of expected somebody to, like, a GM to pop in and tell me, we checked, and, oh, yeah, you totally cheated, fuck off, and, like, then I would have to just keep forwarding the ticket, because you hear those stories a lot. I haven't even gotten a response. Like, I got a bot fuck you, but I still haven't gotten a GM fuck you. Like, I mean, at a certain point, you just take anything. Just somebody tell me to go fuck myself. Like, at least just don't leave me sitting here hanging, wondering whether I'm gonna get a response at all. Ugh. Merchant Kermit the Frog has arrived with wares to sell. Ahoy, fair sir, care to trade? That's a new one. Thank you for stopping by the stream, Merchant Kermit the Frog. I'm not interested in any of your wares. You're reading way later, so all of your stuff is out of context? I guess I am. Yeah, I must be. I'm sorry. I thought I read that last one pretty early. I must have just misunderstood. Keep in mind, it's also like 4 a.m. where I am, and like I'm not dead tired because I did wake up like at 1 in the afternoon. Because I really couldn't sleep the previous night. So yeah, but I am still pretty tired. What the fuck? Potion, health flask, effects, health, stamina, weaknesses, 3 strength, 3 courage. Price your mum's credit card. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Dude, I'm way too tired for this Kermit the Frog merchant shit. I don't get it. And I don't I don't get it, man. But interesting roleplay you got going on. The bot responses for tickets fucking suck, yeah. Bot tickets always feel like a band-aid to a working system scaling beyond effectiveness. Yeah, exactly. It's Skynet versus the Confederacy of Independent Systems. You You know you can't buy the premium edition if you already own the game. Seeing people fucking lose it is a bonus of being a merchant. Hi-ho, off you go. Goodbye, Kermit the Frog. I appreciate you showing your support in the stream. Merchant Kermit the Frog has departed. Godspeed. Man. Ugh. Yeah, I'm too fucking tired for the shit. Anyways, I've caught up on chat. So thank you all again for stopping by the stream. Overall, I'm really happy with how this went. I was really worried that this run would be like a fucking train wreck and I would have to like split it into 2 parts. I'm actually really happy with how this went. I was able to answer a bunch of questions at the start, which took obviously like close to an hour, and I still managed to get a good time, so we got the entire run finished in one stream. Bing bang boom, this is done. This way, after all of the dust has settled on this false ban shit, I can change the like title and thumbnail of this stream to just be like fresh account leveling stuff, and people can watch this video and enjoy it based on the merits of that. And we can just forget all of this shit ever happens. Except I probably won't, because even after Blizzard fixes my account, I'm probably going to be pretty noisy until they make fundamental changes to how they handle their customer support thing, because this is ridiculous. And again, if it can happen to me, it can happen to anybody, and that's unacceptable. Good timing, you went to bed right before I started, so you guess you'll rewatch now. Yeah, I will say sometimes in the immediate, like, 30 minutes or so after a YouTube stream finishes, it's hard to watch the recording, because it's, like, processing or something, converting to a video, so just fair warning on that. But yeah, you should be able to view it relatively soon as the recording. But yeah, anyways, thank you all for showing up. I really appreciate all the support today. It really means a lot. I wasn't sure how this would be received. I was really worried that I would, as I said, just be immediately assumed guilty. And the fact that so many people trust me and are willing to support me through this is... It means more than I could possibly put into words. So thank you all for being here. And I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow at all. I kind of just want to focus on getting some video stuff done. And streaming in general is difficult. I needed to do this. But I probably will stream on Tuesday just because I really want to test the pre-patch events, because I haven't been able to do that on the PTR. And hopefully beta servers get fixed soon so I can get back to testing 70 to 80 leveling, because, like, kind of got to get that done. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, right now, obviously, there's one thing that is my primary concern, and everything else, it's kind of hard to focus on everything else until that gets resolved. How long do we need? 70 to 80? My current test run is 5 hours. A lot of people are getting it done in as quick as 3 hours, so I'd say we need to see final values before we can say for sure, but probably around that ballpark. But yeah, anyways, I'll cut myself off there. Thank you everybody for showing up the stream. Thanks once again for all the support, and I will see you probably on Tuesday. Peace.